Hearing this, G phone bolted. Good driving skills? My ass. You, of all people, should know about the RPG incident, even if others don't. And you think a car can catch up now? Catch my ass. What car could I possibly drive to outrun a GT900? About a P420, for crying out loud. Two military attack helicopters scrambled, their distinctive rotor whirring as they disappeared into the night. In front of the monitors, Director Liu, however, appeared unusually calm, a strange I knew it expression on his face. How are his driving skills? Andy Lau, equally unfazed by the major mishap on set, didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he curiously asked the professional driver beside him. His skills are excellent, and this car's performance is top-notch. But he should be slowing down. At this speed, he won't make that next turn. Experts always focus on their own domain. The professional driver had been glued to the monitor ever since the GT900 started. Won't make it. Andy Lau was taken aback. Absolutely not. The angle of the upcoming curve is over 170 degrees. The torque has already exceeded its maximum theoretical value. This isn't something car performance or driving skill can compensate for. At this speed, even if he drifts, he'll be thrown off the mountain road. The professional driver stared intently at the monitor. He had mentally simulated this turn. 90 miles per hour was the absolute limit for taking it. Over 100 miles per hour, a normal car would definitely flip. Though he'd never driven a GT900 with its speed and inertia, it would surely be flung out. But what was the GT900's current speed? Between 150 and 160 miles per hour. Boss, slow down. Hairpin turn ahead. The professional driver, without waiting for Andy Lau to ask further, anxiously grabbed the walkie-talkie. However, on another monitor, Fu Heng's close-up showed him merely arching an eyebrow. His bright red clown nose twitched, and his blood-red, cavernous mouth split into a grin. What is he trying to do? The professional driver was utterly panicked. Watching that crazed close-up, he finally understood what a crew member had privately told him when he first arrived. The boss of this film was a madman. The GT900 not only didn't slow down, but it was actually accelerating. We're screwed. Ambulance. Prepare for rescue. The professional driver yelled frantically into the walkie-talkie. The GT900 had already entered the hairpin turn, but Fu Heng, seemingly truly insane, didn't turn at the right moment. Now, it was too late to either turn or slow down. Just as the professional driver yelled, "We're screwed," the GT900 finally began to fishtail. Its superior braking system locked the front wheels abruptly, spewing thick, acrid white smoke from the tires. It's going to fly off. That was the only thought in the professional driver's mind. He'd been on many film sets. Usually, all the high-speed car chase scenes were handled by professional drivers like him. This was the first time a production had an actor do it themselves, and this actor was also the financial backer of the film. Who could have guessed he was genuinely a madman? This would be a stain on his career. He might even face a lawsuit for his role as a professional consultant. It was over. The next moment, the GT900 indeed shot off the mountain road, thrown sideways due to the preceding drift. Director Liu, in front of the monitor, stared wide-eyed, too stunned to even shout. Everyone held their breath, watching the luxury sports car sail sideways through the air. For some reason, Andy Lau's gaze shifted to Fu Heng's close-up. The madman was still smiling, still as frenzied as a demon. That smile beneath the exaggerated makeup actually made Andy Lau feel a strange sense of awe. This was a true clown. But then, something even more shocking happened. The GT900 flew horizontally through the air for a few seconds, snapped a cedar tree, and then landed bizarrely on the mountain road below. The instant the wheels touched down, the engine roared to life again. The car swayed a few times, then firmly gripped the ground and sped onward with a howl. Yeehaw! Fu Heng's excited whoop came through the walkie-talkie. The professional driver's jaw dropped so low it nearly hit the floor. His pupils dilated into irregular crescents, quivering as if his retinas had been zapped with a high-voltage current. A hairpin turn. Pass like that? No. 2 consecutive S-shaped hairpins. He just flew over them? So, when you mentioned Ace Pilot earlier, this is what you meant? Flying over it. Suddenly, the thwack, thwack, thwack of the helicopter rotors overhead sounded deafening to the professional driver. Meichuan Naiku and Meichuan Xiongzhao were brothers. In Japan, they held prominent status as a well-known pair of rich second-generation heirs. Only they knew that their family business was merely a front established in the Asia-Pacific region by a certain foreign agency. All their funding came solely from this agency, channeled through the Solomon Group. They also had secret identities and objectives, unknown to outsiders, having undergone rigorous training since childhood. The Meituan family had many enterprises in China, including a cultural publishing house. Over the years, using clever and special methods, they had published many significant books. However, not long ago, they suddenly found they couldn't contact their handler, Mr. Jack Solomon. To be precise, they lost contact after Mr. Solomon arrived in China. Initially, they weren't overly concerned. After all, the two of them were elite agents specially cultivated by their family and were very familiar with the organization structure. But later, they received news. A calligrapher from Korea, with whom they'd once met, had suddenly died of illness. This aroused Meituan Naiku's suspicion because he learned through his special channels that the calligrapher's cause of death was a heart attack induced by overexcitement during sexual intercourse. Death by orgasm? Bullshit. They'd met that calligrapher at a hot spring last time. The man's equipment was so shriveled, how could he even have sex? Having undergone professional training, they quickly recognized this modus operandi as disturbingly familiar. Panicked, they began to urgently contact their direct superior, Mr. Jack Solomon. However, Mr. Jack Solomon remained unreachable. The internal lines didn't connect. They risked calling Jack Solomon's phone, even twice, but his assistant answered both times. The reply was simple, Mr. Jack Solomon was drunk. If not for the occasional news broadcasts in China showing live footage of Jack Solomon's visits and tours, they would have suspected that Jack Solomon had also met with an accident. Key members of the family gathered to discuss and analyze the reasons and countermeasures. Due to their single-line contact protocol, they had no other way to reach their superiors. But just as the key family members were gathered, Mark and his team came to check the water meter. Meituan Naiku's eldest brother, Meituan Beixin, was poisoned with a neurotoxin. His second brother, Meituan Duanku, was shot in the head on the spot. The family villa, passed down for generations, was burned to the ground. The two brothers, Naiku and Xiaoang, thanks to an early warning and their professional training, narrowly escaped with their lives after a perilous ordeal. They were terrified because they recognized the attacker's methods. It was Ghost Shadow, the notorious Ghost Shadow. But why would Ghost Shadow suddenly attack them? Had the organization decided to abandon them? Thinking of Jack Solomon, whom they hadn't been able to contact, the two brothers confirmed their suspicions. They had been cast aside. The organization had sent Ghost Shadow to silence them. The brothers were filled with resentment. They swore revenge to hunt down and kill that bridge burner, Jack Solomon. The organization was immense, far too powerful for them to fight back against directly. But Jack Solomon was currently in China. They still had a chance. Using the last of their resources, they secretly slipped into China. Who would have thought, however, that Ghost Shadow would stick to them like their own shadow, relentlessly on their tail? They had barely crossed into Chinese territory when Ghost Shadow was onto them again. Damn it, this was China. How dare Ghost Shadow operate so brazenly here? They fled in a panic. Fortunately, thanks to their connections built up over the years, they still had some contacts in China. Moreover, Meituan Naiku himself was a renowned professional racer from Japan. He was confident he could shake off the pursuing Ghost Shadow. The car he was driving now was one he had personally customized, originally intended as a gift for a Chinese business partner. That Chinese merchant had a blind admiration for all things Japanese. Meituan Naiku had planned to gift him this car and then request that he host a Japanese-style summer festival at a certain university. Sigh, such a perfect plan. Damn the Solomon family. Meituan Naiku's expression turned vicious as he fantasized about how to exact revenge on this world devoid of the Bushido spirit. His speed was high, his skills superb. On this remote, winding mountain road, it looked as if an illegal street race was underway. Ridiculous. These Chinese locals, driving their flashy but impractical sports cars, actually thought they were racers? They knew nothing about real racing. What a waste of that GT900 earlier, a pearl cast before swine, a fine car shamed. If it were in his hands, that would be its true glory. If he were driving the GT900, he was confident he could have maintained 90 kilometers per hour through that S-shaped series of hairpin turns. Meituan Naiku thought with pride, subconsciously glancing at the rearview mirror at the hairpin turn he had just taken at 85 km/h. Suddenly, his eyes bulged. Through the small mirror, he saw a stunning sports car seemingly fall from the sky, fishtailing once on the precarious mountain road before roaring towards him. The GT900? That shameless corner cutter from before? It's not Ghost Shadow. It's that sports car from earlier. He doesn't think we're racing him too, does he? Meituan Xiaoang, also spotting the car behind, couldn't help but ask. He kept looking back, not seeing the two motorcycles, and his heart settled slightly. On this kind of mountain road, motorcycles couldn't possibly catch an AE-86. Trying to chase me? A cold sneer touched Meituan Nika's lips. He had just shaken off Ghost Shadow. Once they were off this mountain road, the national highway lay ahead, with roads leading in all directions. Ghost Shadow would never be able to catch them there. Then he would show these hicks what real racing, what real speed truly meant. That earlier glimpse of the GT900 falling from the sky must have been a trick of the eye. The AE-86 accelerated again, executing a beautiful drift, its brake lights flashing tauntingly as he tapped them. As he power slid through a bend, the smile just beginning to form on Meituan Nika's face froze once more. In the space of that single turn, the GT900 had closed the distance. Before he could even straighten out his car, the GT900's brilliant headlights flashed in his rearview mirror. He instinctively glanced at his dashboard. How fast did you take that corner? Accelerating through a turn? This is a mountain road. Do you think you're driving a Formula One car? However, the next bend was rapidly approaching. Meituan Nika had no time to think. He expertly shifted gears, spun the steering wheel, and executed another near-perfect drift. This time, his eyes were glued to the rearview mirror. Sure enough, before his car's rear had even fully straightened, the GT900's front end appeared. And this time, Meituan Nika saw it clearly. The GT900's drift angle was even more outrageous than his. Its speed was still increasing, and as it took the corner, its rear wheels actually lifted off the pavement, suspended in midair. Ahead lay a nearly 200 meters straight. Meituan Nika gripped the steering wheel tightly, scheming. Should he use a little trick at the next bend, try to force the other car off the mountain road? It wouldn't be too difficult. He just needed to maintain the right angle through the turn, then a sudden brake check would send him flying. Hith. Foolish Chinese. Did they really think he was here to race? He wasn't afraid to break the rules. Meituan Nika sneered inwardly and instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror again. This glance, however, made his blood run cold. Because the rearview mirror was empty, he looked at his brother in astonishment, only to see Meituan Xiaoang Zhao staring to his left as if he'd seen a ghost. Meituan Nika whipped his head around and saw an exaggerated, clown-painted face. When Ghost Shadow had been chasing them, he hadn't had time to look at the driver of the car he was overtaking. Now, their eyes met, and his hair stood on end. Was it Halloween? Why would a racer drive in makeup? His smile was so twisted. He's crazy enough to creep out a creep like me. No, that wasn't the point. The point was, why was he parallel to me? Was the GT900's straight-line acceleration that terrifying? Meituan Nika glanced at his speedometer. 164 km/h. On a mountain road, this was an insane speed, and the other guy had actually accelerated to catch up. This wasn't someone who looked like a madman. This was a genuine madman. Wait, a straight, and he's on my left. A terrible thought struck Meituan Nika. He couldn't accelerate further. At this speed, he'd never make the next turn. With the other car on his inside, side by side, a drift was impossible. He would be forced off the road. Meituan Nika gritted his teeth and tapped the brakes. I'll let you have this corner for now. However, to his amazement, as he slowed down, the GT900 also slowed down. What are you doing? Aren't you trying to overtake me? Meituan Nika turned his head in shock, only to see the clown, head tilted, looking at him with wild arrogance, one hand on the steering wheel, the other, lighting a cigarette. Just 11 kilometers until we're off the mountain road. The national highway is right after that, Meituan Zhao reminded him timidly. He too had been startled by the cigarette-lighting gesture, and his hand instinctively went to the gun tucked into his waistband. In China, it was best to avoid firing a gun if possible. Otherwise, their current situation would become even more precarious. Meituan Nika understood this. He slowed down again. This was no time to race this madman. The priority was to shake off Ghost Shadow, and then find Jack Solomon. But things didn't go as planned. He slowed down, and the GT900 slowed down again, maintaining its position parallel to him. What in the world are you trying to do? Meituan Nika turned his head, his face contorted with rage, and glared fiercely at the other driver. His gaze carried an overwhelming killing intent, like a pair of poison-tipped shurikens, glinting with cold light as they shot towards the clown. Then, his ferocious expression went blank for a moment. It seemed a death glare wasn't particularly effective against a madman. The Joker, head still tilted, met Meituan Nika's murderous glare. He grinned, revealing deathly white teeth, and casually took a drag from his cigarette. Truth be told, shrouded in smoke, the Joker looked even more terrifying than him. He's trying to run me off the road on this curve. Yumekawa Naikoku snapped to his senses, staring at the madman in disbelief. Without further hesitation, Yumekawa Naikoku pulled out his pistol and lowered his car window. The curve was just ahead. Unless he braked, he'd definitely be forced out. But then, a shocking scene unfolded before him again. Facing the dark muzzle of his gun, the Joker to his left actually raised an eyebrow, dangled the cigarette from his lips, and with his free right hand, mimed shooting, pointing right back at him. A madman? More like an idiot. You think this is a toy gun? Yumekawa Naikoku barely paused before pulling the trigger. Bang! The muffled shot echoed inside the car. A white mark appeared on the window of the GT 900 next to them. The Joker didn't even blink. Are you kidding? A 33 million car. You think a little handgun can shatter its glass? Yuchu had told him this glass was domestically produced for export. Fu Hang had experienced the quality of domestic glass these days. It took him, a grandmaster, several punches to break the window of an electric vehicle. A cold glint flashed in Yumekawa Naikoku's eyes. He wrenched the wheel, ramming into the GT 900. They were already entering the curve. He had a feeling that if he slowed down, the GT 900 would definitely turn sideways and force him to stop. The two cars were pressed tightly together, but just then, the GT 900 began to accelerate. It's over. A voice screamed in Yumekawa Naikoku's mind. Then he felt himself flying, soaring into the night sky. The GT 900, still hugging his car, executed a beautiful drift at the mountain road corner, gripping the asphalt and coming to a sharp stop. The GT 900's braking performance was once again demonstrated. This battle, it wasn't a failure of skill, but a loss due to inferior equipment. In midair, Yumekawa Naikoku looked back at the madman one last time. Behind the smoothly curved windshield, the Joker was laughing, a wild, exultant laugh. The stars above were brilliant, the moon exceptionally round tonight. Yumekawa Naikoku could even hear the chirping of summer insects from the rice paddies of his hometown. That was the scent of childhood. Mom, I'm embarking on a long journey tonight. A deafening crash followed. The AE-86 plummeted down the mountainside, snapping tree after tree, then began to tumble with momentum. Messy landing. The GT 900's window rolled down, and a cigarette but flew out, its glowing red tip tracing a beautiful arc in the night sky. Then the GT 900 reversed slightly and continued on its way. Xiaoang, how are you? Yumekawa Naikoku painfully turned his head to look at Yumekawa Xiaoang beside him, whose forehead was bleeding. My leg's stuck. You go. Ghost Shadow will be on us any second. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. Yumekawa Naikoku checked Yumekawa Xiaoang's condition. The passenger side was crumpled, and his leg was indeed trapped. Highly trained, Yumekawa Naikoku didn't hesitate for a moment, pushing open the car door to leave. But just as he pushed the door, he saw a flash ahead. The GT 900 had stopped on a mountain road in front of him. Yumekawa Naikoku didn't hesitate, gripping his pistol and rushing forward. The GT 900's door slowly opened. The madman lazily stuck his head out, tilting it as he watched Yumekawa coldly. A vicious glint appeared in Yumekawa Naikoku's eyes. With almost no hesitation, he raised his hand, ready to deal with this madman first. However, just as he lifted his hand, his wrist went numb, and the pistol flew through the air amidst a spray of blood. Yumekawa Naikoku stared at his mangled hand, a trace of bewilderment on his face. It happened so suddenly that his pain receptors hadn't caught up yet. My hand's gone. A sniper? Fu Hang, tilting his head, also looked puzzled, awkwardly lowering his hand from its delicate orchid finger gesture. I fired. I hit him. On a distant hillside, the beautiful sniper who had taken a detour to lie in ambush was crying with joy. And Mark, hunched over his motorcycle in hot pursuit from behind, almost shed tears himself. She fired. As long as she fired, I'm not useless. Who the hell are you? Yumekawa Naikoku snapped back to reality, glaring at the Joker and roaring in anger. You scratched my car, and you're asking who I am? Fu Hang paced beside the GT 900 with a peculiar gait, looking unhinged. You chased me down just because I scratched your car. What else? Drive safe now, buddy. Fu Hang grinned. What do you want? Pay up? My car's really expensive. Yumekawa Naikoku fell silent. Like hell, I believe you. Never mind the sniper. He now also noticed the red and blue lights flashing in the sky. They were drones, swarms of drones. He had actually noticed them earlier, but had assumed they belonged to some idle rich kids who enjoyed illegal street racing. He used to do the same back in Neon, with drones recording their spectacular performances. But now, besides these flashing drones, he also heard the distinct roar of propellers. Sure enough, a moment later, two massive shapes emerged from between the mountains. P15-16. Professionally trained, he naturally recognized them. So, had his whereabouts been exposed? Was this a trap set by the Chinese authorities? Clutching his right hand, a flicker of despair crossed Yumekiwa Naikoku's eyes. The bold, black warning on the first page of his professional training manual flashed in his mind. It was time. Too bad he hadn't brought his wakizashi, the short sword used for seppuku. Today, he wouldn't have a dignified death. A look of grim resolve appeared on Yumekiwa Naikoku's face. He licked his front teeth with his crimson tongue and was just about to bite it off when two roaring motorcycles pulled up beside the GT900. "Are you all right, boss?" Baldy Long's voice boomed like a great bell. But Yumekiwa Naikoku's gaze fell on the two motorcycle riders. "Ghost Shadow. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I was being hunted by Ghost Shadow. Then I came to get revenge on Solomon. And now I've been captured by the Chinese authorities. So why was I about to kill myself? Secrecy protocols? Wasn't I abandoned? No. Why would Ghost Shadow be with people from the Chinese authorities?" However, before he could sort out these tangled relationships and the backstory, a man dismounted from the other motorcycle and sprinted towards him. Before Yumekiwa could react, the man whipped out a rebar from his belt. With a swift motion, it came down, crack, landing precisely on Yumekiwa Naikoku's knee. Yumekiwa Naikoku collapsed, looking at his unnaturally twisted left leg. Only one question echoed in his mind. Weren't the Chinese authorities supposed to not mistreat prisoners? I'm an intelligence operative. I'm very useful. Crack. Another sound, and his right shin twisted in another grotesque direction. Yumekiwa Naikoku's eyes were nearly popping from their sockets as he stared daggers at the merciless man. In the moonlight, he could only see a look of excitement and relief on the man's face. Madmen. They're all madmen. Fu Hang's mouth twitched. He looked in disbelief at the man who had suddenly rushed out. Brutal. Too brutal. He instinctively glanced at Baldy Long, only to see him tighten his grip on his own rebar, his face filled with wistful satisfaction. Finally, one of his guys had delivered justice for Nianbing. "There's still one in the car," Baldy Long reminded him coolly, the rebar in his hand creaking under his grip. The bruiser heard him, his molars practically gleaming. The bulging muscles on his arms strained against the black fabric of his sleeves as he yanked the car door open with the brute force of a wild bull. Meichuan Xiongzhao was stuck in the passenger seat. Due to the angle, he hadn't seen what was happening outside, only faintly hearing a few roars from Third Brother. The door was suddenly wrenched open. He instinctively tightened his grip on the pistol in his hand. "Don't get jumpy. I'll get you out first." The bruiser showed extreme indifference to the dark muzzle of the gun, leaving Meichuan Xiongzhao momentarily unsure whether to shoot. But the bruiser paid him no mind, grabbing Meichuan Xiongzhao's arm and yanking him out. "A gun? Heh, you think I've never seen one of these? I'm the assistant head of the props department. I'm in charge of handing out those 2 crates of firearms on set." Ard. The forceful pulling on his wound brought tears to Meichuan Xiongzhao's eyes. This really hurt. After a few fruitless tugs on his shoulder, the bruiser looked down and saw the trapped leg. His eyes narrowed, and the rebar came into play. This piece of rebar demonstrated its professional competence. What's that saying? As long as the rebar is thick enough, there's no corner it can't pry loose. Using the rebar as a crowbar, the bruiser actually managed to pry open a gap in the passenger side. A flicker of strange gratitude crossed Meichuan Xiongzhao's stunned face. Just as he was about to turn and check the situation over there, crack, a sharp snap came from his leg. Meichuan Xiongzhao's front teeth chattered. "You pull me out just for this? Why go to all that trouble?" In a little while, it would have snapped on its own for being pinned. Crack, another snap, and Meichuan Xiongzhao's good leg was broken too. The bruiser's technique and execution looked professionally trained, decisive, precise, clean, and smooth. The entire sequence of movements was as fluid as flowing water, without the slightest pause or hesitation, as if honed through countless repetitions. Especially the arc of the rebar's swing and the angle of its impact. Fu Heng, watching from the side, was mesmerized. "This guy, is he a grandmaster too?" "You." A vicious glint flashed in Meichuan Xiongzhao's eyes as he raised the pistol in his hand. But before he could pull the trigger, the bruiser grabbed the gun. The grip was very particular, his fingers directly jamming the slide. He'd used his position to practice this move with Heavenly King Lu for ages. Okay, cool, right? Meichuan Xiongzhao still hadn't figured out how his gun was taken when he copped a kick to the face. This was a scene straight out of a Brother Hona movie. It should have been accompanied by a line. Pointing a gun at me? Do you like the pattern on my soul? Pierre Cardin. But the bruiser ultimately didn't say the line. He understood that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. The boss had already seen his performance. The next movie. I should get my chance, right? All done, boss. The bruiser grinned, casually tucked the pistol into his waistband, and retrieved the rebar, a look of fulfilled desire on his face. Give that to me. Fu Hang licked his lips hesitantly and took the pistol from the bruiser. After switching off the safety, he glanced uncertainly at the bruiser. This guy, he doesn't actually think this is a prop, does he? Later, get him to you Chu's side. Fu Hang mused for a long time before quietly saying to Baldy Long at his side. Baldy Long nodded impassively, while the bruiser's face was flushed red, tears welling in his eyes. I made it. I seized the opportunity. Acting? The best I could do is become the next Brother Honam. But following Big Sis-in-Law, I'll be the next Long Out Yin. Wailing sirens sounded one after another as a dense crowd gathered. Fu Hang stretched lazily, leaning against the GT900, his fingers gliding slowly over the hood as if caressing delicate skin. It really is a reward from the system. This performance, if it were an ordinary sports car, today wouldn't have been nearly this thrilling. Wait a minute. System? Reward? Holy crap. The GT900 is my private property. Fu Hang could no longer get involved in the on-site matters. He exchanged a look with Mark, said nothing, and returned to the film crew with a constipated expression. Tomorrow's shoot might have to be postponed. Repairing this car. Fu Hang looked at director Liu, a bit embarrassed. The car had been flying and crashing all day, and the external damage was very obvious. We have enough footage, director Liu said calmly, unperturbed by honor or disgrace. He had been watching playback just now. It was the same old saying. With Fu Hang in a scene, no accident was truly an accident. It was another car chase scene that exceeded expectations. Not only did he have enough footage of Fu Hang for editing, but even the shots of those bruisers driving recklessly seemed more visually impactful than those of professional stunt drivers. The main selling point is its realism. The only drawback was the two motorcycles carrying passengers. Give Crow an assistant? Director Liu fell into a dilemma. Fu Hang choked for a moment. His gaze swept across the set, noticing those familiar stares, as if looking at a monster. Meanwhile, after the two Japanese individuals were escorted away, Old Ing, Jifeng, and Shen Xiao, who had rushed over, gathered together. Jifeng's expression was excited, as were those of the P420 temporary security personnel standing guard on the perimeter. These temps had sighs on their faces. Most of them had treated this mission as a vacation. No training, no guard duty, and they even got to watch a movie being filmed on site. It was a perk from the organization. Who would have thought this perk had a hidden bonus? The problem now is, how do we write the report? Chen Xiao, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly excited, mainly because he'd experienced too much and had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Old Ying's brow also furrowed. He seemed to somewhat understand the man in the trench coat now. The identities of the two captured today were very sensitive, especially with Ghost Shadow involved. Although Fu Hang had once again performed a great service, he absolutely could not be implicated publicly. Why are you looking at me? Jifeng, still excited, suddenly froze as that familiar panic spread in his heart. You're the Soldier King. Olding reminded him earnestly, looking down. Recall everything carefully and draft a report first. We'll help you supplement it later. But hurry up. There are too many eyes and ears on the film set. We need an official account quickly. Chen Xiao patted Jifeng's shoulder hard, speaking earnestly. No, Jifeng's mouth slowly fell open. He understood. Deja vu, anyone? For no reason, the image of that blonde kid from the crew, hunched over his computer, typing away, surfaced in Jifeng's mind. Maybe I should treat them to a meal first? That blonde kid seemed pretty professional. This spring festival, a helicopter exploded on a mountain road in the suburbs of Hancheng. Roadside footage of the incident gave the pre-release publicity for Crow 3 a massive boost. However, the melon-eating masses were unaware. At the site where the helicopter exploded, a retired Soldier King, through meticulous planning, executed a flawless arrest operation. He successfully apprehended two foreign criminals who had secretly infiltrated the country, attempting to stir up trouble and undermine social stability, once again achieving a brilliant feat. Jack Solomon received the news on the third day. The person delivering the message showed him an interrogation video. What are you here for? To assassinate Jack Solomon. The video was brief, just those 2 lines of dialogue. That afternoon, Jack Solomon's immigration plan was officially set in motion. He even submitted a second-generation ID authentication application form through some influential contacts he'd gotten to know over the past few days. Of course, whatever else was submitted along with it was not for outsiders to know. Fu Hang's scenes were completely wrapped up. To avoid delaying post-production, he didn't throw a wrap party. Instead, with a grand gesture, he gave a hefty red envelope bonus to the entire crew in the company's name. Now that these were expenses that could be covered by the company account, Fu Hang spent the money without a trace of guilt. After finishing a few limited close-up shots, Fu Hang finally had some downtime. Well, not exactly downtime. It was more like Fu Hang had temporarily finished his side gig and was returning to his main job. "Can you make it to the party tonight?" Shen Qingluan's message popped up. Fu Hang stared at his phone, stunned for a moment. Only then did he remember the class reunion before the new year that he'd missed because he was filming. He seemed to recall saying he'd arrange a get-together for everyone once he was done. "Send me the address." Fu Hang pinched the bridge of his nose, surreptitiously glancing at Qin Yuchu, who was washing rice. "Got plans tonight?" Qin Yuchu stopped what she was doing. "A college reunion," Fu Hang replied casually, his tone perfectly natural. But as soon as he said it, Fu Hang regretted it. Too casual, too natural. That was the most unnatural thing about it. They had just agreed to eat at home. Damn it. Clearly, this wasn't his forte. Playing the scoundrel didn't come as effortlessly as his old fawning ways. "Oh, then I won't cook. I'll go scrounge a meal downstairs." Qin Yuchu put the inner pot back into the rice cooker and wiped her hands on her apron. "Oh, I didn't go last time, and I promise to treat everyone this time." Fu Hang tested the waters carefully, setting his phone to vibrate. Don't drink too much. Actually, never mind. You can't get drunk anyway." Qin Yuchu turned her head with a smile and sat down on the sofa. "By the way, the GT900 is a bit troublesome to repair. How about you pick another car?" Fu Hang stood up. His phone vibrated in his hand. Shen Qingluan must have sent the address, but Fu Hang didn't look. "No need. Brother Long sent one over yesterday. Said it was left over from the set." Qin Yuchu shrugged indifferently. "All right then, you drive it for now. If you don't like it, tell me, and I'll buy you another one. Are you trying to indirectly increase my debt?" Qin Yuchu suddenly tilted her head. Fu Hang fell silent. 2,000 a pop. This debt was getting heavy. "No, Weiqi." Why did it feel like he was the one in debt? Fu Hang gathered his things and left. Although it was still early, he didn't quite dare to stay at home. The venue was a well-reputed restaurant. The ambience was decent, and it wasn't too expensive, a top choice for class reunions. He didn't know if Shen Qingluan had picked the place. Arriving at the restaurant, Fu Hang realized he was indeed early. He was the first one there. Wonder who else is coming. Fu Hang sat down in the private room. It wasn't very large, just a standard table for 10. "Sir, would you like to see the menu first?" the waiter asked respectfully. "No need for the menu. You guys can just arrange something. Give me an ashtray." Fu Hang waved his hand dismissively. "What price range, then? What are the options? We have set menus at 100, 200, or 300 per person. Let's go with 200. Fu Hang pondered for a moment and gave a middle ground answer. This was a class reunion. Although he didn't know who Shen Qingluan had invited, this wasn't the time for Fu Hang to show off and act like a big shot. From the restaurant Shen Qingluan had booked, Fu Hang understood her intentions. If she really wanted him to show off, she would have booked the 5-star when be in. The waiter left. Fu Hang took out his cigarette, but before he could light it, the door to the private room was pushed open. Hangzi, a head peeked in from the doorway, wearing an eager smile. "Xiaoang, what are you doing here?" Surprise lit up Fu Hang's face, and he quickly stood up from his seat. Xiaoang, his college roommate. Although they weren't in the same major, he was undoubtedly Fu Hang's best buddy during college. If nothing else, Xiaoang had sincerely tried to talk Fu Hang out of simping for Shen Qingluan back in college, many times. Back then, Xiaoang had been incredibly earnest, presenting facts, reasoning, citing classics, appealing to emotion and logic, and even eventually resorting to angry rebukes, furious at Fu Hang's lack of spirit and lamenting his unfortunate situation. Alas, a simp is a creature unswayed by external factors. It was just a shame this guy, who had studied finance, muddled through for 2 years after graduation, saw through the ways of the world, and returned to his hometown to open a supermarket. Since then, the two had practically lost contact. "What? Not happy to see me?" Xiaoang casually sat down next to Fu Hang, looking him up and down. Fu Hang didn't say anything, just offered him a cigarette, but Xiaoang surprisingly didn't take it. "I quit." Xiaoang waved his hand politely. "You quit?" Fu Hang was completely astonished. "No way. You were the one who got me started on smoking, and now you're telling me you quit. You should cut back too, Xiaoang said nonchalantly, picking up the teapot on the table and pouring himself a cup. Buddy, is something wrong with your health? Fu Heng's expression turned serious. This was the same guy who had once told him there were two types of people you couldn't befriend: those who could get up the moment their alarm went off on a freezing day, and those who could quit smoking. These two types of people were ruthless, even to themselves, and not to be deeply involved with. Get lost. Xiaoang shot Fu Heng a sideways glance. Fu Heng's brow furrowed. He didn't relax despite the familiar get lost. He carefully scrutinized Xiaoang. They were the same age, but Xiaoang now carried an air of maturity and world-weariness uncommon for men their age, especially the faint dark circles under his eyes, which gave Fu Heng a vague sense of familiarity. He'd seen a man like that in the class reunion photos Shen Qingluan had posted on her moments. Xiaoang wasn't doing well. Fu Heng was suddenly speechless. Someone who studied finance ending up running a supermarket back home. It would be a miracle if he was doing well. Are you here traveling, or just to see old classmates? Fu Heng didn't pursue the matter further and silently stubbed out the cigarette he had just lit. People who had quit smoking were the most sensitive to others smoking around them. How are things between you and Shen Qingluan now? Xiaoang, however, glanced at the closed door and asked hesitantly. They're all right, I guess. Fu Heng didn't know how to answer. You're not still simping for her, are you? Xiaoang's expression was a bit odd. More or less. Fu Heng pursed his lips, suddenly wanting a cigarette again. Sigh. Xiaoang sighed, but his next sentence stunned Fu Heng. Actually, I came here this time because I need to ask her for a favor. If you two have made any progress, maybe you could put in a good word for me later. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Xiaoang's face. He didn't even seem to think Fu Heng and Shen Qingluan would have made any progress. Fu Heng eyed him suspiciously, but said nothing. He'd caught that flicker of awkwardness. In the past, Xiaoang had relentlessly torn Shen Qingluan down in front of Fu Heng, practically calling her worthless, stopping just short of labeling her a green tea, the seemingly innocent but secretly manipulative type. Even to Shen Qingluan's face, Xiaoang had never shown a hint of pleasantness. This had led Fu Heng to consciously or unconsciously distance himself from Xiaoang as graduation approached. And now, Xiaoang was actually asking Shen Qingluan for a favor. I'm planning to return to Hanqing to find a job, Xiaoang said flatly after a long silence. Fu Heng was taken aback again. I was originally planning to get married in the second half of the year, but, Xiaoang suddenly gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Who'd have guessed? When it comes to marriage, love isn't worth a damn. Fu Heng was silent. These were real-life problems, but they felt distant to him. He understood the bitterness in Xiaoang's words, but found it hard to truly empathize. What he did sense, though, was that the man before him had truly been worn down by life. In Fu Heng's memory, Xiaoang was a man of strong character, the kind who'd rather break than bend, principled and unyielding. When he realized he couldn't change his circumstances, he decisively quit a respectable job and returned to his hometown to open a small convenience store. It might have looked like running away, but it was his way of refusing to compromise with himself or the world. His inability to tolerate Shen Qingluan in college was a prime example. But now he was saying he wanted to come back, and by asking Shen Qingluan for help, no less. I heard from a classmate before the new year that Shen Qingluan is now the HR manager at Yuanbo Trading, Xiaoang continued, not trying to hide anything. Even though it had been a while, he didn't treat Fu Heng like a stranger. I saw their online job ads. Yuanbo Trading is hiring after the new year, and I thought I'd give it a shot. But with my resume as it is now, I probably wouldn't even get through the initial screening. His flat tone carried an undercurrent of deep resignation. Fu Heng's expression, however, turned odd. The internet in your hometown must be pretty bad. Your info's a bit out of date. Shen Qingluan was HR manager ages ago, wasn't she? Still, when it came to job hunting, going to Shen Qingluan wasn't exactly wrong. Actually, Fu Heng began, looking at the dark circles under Xiaoang's eyes, wondering how to phrase it. But just then, the door to their private room swung open again. Well, don't tell me I'm not the first to arrive, Xiaoang. You're back. A man in a suit and tie pushed the door open and came in. Just got here. And look at you right on time, Xiaoang said with a smile, greeting the arrival. The newcomer was Li Huaibei, another one of their old dorm mates. He'd been in the same major and even the same class as Fu Heng. Li Huaibei, however, was a smooth operator, and he and Xiaoang didn't get along. Xiaoang, with his uncompromising nature, the type who couldn't stand even a hint of duplicity, had always scorned people like Huaibei. Fu Hang greeted him with a smile too, but his conversation with Xiaoang naturally petered out. Some things just couldn't be said in front of Li Huaibei. No rush, Fu Hang thought. If Xiaoang was really here about a job, there'd be another chance to talk. Hangzi, you're looking pretty sharp. Doing well for yourself, huh? Li Huaibei sat down next to them. Hey, and get this, I saw this short video clip a while back. The singer looked just like you. If I didn't know what your singing was really like, I'd have sworn you'd gone into live streaming. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes, a bright red pack of premium Zhonghua cigarettes. Li Xiang repeated that he'd quit, but Fu Hang felt he couldn't refuse. There were still fresh butts in the ashtray before him. Fu Hang pulled out his lighter. As he was about to light up, Li Huaibei, sharp-eyed as ever, suddenly grabbed his hand. Are you really still simping for Qingluan? Li Huaibei snatched the lighter from Fu Hang's hand. It was a kerosene lighter with a lifelike engraved portrait on it. Anyone who had seen Shen Qingluan would recognize it at a glance. Is that so surprising? Fu Hang found it rather funny. Damn, my simp reputation is really holding strong, isn't it? The lighter was, naturally, that custom-made surprise Shen Qingluan had given him back in the day. Fu Hang had made a special trip back to his rented apartment to pick it up before coming out tonight. It's all in the details. You're a lost cause, man. She wasn't into you back in college. What makes you think you've got a shot now? Li Huaibei lit his own cigarette with it. So, what have you been up to all these years, anyway? He hesitated for a split second, then handed the lighter back to Fu Hang. That brief hesitation clearly betrayed his intention to pocket it. Oh, just drifting. Delivered food, drove for a rideshare app, dabbled in finance, sold bubble tea, sang, wrote songs, acted in a movie. Fu Hang placed the lighter on the table before him with a playful smirk, the engraved side up, glinting under the restaurant's crystal chandelier. Li Xiang and Li Huaibei both chuckled. The door to the private room opened repeatedly as more familiar faces trickled in, and the atmosphere grew livelier. There's something special about being classmates. It represents a kind of lingering innocence in relationships. Fu Hang felt more relaxed than he had in ages. Almost everyone who came and teased him, calling him a simp. To him, this was a sort of validation of his efforts, and Fu Hang felt a touch of smug satisfaction. The lighter on the table seemed to gleam even brighter. But it also made Fu Hang start to take mental stock of who had shown up. There weren't many, a mix of men and women, but they were all people who formed a common link between him and Shen Qingluan from their college days. People who knew them both, who'd been part of both their lives. One of them had even been Fu Hang's rival for her affections back then. Ahem. Another less dedicated simp. The kind who tried his luck for 3 months before fading into obscurity. So, was Qingluan going for a nostalgia play today? The private room door was pushed open again, and a fashionably late Shen Qingluan stood at the entrance with a radiant smile. No one seemed to think her tardiness was rude. In fact, her making a late entrance felt almost expected. Beauty, in many, or rather, most situations, simply grants a certain inherent leniency. Even if some secretly minded, over time, people just got used to it. It became the norm. Shen Qingluan was dressed more simply today than usual. A pullover hoodie, slim-fit jeans, and sneakers, exuding a youthful vibe. Her wavy, ash-blonde hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, making her look remarkably like a college student. Yet, despite the casual attire, her entrance instantly hushed the entire room. Simply radiant. Sorry I'm late, everyone, Shen Qingluan said with a smile, greeting them all. She glanced at the head seat that had clearly been saved for her, then her eyes flicked up towards the air conditioning vent. We all just got here too. Qingluan, please sit down, Li Huaibei said, eagerly getting up and pulling out a chair next to his own. But Shen Qingluan walked straight over to Li Xiang. Li Xiang, she said with a polite smile, let's switch seats. It looks a bit drafty where you are. A peculiar tension filled the room. Everyone exchanged glances. Li Huaibei plastered on a smile to hide his awkwardness, while a few of the girls watched with gleaming eyes, practically buzzing with gossip. Because Li Xiang was sitting right next to Fu Hang. The story between Fu Hang and Shen Qingluan was something their friends still loved to gossip about, even years later. Let me tell you, I had this classmate in college. Now that guy was a real simp. After a brief daze, Li Xiang quickly stood up and moved aside. In the past, he might have thrown in a few sarcastic remarks. But times had changed. Today, he was the one asking for a favor. Everyone had arrived, food and drinks were served, glasses clinked, and the conversation flowed pleasantly. At class reunions, even if some people deliberately tried to show off or act superior, the atmosphere usually remained quite harmonious. Besides, among those present today, the women's looks were outshone, and the men weren't doing too well for themselves, so there wasn't much of an atmosphere for showing off. So, the conversation mostly revolved around amusing anecdotes from their college days, reminiscing about their wonderful, youthful years and fondly recalling their bygone youth. Fu Hang felt himself relaxing more and more. The hail of bullets and storm of blades he'd experienced recently seemed to be washed away. He wasn't sure if someone was deliberately steering the conversation, but no matter the topic, it somehow always ended up mentioning his glorious past as a simp. He even began to wonder if he'd misremembered when his system had awakened. Had it been 6 years ago? Damn, was I that professional back then? After a few rounds of drinks, Xiaoang, after mulling it over for a long time, finally raised his glass to Shen Qingluan. Qingluan, to be honest, I came a-hunching this time because I actually have something I need your help with. Xiaoang held his glass with both hands, his tone unusually serious. Fu Hang frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Xiaoang to bring this up in front of everyone. Shen Qingluan looked quite startled and quickly raised the drink in front of her. I heard from some other classmates a while ago that you're now the HR manager at Yuanbo Trading. I was hoping to try my luck at Yuanbo Trading. Xiaoang lowered his glass significantly, making his posture seem almost servile. A flicker of pity crossed Fu Hang's eyes. He suddenly guessed a reason why Xiaoang had quit smoking. It was absurd, yet it seemed to make sense. Back when he was facing that armed human trafficker, Fu Hang had said something similar while pretending to be crazy. To save up for the bride price, I even quit smoking. I know this might be asking a lot, but I hope you'll give me a chance for old time's sake, as former classmates. Without waiting for Shen Qingluan's reply, Xiaoang tilted his head back and downed his drink in one go. Everyone else at the table silently lowered their heads. As Fu Hang knew, the others had also heard bits and pieces about Xiaoang's past remarks concerning Shen Qingluan. As for Shen Qingluan becoming an HR manager, she had once posted about it on her moments. Most of these classmates, who knew her well, saw through her ways. So when that post came out, many secretly gossiped that Shen Qingluan was being kept by the boss of Yuanbo Trading. Whether it was envy or jealousy, such reactions were only human. This was also why today's conversations kept inexplicably circling back to Fu Hang. Some were deliberately mocking him, while others were genuinely trying to give him a hint. Everyone had seen that conspicuous lighter. But now, with Xiaoang suddenly making such a scene, Fu Hang was probably the one who felt most awkward, right? I'm sorry, you might not know this, but I've already resigned from Yuanbo Trading. After a slight pause, Shen Qingluan took a small sip of her drink, her smile still gentle and graceful. Disappointment instantly clouded Xiaoang's face. He glanced awkwardly at Fu Hang, who was watching him with a complicated expression, and forced a bitter smile. It's fine. I just mentioned it casually. Xiaoang sat down, looking sheepish. However, if you're planning to come back to Hanchang to work, have you considered you? Shen Qingluan tilted her head, glanced at Fu Hang, and asked with a smile. Hengyu. Xiaoang's eyes widened. That was a publicly listed company. Yes, I work at Hengyu now. If you're willing to give Hengyu a try, come to the company tomorrow and contact me. Shen Qingluan smiled, put down her glass, her charming eyes radiating a soft glow. See, can I really? Xiaoang was rather stunned. This answer exceeded his expectations. It shouldn't be a big problem, Shen Qingluan replied calmly. The private room fell silent again. Just moments ago, hearing Shen Qingluan had resigned from Yuanbo, everyone had assumed she'd been dumped. Many were still sneering inwardly. In the blink of an eye, she'd latched onto an executive at a listed company? Just as expected. These days, as long as a beautiful woman was willing to go all out, the doors of villas would always be open to her. Because of this interlude, the atmosphere for the rest of the evening wasn't as lively, and that included Xiaoang. Going from Yuanbo to Hengyu, he wasn't ecstatic. Instead, he began to worry about personal gains and losses again. The same emotions he'd felt when leaving Hanqing years ago inexplicably resurfaced. Fu Hang's mood was also clearly affected. He kept unconsciously looking at Xiaoang, but the words he had originally planned to say became even harder to voice. He didn't know why Xiaoang had become like this, and it made him worry that Xiaoang might not be able to accept his current changes. Can't stand to see a brother suffer, but even less can I stand to see a brother drive a Land Rover. This wasn't just a joke. The human heart is complex, and it's also fickle. The gathering ended. Perhaps due to the atmosphere, no one suggested a second round or after party. When Fu Hang went to pay the bill, no one made a polite show of trying to pay instead. Weren't you the simp? Shen Qingluan organized this get-together. So isn't it perfectly normal for you to pay? Everyone said their goodbyes at the restaurant entrance, exchanging polite remarks about keeping in touch. Shen Qingluan hadn't driven. Her ride-hail car was the first to arrive. Fu Hang smiled and said goodbye to her. During the dinner, the two of them had actually interacted very little, with almost no private conversation. It was only when others brought up their past that they would exchange a knowing smile. Watching Shen Qingluan's departing figure, Xiaoang clapped Fu Hang firmly on the shoulder. "How did you get here?" Xiaoang asked Fu Hang. "I took a cab." Fu Hang glanced at two business vans parked in the distance before hesitantly replying. "Come on, I'll give you a ride." Xiaoang slung an arm around Fu Hang's shoulder and headed towards a parking lot. "You're this drunk." Fu Hang rolled his eyes. "I have a designated driver." Xiaoang pointed to the reflective vests of drivers waiting outside the parking lot. Fu Hang pursed his lips again. He had one of those vests too. He just hadn't worn it in a long time. Xiaoang's car was a gasoline car, about 50% new. It looked rather grimy, whether from lack of maintenance or because it was bought secondhand. Because the designated driver was in the car, the two didn't talk deeply about anything. After much hesitation, Fu Hang gave the address of the rented apartment he still hadn't given up. The car drove into the residential complex, but Xiaoang directed the driver to park in an empty spot by the roadside and paid the fare. Fu Hang looked at Xiaoang, puzzled. "I'm going to see just how you're really getting by, kid." Xiaoang gave Fu Hang a shove, his face etched with frustration, like he was sorely disappointed in Fu Hang for not trying harder. Fu Hang was speechless, taking Xiaoang back to his rented apartment. The place hadn't been lived in for a while. If Fu Hang hadn't come by before dinner to open the windows and air it out, it would probably have reeked. Xiaoang scanned the shabby apartment, a knowing look on his face. "So, what's really going on between you and Shen Qingluan?" Xiaoang plopped down on the basic sofa. It was so hard that his butt ached from the jolt. What situation?" Fu Hang didn't know how to explain. "At dinner today, she picked up food for you twice, handed you a napkin 3 times, and poured you a drink 6 times, Xiaoang said calmly, staring up at the ceiling. "What on earth have you been up to all these years, kid?" Fu Hang was baffled. "What kind of details are you even noticing?" "Running a convenience store, what else? What can you do sitting behind the counter every day except watch people?" Xiaoang laughed self-deprecatingly. Fu Hang was speechless and sat down next to Xiaoang. The words he couldn't bring himself to say earlier felt even harder to voice now that they were here. A man's pride is a strange thing, so strong at times, yet so fragile at others. "She gave you that lighter, didn't she?" Xiaoang suddenly said, his tone full of meaning. "Is it that obvious?" Fu Hang pulled out the lighter and twirled it between his fingers. "I get the feeling you're headed for the A6 lifestyle." Xiaoang smirked, but his expression was very complicated. Fu Hang understood the dig and felt extremely awkward. "Haven't you thought about yourself at all?" Xiaoang tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the shabby apartment again. Though things were neatly arranged, it clearly hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Obviously, no woman had set foot in here. "I'm doing okay right now." Fu Hang hesitated even more, wondering how to broach the subject. Xiaoang, however, said nothing and took Fu Hang's lighter. "Know why I quit smoking?" Xiaoang asked, his voice calm as he stroked the lighter's intricate carvings. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, but didn't speak. "It's because I damn well couldn't afford it anymore. Me, a convenience store owner, couldn't even afford to smoke cigarettes at cost price." Being alone together seemed to transport Xiaoang back to their dorm room days, to those times they'd sit across from each other, talking about life. "Business not going well?" Fu Hang asked instinctively. "You know my family situation. That convenience store took everything we had. But my mother-in-law demands a $300,000 down payment for a new house, plus a bride price of $300,000, Xiaoang said, his voice heavy with a sigh. His tone wasn't particularly forceful, but Fu Hang could sense the helplessness in his resigned words. "Got any alcohol? Let's have some more." Xiaoang was silent for a long while before looking up at Fu Hang. "I'll go downstairs and buy some." Fu Hang didn't say much. He had to help his friend, but the question was how. "Give me the cigarettes," Xiaoang called out to Fu Hang. Fu Hang didn't hesitate either, tossing the pack from his pocket over to him. When Fu Hang returned, the apartment was thick with smoke. Xiaoang looked like he was trying to make up for all the cigarettes he'd given up. Fu Hang had bought a lot: cigarettes, alcohol, and some pre-packaged snacks to go with the drinks. They stopped talking about heavy topics, just like it used to be in their dorm room on the last night before a break, drinking and chatting about anything and everything. Fu Hang knew Xiaoang was under a lot of pressure, and the most important thing now was to help him release it. The clown understood this kind of suppression best. As for what came next, whether it involved Yuanbua or Hengyu, he couldn't just watch his friend go on like this. During their second round of drinks, Xiaoang's last words were, if Shen Qingluan is really willing to support you, don't be so difficult about it. That's just how the world is. After saying this, Xiaoang completely passed out. Fu Heng moved Xiaoang to his bed. Not feeling drunk at all, he went to the balcony and lit a cigarette. Actually, he'd been thinking earlier, if he didn't have his system, would he be in the same state? Could he have done any better than Xiaoang? Probably not. At least Xiaoang once had ambitions, whereas he, before getting the system, had none. Fu Heng felt a tightness in his chest. But then he saw an unexpected figure downstairs in the residential complex. He hesitated for a moment, then quickly headed out and downstairs. What are you doing here? Fu Heng's face was full of surprise. It was Shen Qingluan. Xiaoang sent me a message just now, thanking me specifically. I casually asked where he was, and he said he was drinking with you. So I figured you'd be here. I just didn't know which building. Shen Qingluan smiled sweetly, tilting her head as if to say, aren't I clever? So you just came for a chance encounter. Shen Qingluan's smile grew even brighter, her faint dimples looking surprisingly deep in the night. What was that saying? Your dimples hold no wine, yet I'm drunk beyond saving. Fu Heng's gaze became a little hazy. The many memories stirred up today were infinitely magnified in this moment. They talked so much about our past today. I went home and thought about a lot. Shen Qingluan reached out and gently took Fu Heng's hands. Fu Heng didn't speak, an awkward smile on his face. Just as I thought. She's laying her cards on the table. I suddenly realized that you might understand me even better than I understand myself. Shen Qingluan looked straight at Fu Heng, the warmth of her palms slowly transferring to him. I used to think I was so clever, but after hearing them talk today, I realized everyone knew deep down what kind of woman I am. Fu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. The hand Shen Qingluan was holding tightened its grip, clasping her fingers. That's the kind of woman I am. A green tea, a gold digger, vain, and I love to be adored. You've met my parents. That's the kind of family I come from. Shen Qingluan's gaze was calm, as if she were describing someone else. Fu Heng's eyes flickered. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how. Don't say anything. Just listen. Shen Qingluan suddenly stopped him. I don't dare ask if the past 6 years were real or fake, but I'm very happy because you fulfilled my every desire. You're a simp, a qualified simp. You simped your way right into my heart. Please don't tell me it was fake. I don't want to know why. In my eyes, you're just a simp. Shen Qingluan's alluring peach blossom eyes radiated a captivating charm, her shifting pupils glistening like water in the night. Then it was real. Fu Heng suddenly lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. Simp. Shen Qingluan suddenly laughed. As she laughed crystal clear, jewel-like tears welled up in her peach blossom eyes, slid down her cheeks, and landed on the back of Fu Heng's hand, splashing like tiny stars. Fu Heng stared at her blurred pupils, a wave of emotion washing over him. This 7 injuries ruthless sword technique of hers, it truly kills without a trace. Shen Qingluan was constantly improving, while he felt like he was losing his bearings. Faced with this sword strike from Shen Qingluan, one that wounded the enemy by first wounding herself, he couldn't think of any countermove. Shen Qingluan's strike was true. Both the timing and the angle of her attack were perfect. Fu Heng was pierced. The two embraced quietly, without any overly intimate or inappropriate actions. After standing for a while, Fu Heng led Shen Qingluan to a bench in the residential complex, and they sat down. The weather was starting to warm up, and the night felt exceptionally gentle. The old residential complex was filled with the warmth of everyday life. They could faintly hear a loud TV from some distant home. Neither of them spoke again. They leaned against each other quietly, feeling the air around them, listening to each other's heartbeats. I'm sleepy, Shen Qingluan suddenly said in a low voice. Let me take you home. Fu Heng's heart tightened, his tone growing even gentler. Shen Qingluan looked up shyly, but her gaze fell on a striking billboard outside the complex. It was an advertisement for a hotel. Xiaoang drank too much. I need to go back and keep an eye on him, Fu Heng said with a sigh of resignation. Okay, get some rest. No need to see me out, I drove. You've been drinking, so you can't drive, Shen Qingluan said understandingly, placing her hand on Fu Heng's cheek. Be careful on your way then, and message me when you get home. Fu Heng also raised his hand and tucked a strand of Shen Qingluan's bangs, which had fallen across her forehead, behind her ear. Shen Qingluan turned and walked toward the luxury car parked by the roadside. Fu Heng watched her leave, giving a small wave in the night breeze. Driving out of the complex, Shen Qingluan suddenly slowed down, her gaze sweeping over the billboard by the road. Was I too hasty? She murmured, frowning. Fu Hang went back upstairs, a wry smile on his face, his lips feeling dry. Damn it. Is everyone after my body? Why don't you at least raise your affection points first? He took out his phone and saw a message from Qingluan sent 20 minutes ago. Fu Hang took a deep breath. He snapped a photo of Xiaoang, who was unconscious on the bed, and sent it to her. A classmate got wasted. I'm worried we might be attending his funeral in a few days, so I have to watch him tonight. Resign emoji. Okay, I'm off to bed then. Kiss emoji. Qingluan replied instantly. Putting down his phone, Fu Hang looked again at Xiaoang, who was already snoring. See, there are plenty of women who want to take care of me. That night, Fu Hang lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling all night. Even a man like Xiaoang has compromised with the world. So if I'm a bit of a dog, a bit of a scumbag, that's normal, right? I'm the best at being a professional simp. No sex, just feelings. Xiaoang had truly drunk too much, because it was all Baijio. He didn't even get up to use the toilet and only woke up groggily around 10 in the morning. Why didn't you wake me? Xiaoang asked after a brief moment of confusion, his senses returning. You were dead to the world. How could I wake you? Fu Hang, who had already returned with breakfast, rolled his eyes speechlessly. I have an interview at Yuanbo today, Xiaoang said, annoyed and anxious, rushing into the bathroom. Seeing a new, still-packaged toothbrush and towel, Xiaoang sighed softly. This Fu Hang, still the same as ever. Back in the dorms, if the dorm bathroom ran out of toilet paper, it was definitely Fu Hang who forgot to buy more. Do you have a suit? Can I borrow it? I didn't expect things to move this fast, so I didn't bring mine. Xiaoang quickly washed his face and came out in a rush. Sit down first. I need to talk to you about something. Fu Hang stared at him for a long moment, then took a deep breath. Talk about what? Didn't we talk enough last night? Don't you know how important today is for me? It's already 10 o'clock. Xiaoang's gaze swept around the rented apartment, searching for where a suit might be. Sit. Fu Hang pointed to the sofa beside him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Say what you will, after acting pretentious so many times, he could really pull off this kind of imposing aura. It was quite intimidating. Xiaoang actually sat down on the sofa, subconsciously. All right, if things really work out today, shouldn't I show some appreciation? You've simped for Shen Qingluan for so many years, you should know her preferences. Give me some advice, Xiaoang said, having just sat down when something suddenly occurred to him. No need, it's fine. I'm not you, am I? Xiaoang. Fu Hang interrupted him again. Do you know what Shen Qingluan's position at Hengyu is? Fu Hang stared at him for a moment, then pushed the Jiden Guanbing in front of him towards Xiaoang. HR manager too? Xiaoang's eyes lit up. She's the CEO, Fu Hang replied calmly. Xiaoang's hand, reaching for the Jiden Guanbing, froze mid-air. He thought he had misheard and looked at Fu Hang in disbelief. So, she was, by Yuan was boss. Something like that. Fu Hang suddenly sounded deflated. A flicker of pity flashed in Xiaoang's eyes. He numbly picked up the Jiden Guanbing and took a bite. Actually, what I wanted to tell you. I've actually done quite well for myself these past few years. Fu Hang, seeing the pity in Xiaoang's eyes, couldn't help but speak up again. Yeah, that kind of positive attitude is important. Xiaoang subconsciously glanced around the rented apartment. Fu Hang must have woken up early. The place had been tidied up and looked much neater. What I mean is, if you like Yuanbo, I should be able to put in a good word for you, Fu Hang said very sincerely. You know people at Yuanbo? Yeah, the CEO of Yuanbo is my girlfriend, Fu Hang answered honestly. He had thought about it all night and felt it was best to be direct. If Xiaoang was willing to bow his head for Shen Qingluan, he should be able to accept the fact that Fu Hang had made it big. Instead of Xiaoang having to suck up to someone like Shen Qingluan, it would be more appropriate for him to ask Fu Hang for help directly. Right? But the Jiden Guanbing Xiaoang had just stuffed into his mouth sprayed out. Seriously? Xiaoang took the napkin Fu Hang handed him. These past few years, I've actually made some money playing the stock market. Fu Hang used a napkin to wipe the sprayed Jiden Guanbing off his clothes. Too close, too fast, too wide a spray. The 3/2 of a gunshot. Even a grandmaster couldn't have dodged that. You know how to play the stock market? Xiaoang, who had studied finance, raised an eyebrow. A little, I guess. Fu Hang's tone suddenly became hesitant. Xiaoang wasn't some clueless old woman. He wasn't that easy to fool. This was the man he had lived with for 4 years. And you made money? Made quite a bit. How much is quite a bit? A lot. Think big. Xiaoang suddenly fell silent and slapped his forehead hard. Was he still drunk? So, whether it's Yuanbo or Hengyu, it's no problem if you want to go there. Even if you want to start your own company, I can invest. The key is that you figure out what you really want. Fu Hang looked Li Xiang in the eyes, his tone incredibly sincere. Li Xiang just stared at him. His mind told him Fu Hang was messing with him, but Fu Hang's sincere gaze told him he was serious. Forget it, don't eat this, it's cold. Let's go out to eat. Anyway, there's no rush with your job search. Just think carefully about what you want. Fu Hang snatched the half-eaten Jiding Guanbing from Li Xiang's hand and pulled him out the door. Li Xiang let himself be dragged along numbly, feeling like none of this was real. But just as they got downstairs, an even more unreal scene abruptly presented itself before him. Two luxury cars, the kind you only see in viral clips, were parked unceremoniously next to his old beater. 5 big, burly men in black suits stood ramrod straight beside them. When Fu Hang emerged, the leader, a bald man with a fierce face, grinned menacingly and opened a car door. His expression, however, was one of pure, kindly honesty. A jarring contrast. Is this how you roll these days? Sliding into the luxury car, Li Xiang finally got a concrete sense of what Fu Hang had been talking about. Actually, there are 2 more behind us. Fu Hang hesitated for a moment, then figured since he'd started, he might as well go all in. It might help Li Xiang make the right choice. You made this playing the stock market. Li Xiang's lips twisted. Yeah. Did you clean out Wall Street? Fu Hang froze, looking at Li Xiang in astonishment. Leave it to a finance guy to be this sharp, huh? Inside the Yonghe soy milk shop, sipping warm soy milk and munching on crispy fried dough sticks, while watching the gloomy-faced but soft-eyed man in black at the next table, Li Xiang finally began to accept it. The SIMP from his memories had undergone a metamorphosis, broken through biological barriers, and transformed into a celestial hound. So, have you decided where you want to go? Or are you thinking of starting your own company? Fu Hang took a sip of soy milk and asked again, seriously. What's your recommendation? Li Xiang pondered for a long time before asking back, just as seriously. That depends on your situation. I can't really give you advice. To be honest, I'm not too familiar with either company. Fu Hang's mouth twitched. Can you really pull strings at Yuanbois? I can. Fu Hang nodded emphatically. Are you kidding? I only just stepped down as CEO a few days ago. Then I'll go to Yuanbois, Li Xiang said decisively. May I ask why? Fu Hang looked skeptical. Publicly traded companies are a murky business. The way they operate isn't something a newcomer like me can just waltz into and succeed. Yuanbois Trading is different. I've looked into their recent projects. They have great growth potential, and since they're just starting up, there's a lot of opportunity. A familiar glint suddenly appeared in Li Xiang's eyes, one that Fu Hang recognized. Fu Hang smiled. Li Xiang was still the same Li Xiang. Without much hesitation, Fu Hang pulled out his phone. Are you at the office? Where else would a corporate drone like me be? Making a living is exhausting, you know. A teasing voice came through the phone. I'm heading over in a bit. Bringing a friend for you to meet, my college roommate. Fu Hang explained briefly. Hanging up, Fu Hang raised an eyebrow at his soy milk. Your girlfriend? Li Xiang downed his soy milk in one gulp and picked up his fried dough stick. Fu Hang had used speakerphone. The voice was lovely, like a voice actress, sparking the imagination. You'll see when we get there. Fu Hang smiled faintly. He finally had that feeling of bringing a bro to meet the missus. So what's the deal with Shen Qingluan then? Li Xiang's train of thought, however, was remarkably clear. Fu Hang's expression stiffened. Well, just simping. Fu Hang looked conflicted. Whether Li Xiang went to Yuanbois or Hung Yu, it seemed this would be hard to hide later on. You simped so hard you became a player? Li Xiang's face was a mask of disbelief. Suddenly, he began to question many of his past convictions. It seemed that $300,000 for a betrothal gift wasn't so urgent anymore. In the CEO's office at Yuanbois Trading, Li Xiang became even more certain of his earlier thought. This is it, the CEO of Yuanbois Trading? Hang's girlfriend? No way. This young woman is even prettier than Shen Qingluan, isn't she? Actually, on the way over, Li Xiang had been speculating, wondering if he was about to meet a matron built like a perfect square, maybe 150 centimeters tall and 180 kg. That Fu Hang's so-called celestial hound status was actually because he'd been adopted by some deified, three-eyed figure. And that's why he and Shen Qingluan maintained that sort of unspoken understanding. Seriously, a simp like Fu Hang would be a natural at living off a woman. But who would have thought this CEO Qin was? His STEM major brain couldn't conjure up a fitting adjective. Hello, I'm Fu Hang's girlfriend, Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu studied Li Xiang with curiosity and politely extended her right hand. CEO Qin, hello. I'm Li Xiang. I actually submitted a resume. Li Xiang, however, made a sudden, traditional bow, clasping one fist in his palm, a gesture identical to lawyer Zhang's from before. It wasn't that Xiaoang suddenly subscribed to the idea that a friend's partner was off limits. It was simply because Qin Yuchu, in her office, had such an overwhelmingly powerful presence. And this spacious CEO's office also felt exceedingly formal and imposing. A resume? Qin Yuchu was pleased with Xiaoang's respectful demeanor, but upon hearing resume, she turned to Fu Hang with a questioning look. My buddy wants to work at Yuanbua, Fu Hang explained patiently. I'm applying for a job, officially. Xiaoang, however, spoke up again abruptly, his gaze on Qin Yuchu clear and firm. Fu Hang glanced sideways, a smile playing on his lips. This was the real Xiaoang. Sit. Fu Hang, make some tea. Qin Yuchu's eyes sparkled as she gestured for Xiaoang to sit in the office's reception area. Xiaoang shot Fu Hang a surprised look. Fu Hang looked equally bewildered. You're such a big-shot CEO. Don't you have an assistant or a secretary or something? Fu Hang glanced around. Couldn't find anyone suitable. How about you do it? Qin Yuchu blinked her large eyes, looking at Fu Hang earnestly. Fu Hang rolled his eyes and went to make tea himself. Xiaoang kept his head down. Of course, he didn't interpret her words as an offer for him to be the CEO's assistant. He understood Qin Yuchu's real meaning. She and Fu Hang were very close, and she was telling him not to be such a stranger. What a shrewd woman. Speaking of which, someone of her caliber, could Fu Hang really have simped his way to her? Since you're Fu Hang's college roommate, I won't beat around the bush. Yuanbua is indeed hiring for many positions. Do you have a particular role in mind? Qin Yuchu settled down in front of Xiaoang, immediately adopting the posture of an HR manager interviewing a candidate. To be honest, my situation is a bit complicated. I graduated with a finance degree and have some work experience. But for certain reasons, I left the industry for a while. Wanting to return now, well, there are things I can't easily discuss. So, whichever position pays the most, that's the one I'm interested in. Xiaoang looked into Qin Yuchu's clear eyes and, almost without thinking, stated his most straightforward desire. This was Xiaoang. He had originally left this city, left this industry, simply because professional knowledge and hard work alone were far from enough in this field. Connections, social resources, and the like often mattered much more than individual ability. It wasn't that he didn't want to work hard. He knew that if he didn't sacrifice his dignity and principles, he would achieve nothing in his life. And in choosing to return this time, he had actually been prepared to give up on his past principles. But then, an unexpected ray of hope appeared. The SIMP had become a celestial hound. Connections and social resources would no longer be his shackles, but rather his support. So now, could he perhaps finally pursue his ambitions? Qin Yuchu was also slightly surprised to hear this. To state such a request so directly, she seemed to understand why Fu Hang had personally brought this Xiaoang over. I have a proposal for in-depth cooperation with the Qin group here. It just came from the Qin side this morning. Qin Yuchu returned to her desk, picked up a document, and sneaked a glance at Fu Hang as she turned. If all goes well, Yuanbua and Qin group might collaborate on 15 to 20 projects. You can take a look first. It's not a secret. It should be in the news in a few days. If there are areas you're familiar with or projects you feel you can manage, you can suggest them. As for salary, that will depend on what you're specifically responsible for. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiaoang's face. Qin Group? The Qin Group from the capital? Before deciding to come to Yuanbua Trading, he had done his research on them. They had recently opened overseas shipping routes and then started an in-depth collaboration with Solomon. So, he felt Yuanbua had great potential. But now, there was also the Qin Group from the capital. Yuanbua wasn't just promising. At this rate of development, they might even go public this year, right? Looking at the girl in front of him, who was clearly much younger than himself, Xiaoang once again felt a sense of unreality. The Qin Group is Yuchu's family's business, Fu Hang said calmly, bringing over tea. This explanation was both a reminder for Xiaoang and a response to Qin Yuchu. Even with his back to Qin Yuchu earlier, Fu Hang had noticed a distinct pause in her voice and a glance in his direction when she mentioned Qin Group cooperation. Xiaoang's eyes widened even further, the whites becoming more prominent. Her family's business? The eldest daughter of the Qin family? So, you lucky bastard, you actually managed to snag the Qin family's eldest daughter? Made money in the stock market? An art student who failed math every year? Yeah, right? You gold-digging husky, pretending to be some celestial hound? Suddenly, he felt that the 300,000 bride price wasn't urgent anymore. Life just wasn't worth it. You have 3 days to consider and prepare a corresponding project proposal. It can be for a standalone project or a part of a larger one. I'll have the project department and HR assess your suitability for the position based on your proposal. Qin Yuchu took the tea Fu Hang handed her and took a small sip. Li Xiang's eyes narrowed. The meaning was clear. If his project proposal wasn't up to par, he'd have to start from the bottom. But if the proposal was good, he might even be made a project manager. Thank you, Li Xiang said sincerely, genuinely impressed by this young sister-in-law before him. Truly the eldest daughter of the Qin family, as capable as she was graceful. She had managed to save his face while also safeguarding the company's overall interests. And this was precisely what Li Xiang had hoped for. If he were truly useless, he wouldn't have dared to return to Hansheng and shamelessly beg Shen Qingluan, whom he had once scorned. Fu Heng, one more favor, Li Xiang said, clutching the project proposal tightly and looking back at Fu Heng. Fu Heng raised an eyebrow, waiting. You don't usually stay at your rental place, right? Let me crash there for a few days. Li Xiang smiled openly. The rent's paid for another 6 months. Stay as long as you need. Fu Heng took out his phone and sent him the passcode for the lock. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll get to work. Li Xiang stood up, waved the project proposal, and formally bid Qin Yuchu farewell. Fu Heng had intended to walk Li Xiang out, but seeing his spirited demeanor, he changed his mind. Your roommate is quite interesting, Qin Yuchu said, looking meaningfully at Fu Heng after Li Xiang left. Asking to crash at your place. He really didn't need to say that in front of me. To tell a potential employer, you don't even have a place to stay while job hunting. Wouldn't that make them look down on him? He was the only one who used to tell me every day to stay away from Shen Qingluan, Fu Heng said, turning his head and looking at Qin Yuchu with equal meaning. Life ultimately makes people grow. Li Xiang's seemingly casual request to stay over wasn't also a hint about his relationship with Fu Heng. Having suffered setbacks due to a lack of connections and social resources, one learns to leverage such things. This is also why Fu Heng didn't leave with Li Xiang in the end. It was a final show of respect for the Li Xiang of the past. When Qin Yuchu heard this, her eyes lit up. Oh, so he's an ally? That's definitely a plus. As Fu Heng was leaving Yuanbo Trading, he received a text message from Li Xiang. Heng, we're still brothers, right? Fu Heng stared at the words for a long time. I'm still that same devoted admirer, Fu Heng replied. Boss, where to? Inside the business van, Baldy Long started the car and asked quietly. To Hung Yu, to be a devoted admirer. Fu Heng slouched lazily in the back seat. Yesterday, he had pushed the girl out into the cold night. Today, he should go offer some warmth, some comfort. I'm still that same devoted admirer, aren't I? The convoy slowly drove away. At their parking spot, Nian Bing coldly stared at the haughty-looking man in front of him. This was the person Brother Long had brought earlier, saying the boss had personally instructed him to follow the big sister-in-law from now on and be her driver. Nian Bing naturally recognized this man. He was an old colleague. However, due to a small blemish on his past record, he couldn't get a certificate of no criminal record and failed to join 010. Instead, he went to a film crew as a production assistant. Later, Nian Bing heard he'd made his way into the props department. Why are you here? Nian Bing's gaze was wary because the man had unconsciously glanced at his calf just now. Big Brother sent me. The man's voice was indifferent. Why did Big Brother send you? I broke 4 legs. The man slightly raised his chin, his nostrils angled at 45 degrees towards the spacious parking lot. Nian Bing's mouth twitched, his eyes trembled. His open fingers suddenly clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked sharply, like an old wrench that hadn't been oiled enough. When did this happen? Nian Bing's voice was filled with endless yearning and disbelief. Yesterday. Nian Bing's Adam's apple bobbed more violently. Yeah, yesterday when Big Brother was filming, 2 reckless street racers showed up. Man, I chased them down on my motorcycle. The man's voice finally showed a trace of emotion, an aura of the underworld that Nian Bing recognized. Nian Bing's eyes uncontrollably grew moist. Yesterday? The boss was with me yesterday afternoon. We came back from the capital together. The film set. Why didn't he take me? My explosive heaven crippling kick. You kicked them with your feet. Nian Bing's voice was urgent. H500 rebar. Rebar. A flash of resentment crossed Nian Bing's eyes. How could you use rebar? Such a sacred act. How could you rely on an external object? There's no skill in that at all. You have no idea. The boss stopped those 2 bastards, and I was the first to charge in. A charge, a cleave, a whirlwind/crack, and that son of a bitch was down. I didn't even give him a chance to react. Followed up with a spinning cherry blossom cut, and his other leg went flying too. It was so damn satisfying. The other idiot was stuck in his car. I yanked him out, an upward sword thrust plus a falling sword strike. Crack, crack. That bastard didn't even scream. The man grew increasingly agitated, his right hand gripping an invisible sword, swinging it. This sword, Nian Bing seemed to recognize. Its name, Life Unbearable. For legs. That was a full 4 legs. The receptionist at Hengyu International was on edge. The approaching entourage was terrifying. A phalanx of men in black, all fierce-looking and powerfully built. The leader, a bald man, particularly unnerved her. He reminded her of an evil bald character from an 18-plus anime she'd secretly watched with her roommate back when she was first experiencing the flutters of romance. That villain had looked just like him. For no reason, the receptionist, clad in a short skirt and stockings, felt her thighs tremble, a chill breeze between her legs, and something like tentacles slithering up her spine. Do you have an appointment? The young receptionist stammered. My apologies for the poor welcome. So sorry, a clear voice called from the side. The young receptionist visibly relaxed. Her savior had arrived. She knew this voice all too well. It often surfaced in her mind during her midnight dreams. It was Liang Qingluan, formerly an intern in reception team 2, who had joined the company at the same time as her. But now he was team leader Liang. Team leader Liang had been specially promoted to the administrative department as the leader of admin team 3 by the newly appointed beautiful executive assistant, all thanks to his stellar performance during the Solomon delegation's visit. He was a legend among interns. On just his 5th day, he'd been assigned to solely host the CEO of the Solomon Group and had accompanied him throughout the entire visit. Rumor had it that he'd outdrunk Jack Solomon himself no less than 3 times. Upon his return, he was immediately made a permanent employee and promoted to team leader. Team leader Liang Qingluan was incredibly popular in the company now. According to an unverified tip from an anonymous source, there was an untold story between team leader Liang and the new, beautiful executive assistant. This rumor had left the young receptionist feeling anxious and insecure for a long time. Apologies, they don't recognize you. Liang Qingluan, radiating a humble smile, bowed a full 90 degrees to the group of men in black. The bald man in black shot him a cold glance, his face grim, and took a step to the side. Only then did the young receptionist notice another figure standing amidst the circle of black-clad men. A young man with regular, handsome features. He was casually dressed, his gaze gentle. Standing among the intimidating group, he looked rather refined and handsome. At first glance, was his charm actually on par with team leader Liang's? A hint of shyness flickered in the young receptionist's eyes. As if compelled by an unseen force, she glanced at Liang Qingluan again. He didn't see me sneaking a look at that young man, did he? Fu Heng tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he intently watched Baldy Liang. He'd been holding it in ever since they got out of the car. Seriously, man? When there's danger, you hide behind me, but when it's time to show off, you take the lead. And are you for real with the way you're eyeing the receptionist? What kind of passive skill is this? A receptionist fetish? But Baldy Liang completely ignored Fu Heng's reproachful stare. He maintained his sharp, cold-eyed demeanor, his overbearing CEO aura making Fu Heng's blood practically boil. Is Qingluan in? Fu Heng sighed, exasperated, and turned to the very proper young man. This kid's not bad, pretty sharp. Yes, President Shen is in her office. Please follow me. Liang Qingluan kept a professional smile on his face and respectfully bowed to Fu Heng again. He recognized this man. He'd seen him clearly at the company entrance that day, the one who drove a Rolls-Royce to deliver breakfast to President Shen. The guy hadn't even spared a glance for the Solomon Group delegation. Utterly badass. Fu Heng pursed his lips and glanced sideways at Baldy Liang. The oaf was still checking out the receptionist. This time, Baldy Liang finally caught the look. But, damn it all, he merely gave a slight nod and then, head held high, strode confidently ahead of Fu Heng once more. Fu Heng was speechless. The look I gave you was supposed to mean, why aren't you walking in front anymore? Wasn't the message crystal clear? It was sarcasm, okay? Love truly does make people blind and stupid. What happened to all those professional skills you learned in university? Did you just hand them back to your professors? As the intimidating crowd passed, the young receptionist's eyes burned, though it was unclear whether she was fixated on her Prince Charming, Liang Qingluan, or those burly, brash men in black. 010? Why are they here? I didn't hear anything about a Ganlu milk tea project meeting today. A passing employee muttered. There's 010? The young receptionist asked, intrigued. Of course. Wasn't it obvious? And he must be one of 010's old guard. That bald guy was around when 010 first started. I've seen his pictures online. What about the young man behind him? Probably Baldy's secretary. His vibe doesn't scream 010 material. Inside the elevator, Fu Heng's expression grew even more helpless. He'd spotted Baldy Liang sneakily adjusting the tilt of his chin in the elevator mirror. Had a fulfilling night yesterday. Fu Heng couldn't resist asking. Whether male or female, such uncharacteristically narcissistic behavior usually pointed to only one thing. They were practically in heat. It was all right. Baldy Long shivered suddenly, a completely out-of-place shyness flickering across his otherwise fierce features. Fu Heng felt a wave of revulsion and silently mourned for Xiaoxia for 3 seconds. He knew that expression. He'd worn a similar one after he'd had his way with Lana. Indeed, not every woman was a Qin Yu Chu. Yes, Fu Heng was sure of it. Baldy Long was glowing like that simply because that Lu woman had been too easy. Beauty and the Beast. Damn it. An image actually formed his mind. He silently extended Xiaoxia's moment of silence to 5 seconds. Xiaoxia, we really need to talk. The elevator doors opened, and the group followed Liang Qingluan. The brief exchange had apparently worked. Baldy Long finally dropped his proud, strutting posture and fell in behind Fu Heng. Fu Heng shoved his hands into his pockets, and a unique, wild arrogance of the Joker began to emanate from him. It was a distinct aura that he'd unconsciously exuded ever since he first put on the makeup. It was also a peculiar sensation, as if Fu Heng had found a tangible way to externalize the emotions of his past professional life. I observed the mortal world, and in my eyes, all living beings are but blades of grass and trees. However, Liang Qingluan, leading the way, suddenly faltered, his gait becoming unnatural. Oh, has my aura intensified again? Fu Heng thought with a touch of smugness, but he quickly spotted the real reason for Liang Qingluan's strange reaction. Leaning against the doorframe of a half-open office down the corridor was an enchanting figure. Shoulder-length blonde hair, a languid expression. The curves hugged by her pure white, hip-hugging skirt were magnetic, while her black stocking legs, accentuated by slender high heels, forcefully commanded attention. She was the kind of woman you felt you couldn't take in all at once. Her high, delicate nose held a hint of provocation. Her lazy, unfocused blue eyes exuded a captivating allure. Her pouting, fiery red lips radiated seduction, and her fair, smooth chin was tilted with a cold, aloof pride. Now this was a true siren. Fu Heng could clearly feel the breathing of the men in black beside him grow heavier, the ambient temperature seemingly rising a few degrees. Fu Heng's gaze met hers, but the wildness in his eyes only deepened into indifference. Lana's eyes flickered, as if registering that sliver of transcendent detachment. A smile touched her lips. She gracefully turned her right arm in front of her, her slender fingers beckoning Fu Heng twice. The gesture, the angle, the position. It was an exact replica of their first encounter at Wen Biyun's place. The only difference was that the hotel corridor back then had been empty and quiet, whereas now, in the company hallway, they were under the gaze of many eyes. The experience of many things is entirely different depending on whether anyone's watching or, to put it another way, whether there's an audience. That gesture made Liang Qingluan's mouth go dry and his legs cramp. If it weren't for the imposing, sharply dressed men in black behind him, reminding him that that finger couldn't possibly be aimed at him, he would have already ripped his clothes off, transformed, and pounced. The men in black, whose steps had been perfectly synchronized, instantly lost their composure. Fu Heng, however, retracted his indifferent gaze as if he hadn't seen the welcoming crowd lining the path, nor the subtly beckoning finger that had them all abuzz. He continued with his couldn't-care-less stride towards the CEO's office up ahead. And after just 2 steps, Fu Heng's resentment towards Guantou Long vanished, because in that fleeting moment, only he had kept his eyes fixed forward, as if the figure standing at the office door was merely a golden money tree. Damn, this is what they truly mean by seeing all beings as mere plants and trees, he thought. The crowd shuffled past him, and Lana's brow instantly furrowed. Watching Fu Heng's indifferent departure, she suddenly felt an indescribable irritation. He ignored me again? How many times has it been? And those furtive gazes directed at her suddenly disgusted her. Slowly turning, Lana's eyes narrowed as she stared at the upside-down Fu character for good fortune hanging on the office wall, a cold smirk playing on her lips. So it's just love him and leave him, huh? Huh. Fu Heng's steps remained steady. For some reason, ever since that day he'd been thoroughly handled by Her Majesty the Empress on the Dragon Throne, he seemed to have developed some sort of antibody to Lana. Her previously all-pervasive, deadly allure now felt as if he'd become immune to it. In short, in Fu Heng's eyes, Lana wasn't that attractive anymore. It was a rather base, scummy, shameless, jerk-like feeling. Treat clients as just clients? Yes, that's it. I can't let clients sway my emotions, Fu Heng told himself. As a competent professional, one should cherish ideals and ambitions, while also being able to scientifically and rationally plan their work process. We should proactively undertake work assignments, actively manage the work rhythm, and formulate detailed work plans based on the importance and urgency of tasks. This involves clarifying objectives and timelines for each phase to ensure an orderly progression of work, rather than passively being driven by tasks and descending into chaos and fruitless busyness. So, this isn't your project time. The corner of Fu Hang's mouth twitched. The indifference on his face slowly receded, replaced by a gentle and sunny smile. Qingluan, he said softly, standing before the CEO's office of Hengyu International. Shen Qingluan already knew Fu Hang had arrived. The young receptionist had dutifully performed her duties. But she didn't rise to greet him. Instead, she remained seated at her desk, one hand cupping her chin, head tilted, watching Fu Hang at the door with a smile brimming in her eyes. Her voluminous honey-blonde waves were tied up in a neat bun today, making her neck appear even fairer. Her signature crescent-shaped, captivating eyes were as tender as water as always. But today, that water seemed to come from a chilling spring, still sparkling and deep, yet carrying a hint of frost. One look was all it took for Fu Hang to understand. Ah, she's holding a grudge. He had to admit, Qingluan was constantly improving. If Director Liu saw this look, he'd be exclaiming loudly about how hard work pays off. Xiaoang ultimately decided to go to Yuanbua. I came to let you know, Fu Hang said, an apologetic look on his face as he stepped into the office. Right now, I need to proactively take on this resentment, but not directly. Instead, I have to redirect its focus. That's right. I came with an apology. If you're angry, go ahead and vent, but not in the direction you're thinking. This was called pain transference. If you accidentally banged your ankle and it hurt like hell, unbearably so, then you pinch your thigh hard, and suddenly the ankle didn't hurt as much. As Fu Hang stepped in the office, Guangtou Long, following behind, deftly closed the door from the outside. The group of men in black silently dispersed, lining up on either side. Guangtou Long coughed loudly, a warning to a few of his men who were still repeatedly glancing towards the CEO's assistant's office. Liang Qinghan, also standing on one side, was prompted by the cough and also coughed forcefully a few times, swallowing the thick saliva that had caught in his throat. Guangtou Long gave him a suspicious look. You have your jobs, and I have mine, Liang Qinghan said, composing himself, and stood expressionlessly beside Guangtou Long. Guangtou Long raised an eyebrow, giving him another surprised glance. Truth be told, this kid reminded him a bit of Xiaoang. Xiaoang went to Yuanbua. Inside the office, Shen Qingluan's expression faltered, her attention indeed diverted. Yes, he hasn't been in this line of work for many years. He was worried he wouldn't be able to adapt to a publicly listed company. Fu Hang said, standing quietly before the desk, a hint of awkwardness in his expression. Shen Qingluan didn't press further, just watched Fu Hang with a meaningful gaze. Couldn't adapt to a publicly listed company? From the moment Xiaoang raised his glass and bowed his head to her at the dinner table, she had seen his ambition clearly. Shen Qingluan didn't understand finance, but she understood the workplace, and she understood men even better. Compared to Hengyu, Fu Hang was more optimistic about Yuanbua. You came just to tell me this? Shen Qingluan suddenly folded her hands and leaned back in her chair. Of course not. Fu Hang's lips curved upwards. He edged forward, then casually hopped up and sat on the edge of her desk. See, isn't her mood completely shifted now? No time to dwell on how I left you out in the cold yesterday, right? Cutting a completely undignified figure on her desk, Fu Hang didn't look at Shen Qingluan. Instead, he carefully examined the office, which was even more spacious than his own CEO office at Yuanbua Trade. To be honest, although this office was large, if it weren't for the CEO's office plaque on the door, no one would ever guess it belonged to the head of the esteemed Hengyu Group. This decor, you could say, was a break room, and people would believe you. The decorations had clearly been changed by Shen Qingluan, exuding a strong homey vibe that made one feel relaxed and languid. Impressionist art prints hung on walls. The space where a bookcase might have been was now a bar counter, displaying a manual coffee brewing set. And to the side of the bar stood a long, redwood root carving tea table, laid out with an exquisite gongfu tea set. But the most extravagant thing was the fully automatic, multifunctional massage chair in the corner. Speaking of which, have you actually handled any company business since you came to Hengyu? Shen Qingluan followed Fu Hang's gaze, also examining her office bit by bit, and then a smile touched her lips too. I'm just here to squander the company's money. Let's see what you can do about it. She thought playfully. Are you settling in okay here? Fu Hang asked, looking around before finally turning his gaze back to Shen Qingluan. It's all right. More relaxed than at Yuanhua. Lana is very capable, Shen Qingluan said, raising an eyebrow and speaking meaningfully, emphasizing a certain word heavily. I saw her on my way in. If she's capable, give her a raise. Don't want foreigners saying we're stingy, Fu Hang said, looking down at her from his perch on the desk, his gaze brazenly sweeping over Shen Qingluan. She really was living a leisurely life. Beneath her crossed legs, Shen Qingluan was actually wearing fluffy slippers. Black stockings paired with fluffy bunny slippers with long ears. Quite a look, actually. This unbridled gaze made Shen Qingluan feel a bit flustered and shy. She instinctively straightened her posture and uncrossed her legs. A raise? Foreigners? Stingy? Shen Qingluan lowered her head, a sudden sweetness blooming in her heart. Lana, after all, is an outsider. The moment she saw Fu Hang today, yesterday's lingering disappointment had already vanished. Fu Hang had rejected her yesterday, yet here he was, approaching her on his own initiative. That said it all. Besides, the domineering CEO aura he exuded today was unfamiliar to her. It was a side he rarely showed her before. So, what exactly are you here for today? Shen Qingluan tilted her head back, her gaze soft and tender as she looked at Fu Hang. Hearing this, Fu Hang smiled, raised his wrist, and pointed at his watch. It's lunchtime. Would President Shen do me the honor of having a meal together? No. Shen Qingluan suddenly pouted, proudly turning her face away. Not unless you beg me, she muttered coolly before Fu Hang could react. Fu Hang slowly raised his hand, cupped Shen Qingluan's smooth chin, and gently turned her face back towards him. His thumb lightly caressed her soft lips. My beautiful and noble President Shen, I beg you, please give me a chance to have lunch with you, all right? Fu Hang's gaze was deep and affectionate, his deep, resonant baritone voice sounding once more. The most domineering actions paired with the humblest request. The effect was maxed out. The moment his fingertip touched the corner of her lips, Shen Qingluan shivered unexpectedly. Her heart was racing. They had kissed before, so why did a simple touch of his finger elicit such a strong reaction? Almost unconsciously, Shen Qingluan tilted her already raised chin a little higher, her alluring, almond-shaped eyes slowly closing. A single thought echoed in her mind. Kiss me. But just as her eyes closed, the hand resting at the corner of her lips suddenly disappeared. Shen Qingluan opened her eyes in suspicion, only to find Fu Hang had stepped down from the desk. The hand that had left a lingering warmth on her cheek was now slowly sliding into his trouser pocket. What do you want to eat? Fu Hang's smile was tinged with playfulness. Yam and pork ribs, Shen Qingluan said through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath. He had really gotten her just now. But the crucial thing was, he started something and then suddenly pulled back at the critical moment. It truly left her feeling suspended. The one at Honam's? Fu Hang asked earnestly, seemingly oblivious to Shen Qingluan's vexation. Whatever, Shen Qingluan snapped, turning her head away in annoyance. The irritation in her heart grew stronger. It seemed Fu Hang always treated her this way. All tease, no follow-through. Was he really just doing this for fun? That what it is then? A smile played on Fu Hang's lips as he walked around the desk and picked up a pair of high heels from the shoe rack. Still fuming, Shen Qingluan's eyes flickered again. Before she could register her surprise, she saw Fu Hang squat down in front of her holding the high heels. Your Highness, please put on your shoes. Fu Hang knelt on one knee, his gaze adoring. Shen Qingluan's mind went completely blank. All right, she had once said that this simp would ecstatically kneel before her, take her foot, and kiss it. But he actually... Fu Hang's movements were very gentle. Her ankle, held in his grasp, felt a tingling itch. Shen Qingluan's breathing quickened, and she once again closed her eyes, unconsciously. But once the eyes lose their sight, the body's other senses are infinitely amplified. With her eyes closed, that tingling sensation became more real, yet also more dreamlike. She felt as if she were walking barefoot on a warm afternoon beach, the fine sand sifting through her toes, delicate and soft. The tide rolled in, a cool touch lapping gently, then slowly receding. Which coat? That deep, magnetic voice sounded again. Shen Qingluan jolted awake, realizing the high heels were already on her feet. Fu Hang was standing by the coat rack, holding up the 2 jackets she kept in the office. The BL. Black one. Shen Qingluan mumbled, lowering her head shyly, her face flushed crimson. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and turned to hang the gray jacket back on the rack. But the moment he turned, his expression twisted, and he silently cursed Zhuge Yun. Damn it, Zhuge Yun was undoubtedly planted by that evil system to corrupt his kind and upright character. Just now, holding her foot clad in black stockings, he had actually entertained some wicked and shameless thoughts. If it weren't for the recent frequent and severe beatings from the strict teacher Qin, he might have lost control. After putting on the coat, Shen Qingluan, face flushed and head bowed, followed Fu Hang with unusual docility. The high heels, though not new, felt awkward with every step. Fu Hang reached out and pulled open the door. At that exact moment, as if by some impulse, Shen Qingluan glanced back at the fully automatic multifunctional massage chair in the corner of the office. Lana had said it was actually very practical, with many uses. The imposing group proceeded down the hallway. Perhaps because she was out of that office, Shen Qingluan's sophisticated urbanite aura gradually returned, and she naturally linked her arm with Fu Hang's. As they passed the CEO's assistant's office, everyone, except Fu Hang and Baldy Long, instinctively glanced towards the open door. Lana was still seated at her desk, her brilliant blonde hair like a shimmering veil of sunset clouds. Her head was tilted, chin resting on her interlocked hands, as she stared out the door with an equally expressionless face. Numerous gazes met Lana's, including Shen Qingluan's faint, almost imperceptible smile. But unfortunately, the man in question didn't even glance her way. He really won't even spare me a glance? Lana's brow furrowed slightly, a chill she herself found unfamiliar creeping into the corners of her eyes. Her red lips parted slightly, revealing her white teeth as she slowly bit her thumb. Interesting. Brother Honam's food stall was located inside the film studio complex. With the strong support and cooperation of the relevant authorities, this block had been specially cordoned off. To ensure filming wasn't disrupted by outsiders, Fong Tiandai had specifically applied for a ticketed entry system for the park. Consequently, anyone wishing to dine there now had to purchase a ticket for entry. One could only imagine that after the Young and Dangerous film series was released, this real-life restaurant, even with its entry fee, would undoubtedly see such a surge in popularity that tickets would become incredibly hard to get. When Fu Hang's motorcade arrived, the studio security naturally didn't stop them. Everyone working at this studio knew this car. Were these professional security guards? Of course not. The 010 group was growing larger, attracting more and more men from all walks of life. Although the boy band hadn't taken on any significant entertainment projects, word of their high salaries and relaxed work environment had spread like wildfire, drawing countless men to them. Not to mention, several crews from Weiyang Entertainment used 010 members exclusively as extras. Consequently, 010 selection criteria were becoming increasingly strict. Those who failed the selection could only bide their time at various film studios, striving to perform well, either to become official crew members or to be reselected by 010 and officially debut. These people might not recognize Fu Hang, but everyone knew Liang Outyin, the founder and first leader of 010. Exiting the parking lot, Fu Hang wore a faint smile. Throughout the journey, Shen Qingluan had barely spoken, sitting quietly and demurely beside him, not even sneaking glances at him. This signaled that Fu Hang's efforts today had been fruitful. His strategic objective was perfectly achieved. Seducing women wasn't about reckless charging ahead. One had to understand the journey was winding, requiring a rhythm of 9 shallow, 1 deep, advancing and retreating with measure. If he could press his advantage later with a few more suave moves, he might just hit the jackpot today. The king of urban simps is back. Tremble. Ladies. Beneath Fu Hang's calm facade, a wicked smile rippled. Fu Hang named this smile Mazu's blessing, the Sea King smile. But as Fu Hang walked into Honam's diner, the Sea King smile instantly twisted into the Dragon King's wry grin. What the hell? Was this place cursed for him? Had someone set up a bad feng shui arrangement here? Inside the diner, which was already closed to the public, 3 people were seated at the central round table. 2 women and 1 man, a dignified middle-aged couple and their pretty, delicate-featured daughter. Although the daughter's face was covered with medical gauze, it couldn't completely hide her unique aura. Fu Hang. A look of delight appeared on the middle-aged woman's face, but it instantly turned into a frown when she saw Shen Qingluan clinging to Fu Hang's arm. What a coincidence. You're here too. Fu Hang felt a jolt down his spine. The muscles in the arm Shen Qingluan was holding suddenly tensed. And this is... The middle-aged woman instinctively stood up, scrutinizing Shen Qingluan closely. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced worriedly at her daughter, only to seeing Yanin looking up at Fu Hang with a calm smile. There was a faint sweetness and subtle joy hidden in that gentle smile. The middle-aged woman paused. Was it not what she thought? Or maybe Yanin really had grown up? Was the influence of the entertainment industry truly this strong? Her daughter not only knew how to flirt now, she even understood tea art. She couldn't help but discreetly glance at old Ying, who was sitting with a dark expression, staring deeply at Fu Hang. "Hello, I'm Fu Hang's friend, Shen Qingluan." Shen Qingluan smiled gracefully as she gently withdrew her hand from Fu Hang's arm, placing both hands neatly in front of her as she greeted them. That faint tremor just now hadn't escaped her sensitive perception. Normally, her instinct would have been to hold on tighter, to show even more intimacy. But in that brief moment, for reasons she couldn't explain, a sudden image of Qin Yuchu flashed through her mind. The superior man does not compete. The inferior man delights in contention. True virtue shows no virtue. Lesser virtue clings to its semblance. It was as if Shen Qingluan had come to a sudden realization. "These are Yanin's parents," Fu Hang explained, slightly surprised as he glanced at Qingluan. He had to admit, her small gesture of letting go touched him again. Qingluan was constantly growing. If she'd held on, the physical connection would have remained. But by stepping back, the physical weight disappeared, only to add to the weight she now held in his heart. "You're here for dinner too?" The middle-aged woman slowly sat down, her expression a little complicated. Yesterday, Olding had briefly mentioned that Fu Hang was a playboy with many women around him. But as for Mrs. Ying herself, she was rather open-minded. Living in the upper echelons of Beijing society for years due to family connections, she had long been familiar with high-ranking officials and prominent figures. As old Ying's rank rose and Yanin matured, potential suitors came knocking nonstop. Mrs. Ying only needed to ask around to uncover their true character. Most of these so-called promising young men were anything but. It had practically become a social norm. The more exceptional someone was, whether due to personal ability or family background, the more temptations and distractions they faced. Finding someone who could remain true to themselves in that environment? Incredibly rare. Take her daughter, for instance. With her prestigious family and outstanding looks, if not for old Ying's unique parenting approach, who knew where she'd be now? That was one of the reasons Mrs. Ying never interfered with his way of raising their daughter. As for Fu Hang, a man who achieved so much at such a young age, it was only natural that beautiful, seductive women would flock to him. Still, when it came to her daughter, Mrs. Ying was confident. She'd seen them on set that day. She was sure Yanin had Fu Hang wrapped around her finger. In this era, it wasn't the brash, uncouth men you had to fear, it was the educated scoundrels. Once a principal girl like Ying Yanin learned how to handle men, what man could resist? Her family background alone would outshine 99% of women in the market. With high-ranking parents and an impeccable lineage, the most important thing was that she herself had a clean, untainted record. How could she possibly be compared to those women who only knew how to flaunt themselves? Mrs. Ying believed Fu Hang had the discernment to understand this, and that was likely why Yanin had been able to win him over. But now, seeing Shen Qingluan in person, a sliver of doubt crept in her heart. This woman was full of charm, yet exuded poise. Her simple introduction was warm, elegant, and composed. Indeed, an exceptional man would always be surrounded by exceptional women. Just passing by. What a coincidence, Fu Hang replied, a bit awkwardly. He stood there, unsure what to do. To be honest, he was pretty skilled at playing the clingy puppy role, but being a scumbag? That was still new territory. He was still stuck at the theoretical level. When facing the girl, he could rely on his tried-and-true puppy techniques. Just pour it on thick, and miracles might happen. But facing her parents? That was an entirely different ballgame. Could he puppy up to the parents, too? Something about Mr. and Mrs. Ying's refined presence told him loud and clear. These weren't the kind of people you could fool with shallow flattery. If he tried the same routine he used on Shen Qingluan's parents, this might just turn into some tragic lovers torn apart by fate drama. Or wait, maybe there's potential here. With Yanin's rebellious streak right now, her parents cracking down could actually skyrocket his favorability in her eyes. Should he push his luck? Since we've run into each other, why don't we eat together? Old Ying suddenly spoke, his gaze icy and fixed on Fu Hang. He wanted to see for himself what made this man, with a temptress by his side, so special. He wasn't as insightful about relationships as his wife. He was a traditional man who had carried the weight of national duty on his shoulders for decades. Responsibility and commitment were in his blood, toward the country and the family. So when it came to the kind of man who played with women's hearts, he had nothing but contempt. That was exactly why, even with all the proposals that had come over the years, Yanan had never gone on a blind date. Not one. Because old Ing disapproved. Fu Hang struggled to keep his expression in check. If he had a choice, he would have turned and walked away. We wouldn't be intruding, would we? Shen Qingluan flashed a sweet smile and pulled out the chair next to Yanan. We're just here for a simple meal, Mrs. Ing said warmly, seemingly picking up on her husband's intentions and starting to play the host. Yanan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Fu Hang, the affection in her expression laid bare for all to see. Fu Hang licked his lips, but before he could say anything, Shen Qingluan reached up and casually helped him remove his coat, hanging it neatly on the back of the chair she just pulled out. Fu Hang curled his toes in embarrassment, his heart filled with regret. He had assumed Shen Qingluan would take a more passive, defensive role today, but she'd drawn her sword before even taking a seat. Sure enough, that seemingly innocent act caused both Mr. and Mrs. Ing to frown slightly. She was staking her claim. So, Qingluan, what line of work are you in? Mrs. Ing asked with a gentle smile, feeling it was time to test the waters for her daughter. I work at Hengyu International, Shen Qingluan replied calmly, taking the seat next to Fu Hang. Just as she reached for the sterilized utensils in front of him, Yanan beat her to it. Yanan said nothing, but naturally opened the packaging and poured hot tea over the utensils to rinse them. Hengyu International? That's a publicly traded company, isn't it? Mrs. Ing gave her daughter a subtle mental thumbs up, her smile softening. It's all right, Shen Qingluan said modestly. President Shen is hardly just an employee. Olding interjected mildly, glancing at his wife. She's Hengyu International's executive director and holds 49% of the company's shares. These details were already known to Liang, but he hadn't figured out how to broach the subject with his wife because of catfish number 4. As expected, Ying's mother was visibly stunned upon hearing the title. How old are you? CEO? 49% of the shares? What kind of family is that? Where did you get such a strong competitive edge? In an instant, her confidence in her daughter wavered. With these credentials, he'd be more than a match for those princelings in Beijing. Your aunt and uncle probably work in Beijing, right? Fu Hang looked at Liang with a serious expression. This father-in-law had apparently investigated him. It suddenly dawned on him that Bing Wang, Ji Feng's attitude towards him on the set that day was very intriguing. At first, he thought Ji Feng was acting that way because of him. But now he suddenly remembered that those temporary workers responsible for P420 security also seemed very respectful towards him. One of them even saluted him. Good heavens, no one in the system picked him. I took a few days off to help Yanan move. Liang glared at Fu Hang. It was difficult for him to get leave, but because of the catfish number 4 incident, he was genuinely worried about his daughter. From his heart, he should take his daughter away from this place of trouble. After all, she had already resigned from the police force. But when he returned home that day, he indirectly probed her twice. Both attempts left him frustrated. The unfamiliar rebellion displayed by his daughter made him wary. Because of his job, he had seen too many cases of excessive behavior caused by emotional outbursts, and his daughter's current situation was dangerous. Was he really going to let her get burned, as he jokingly said? Looking at Fu Hang's attitude towards her and those other women, he didn't have to worry about her getting hurt too badly. Liang, who had raised his daughter like he was commanding troops, truly felt the weight of fatherly love as heavy as 1,000 pounds these past few days. Yanan's rebellion felt like she was making up for her missing adolescence, and he felt like he was making up for the missed companionship of the past. Buddha spoke of karma. Tao spoke of responsibility. Every sip and peck is predestined. Has heaven ever spared anyone? Being a father is hard. Moving? Yanan moved? Is she done? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have helped. Fu Hang tried to change the subject again. Liang didn't mention his job, but Fu Hang guessed it. It must be in some related department. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised a daughter like Yanan. It's almost done, just a few small items to add. Ying's mother was pleased to hear this. Her daughter still held weight. The fact that Fu Hang could say such a thing in front of Shen Qingluan was enough to prove it. If you need anything, just let me know. It was my oversight that I didn't think of this sooner. I'll punish myself with a drink. Fu Hang understood his mother-in-law's approving gaze. Considering his earlier guess, he gritted his teeth and began to execute his beat the Mandarin ducks plan. Those from special families took this very seriously. Judging by Liao Ying's temperament, he was definitely a rigid and conservative father. Ing Yanan's integrity must have been inherited from her father. And with Ing Yanan's current situation, her parents' opposition would definitely spark a rebellion. Then, Her favorability will increase. Everything that needs to be bought has been bought. If you're really worried, go take a look later. We're getting old and don't understand young people's current preferences. Ying's mother suddenly spoke with a meaningful tone. Fu Hang felt a jolt in his heart. Did something feel off? Go take a look. You don't care at all? Shen Qingluan is sitting right there. Her eyes are full of affection. Her eyes are charming. Can't you see? Where did you buy the new house? I actually know a few real estate agents and have some good listings. If Uncle and Aunt have time, we can go take a look together. I should have bought Yan'an a few houses in the first place. Fu Hang gritted his teeth and continued to increase his output. This kind of family would probably hate this the most, right? That's not necessary. The current apartment is enough. It's next to Hanqing University Town in Spring Breeze Garden. Ying's mother inconspicuously glanced at Shen Qingluan again, and her confidence in her daughter was restored a little. See? Fu Hang's attitude and position were still firm. Spring Breeze Garden? But Fu Hang's eyes trembled. Where? Spring Breeze Garden? Is it the Spring Breeze Garden I know? Yes, Spring Breeze Garden, Building 12, Room 210. Liang narrowed his eyes, staring at Fu Hang with a cold expression. Shen Qingluan raised her eyebrows and looked at Yan'an with a smile. Yan'an lowered her head, and a rare shyness appeared on her face. Fu Hang caught that downward turn of shy. Big sister, are you the clown? This downcast head is for real? Where's your madness and mania? Where's Hongxing 13's sister? Your personality is falling apart. No, it seems that ever since Yan'an asked him directly, am I considered your woman? This tiger girl had become increasingly split. In front of the camera, she's more insane. But facing himself, she looks more and more like a woman. Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. Fu Hang abruptly stood up, politely excused himself, and quickly walked to the bathroom. He didn't use the toilet. He just washed his hands in the restroom and lit a cigarette. When he came out, Liang was indeed standing at the door. To be fair, besides hiding behind him when something went wrong and standing in front of him when showing off, Liang was impeccable. He was like Ming Shireen, always tethered to him. Ugh, no, he was tethered to Liang. Contact real estate agents immediately and see how many unsold houses are left in Building 12 of Spring Breeze Garden. Then buy them all for me. Fu Hang leaned forward, his voice was low, but he spoke through gritted teeth. Just by Building 12? Liang asked calmly. Fu Hang was startled and looked at Liang in surprise. Not bad, Longji. Your vision is really expanding. You're much more enlightened than Fong Tiandai. Fu Hang fell into deep thought. What has Spring Breeze Garden become now? Can people even live in that place? Walking through the community feels creepy. It's a fenced-off coliseum, a semi-public coliseum watched by a crowd of people. It feels like you'll be socially dead in minutes if you live there, doesn't it? To prevent similar things from happening again, buying all the houses is the best way. People are constantly being stuffed in there. Who can stand that? But buying them all. Just buying the remaining houses in Building 12. There aren't many anyway. Fu Hang didn't feel bad. It's an investment. But buying the entire community, under the current real estate situation, investing in real estate seems silly. Fu Hang had long understood one concept. He wasn't afraid of rich second generations not being motivated. With the system, he was like the #1 rich second generation. With Tongziji protecting him, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. But he was afraid of rich second generations being ambitious and having the desire to expand territory. That's the real spendthrift. So Fu Hang was determined that as long as he didn't think about making money, his speed of spending wouldn't keep up with the accumulation of his salary. So, should he use company funds? Tongzi, Yan'an's face was injured while filming. It's not too much to prepare some assets for retirement, right? Fu Hang silently submitted a proposal in his heart. Proposal passed. A cold voice echoed in his mind. That's right, buy them all. That way, contact Xiaoang, the lawyer from Yuanbu Trading, and have him help set up a housing rental company, and then buy all the houses in Spring Breeze Garden that can be bought in the name of the company. The company will be registered under Yan'an's name. Fu Hang stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. Since we're going to play, let's play it big. Understood. Liang nodded earnestly, not showing any surprise that Fu Hang wanted to buy an entire residential complex. Find some more reliable people to help manage this company. Fu Hang patted Liang forcefully, very satisfied with his growth. Boss, can Lu Ru be allowed? Liang suddenly hesitated, stammering. Fu Hang's expression froze. You've really been wrapped around her finger? Lu Ru. Fu Hang fell silent. He thought of his Minister of Rights again. Lu Ru was currently in the personnel department of Weiyang Entertainment, seeing each other all the time. Getting rid of her was a solution, and letting her manage his company? With that woman's personality, wouldn't other thoughts arise? Fu Hang knew this type of woman very well, even though she hadn't been properly vetted. Lu Ru wouldn't think Baldy Long had gotten this job for her. Thinking of those black stockings she liked to flaunt in front of him, Fu Hang smirked. You want to sow discord between my Minister of Rights and the commander of the embroidered uniform guard? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. All right, you handle it. Fu Hang smirked, giving Baldy Long a look of trust. Baldy Long was so moved, he almost cowed out. I was originally a commoner, plowing the fields in Nanyang, seeking only to preserve my life in this chaotic world, not seeking fame among the lords. But my lord did not despise my humble origins and condescended to me. To gain the trust of such a wise lord, what more could I, Long Outyan, ask for? Baldy Long looked earnestly at Fu Hang's back, his eyes flashing with determination. My life, Long Outyan's life, is now entrusted to the boss. Back at the dining table, Fu Hang's mood lightened. The panic of being caught off guard had been soothed. The matchmaking interference plan continued to be implemented. Since Yan'an likes spring breeze gardens, then we should just buy spring breeze gardens. Fu Hang sat down in his chair and glanced at old Ing, who was still wearing a cold face, and said indifferently, We've already bought that house with a full payment. Old Ing rolled his eyes. I'm talking about spring breeze gardens, Fu Hang said with a smile in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised to reveal his white teeth, reflecting a strong, ostentatious nouveau riche glow. The scene fell silent. Old Ing and his wife exchanged glances, a little confused by Fu Hang's words. What I mean is, I plan to buy the entire spring breeze gardens and give it to Yan'an. Fu Hang turned his head and looked at Ing Yan'an, who seemed a little dull. Sure enough, when she heard these words, Ing Yan'an only blinked, as if Fu Hang had said, I bought you 2 pounds of tangerines. Nonsense. Old Ing came back to his senses and was furious. Buying a residential complex to give to his daughter? What are you trying to do? Invite me to the Internal Affairs Department for tea? Having deeply understood Fu Hang, Old Ing knew that Fu Hang could really do this. Sitting in front of him was the CEO of Hengyu Group, worth nearly 5 billion, and Fu Hang was just giving it away. This may not be appropriate. Ying's mother's eyes flickered, and while she was frightened, she couldn't help but look at Shen Qingluan on the side. But Shen Qingluan didn't seem to hear Fu Hang's words. She just silently picked up a piece of spare rib and carefully put it into Fu Hang's bowl. Just a residential complex, nothing to be surprised about. But this Ing Yan'an was a bit beyond her expectations. Sure enough, none of the women around Fu Hang were simple. She wasn't at the New Year's Eve dinner, but with one phone call, she made Fu Hang abandon all the women, including Qin Yuchu. And he doesn't need to worry about the impact. I'll have someone set up a housing rental company, and then buy the property rights in the name of the company, as long as the company is registered under Yan'an's name. Yin doesn't need to manage it. I'll arrange for other people to be responsible for the daily operation and management. Fu Hang turned his head and glanced at Shen Qingluan and took a bite of the spare rib. Qingluan's performance was more and more like Youchu's. Was she trying to replicate Youchu's operation? Ing Yan'an's parents looked at each other. From Fu Hang's tone, they felt that Fu Hang was serious. Being a landlady won't require you to work so hard in the future, Fu Hang said, biting the spare rib, and looked at Ing Yan'an affectionately. I still like acting. Ing Yan'an didn't show too much surprise, just put her hand on Fu Hang's arm. They don't conflict, Fu Hang smiled indulgently. This meal, because of the heavy bomb that Fu Hang suddenly threw out, made the old couple, who had been in the system for a lifetime, speechless. Ying's mother was lamenting that her daughter had indeed learned some methods that she didn't understand. She didn't think too much. What's the matter with buying a residential complex? After marriage, wouldn't it all be joint property of the couple? Their couple had been conscientious in their duties all their lives. Just because of their work, could their only daughter not marry a rich person? Old Ing lowered his head and didn't speak, thinking about whether he should report this matter first. If this daughter really accepted it, it wouldn't be easy to break up in the future. Being cheated on emotionally was fine, but if there was economic entanglement, it would be a mess. Before Fu Hang and the others came, Ing Yan'an's family had already eaten for a while, and Fu Hang's arrival, even if Fu Hang didn't order it, the kitchen still served Fu Hang's favorite dishes again. The old couple didn't find this detail abrupt. They had experienced similar things many times. After eating and drinking enough, several people got up one after another. Shen Qingluan, who spoke very little, took her leave first. I still have something to do with the company. I'll go first. Goodbye, Uncle and Annie. Yan'an, take care of your body and take good care of your injury. Shen Qingluan wore her signature smile. Her tone was as gentle as a spring breeze. I'll send you. Fu Heng blurted out subconsciously. He suddenly realized that he lacked an effective defense system for this kind of move that was better than a move. Whether it was Qin Yuchu or Shen Qingluan, they could always easily touch his soft spot. It's okay, they should all have cars, I'll just take a ride in one. Shen Qingluan grabbed Fu Heng's hand and squeezed it gently, not showing it very intimately, but in this gentle squeeze, she conveyed a little bit of reluctance. Without waiting for Fu Heng to say anything else, Shen Qingluan waved her hand and walked out gracefully. Yan'an, do you have to film this afternoon? Fu Heng hid the trace of turmoil in his heart and looked at Yan'an calmly. Yeah, there's still a set of shots after this one. I have to wait until the injury on my face gets better before I can film, Yan'an replied softly. Pay more attention to the wound. Don't force yourself. The medical team is in place, right? Fu Heng stared at the bandage on her face and said softly, It's there, following the crew all the time. Yan'an's gaze became more and more gentle. Old Ying's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but his hand was held tightly by his wife. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't accompany you. The rental company will have results soon. Then you may need to sign a few words. My lawyer will contact you. Fu Heng's tone was deep. At this time, it would be better to hold the other person's hand, but because the old man was standing aside with a cold face, he didn't dare to reach out. Too much is as bad as too little. Then will you come over to sleep tonight? Yan'an suddenly said calmly, her tone like asking if Fu Heng still had tangerines. The two men's eyes twitched simultaneously. You really are still that Yan'an. Ahem. We'll see how it goes. Fu Heng awkwardly pinched his thigh, struggling to control his facial expression. Damn it. My long-awaited house party. Is it going to be held in Spring Breeze Garden from now on? With dozens of cameras recording the whole thing? Fu Heng fled, looking rather disheveled. Old Ying's expression grew even more unpleasant, but Ying's mother looked at her daughter with heartfelt emotion. That just now, she had a bit of her own spirit from her youth. If she hadn't been assertive and decisive back then, who knows when old Ying, that slowpoke, would have finally understood. Sitting in his luxury car, Fu Heng listlessly licked his lips. Yan'an's occasional display of girlish charm at the dinner table almost made Fu Heng forget Yan'an's formidable track record. It was in that restaurant that Yan'an publicly licked his woman in front of his own mother, Yuchu, Shen Qingluan, Li Yang, and a group of film crew members. Sure enough, a clown is still a clown. Boss, where to? Baldy Long's tone was increasingly steady, his resolute eyes conveying his determination to go through fire and water for his boss. If Fu Heng were to say, when a 9/18 incident comes next year, we'll trample Tokyo and admire the cherry blossoms, Baldy Long would definitely be the first to charge in with a cleaver. Whether it's Hebei cuisine or Hashimoto cuisine, he'd chop it all up and put in a pot, stir-frying or braising it for the boss to enjoy. Wei Yang Entertainment. Fu Heng didn't sense Baldy Long's grand aspirations. Staring at that huge bald head, he only felt the need to meet with his Minister of Rights as soon as possible. Beautiful faces and flowery appearances are fleeting dreams, laughing at the mad butterflies chasing east and west. A chaste heart is stored in a crystal vase, radiating auspicious light, reflecting the red sun. A man must focus on his career. Attorney Xiaoang had been very busy recently, as the boss's business was expanding too quickly, and he was almost unable to keep up. He had thought he would spend the rest of his life in yuanbo trading, enjoying his retirement, watching palace dramas in his spare time, and living happily ever after. Who knew that the boss would not only work part-time as a songwriter, producing hit songs one after another, but also make his debut and act in movies. The various copyright documents involved forced him to expand his studio and recruit a large number of legal personnel. In the palace drama at Yuanbo, with consort Shu seizing power, consort Rong resigning and starting her own business, and consort De, whom he had always admired, getting an entertainment, left old Zhang feeling that life was nothing but endless paperwork. Originally, Yu Huactan, Eunuch Yu, could provide some emotional value, but after the new year, Eunuch Yu also received an imperial decree to go to Nanyang to develop the South African market. Alas, it's a pity that Ganlu Milk Tea has its own team for legal work. Otherwise, he would have asked the boss to transfer him there. Ganlu Milk Tea now has shares held by all three consorts. There must have been many legal issues to deal with at the time. Can a team there handle it? Moreover, Ganlu Milk Tea also seems to have a spokesperson, the little heavenly queen, Consort Ping. In this state of extremely passive work desire, Attorney Zhang showed great enthusiasm when he received Baldy Long's call. The boss wants to set up a new company? And with that 13th sister, Consort Xiaoang, Attorney Xiaoang had handled a lot of money for this Consort Xiaoang. Not to mention the huge investments in film crews. He had drafted the employment agreement for the medical team. So, Consort Xiaoang's momentum is very strong now, and she bought property in Spring Breeze Garden. Isn't that Consort Shu's palace? Attorney Zhang's work enthusiasm suddenly flared up again, and he rushed to the real estate agency with a full team. For some reason, Attorney Xiaoang suddenly felt fired up. Lu Ru's mind went blank when she received Baldy Long's call. The boss actually appointed her as the president of a new company? Just as Fu Hang had guessed, when Lu Ru heard the news, she automatically filtered out the role Baldy Long played in it. She was just a small receptionist, and when she first met Fu Hang, she had unrealistic ambitions. She knew exactly what was going on with Ganlu milk tea. Li Wei Yang is a divorced second-hand woman, and the boss doesn't despise her, so there's no reason she wouldn't have a chance. But to her disappointment, the boss seemed indifferent to her. No matter how much she flaunted herself, the boss only stared at her legs once, and then completely ignored her secret flirtations. And her position didn't give her much opportunity to contact the boss. On the other hand, Xiaofeng was like a fly buzzing around her. A mere Ganlu milk tea store manager also wants to pursue her. Lu Ru was keeping Xiaofeng at arm's length, which was out of habit, but she didn't know that Xiaofeng had unexpectedly risen through the ranks. He hadn't been with the boss for long before he became the CEO of Wei Yang Entertainment. This made Lu Ru have to reevaluate Xiaofeng. CEO of an entertainment company? Does that mean she has a chance to debut? To become a star? But Lu Ru quickly came back to her senses. She's good at flirting, but debut as an artist? To act in erotic films? To be a sex symbol? And please men? And what is the point of being a star? Isn't it just to live a better life? Then why should she take the long way around? So, Lu Ru began to reevaluate Xiaofeng. Sure enough, she just slightly hinted that the receptionist work was hard, and standing for a long time in high heels would deform her feet. Xiaofeng, who had just become the CEO of Wei Yang Entertainment, used his position to transfer her to the personnel department of Wei Yang Entertainment. Easy job, good pay close to home, and the key is this man is so simple. He blushes for a long time just by shaking hands. At this time, Lu Ru had seriously considered this man. But when she got to Wei Yang Entertainment, she came into contact with another man, Brother Long, who was the leader of the 010 boy band at the time. Compared to Xiaofeng's timidity in front of her, Brother Long seemed incomparably domineering. Especially the day Brother Long overturned the table at the 010 audition. The scene of hundreds of people rushing out of the company in response was truly shocking to Lu Ru. This is a real man. So safe, okay? After being ignored by Fu Hang many times, Lu Ru knew that she had no chance of catching his eye, and Brother Long's domineering image was deeply imprinted in her heart. But at that time, she could still distinguish between a rough gangster and a company CEO. So, she would just flirt with Brother Long intentionally or unintentionally when she saw him. And Brother Long was obviously different from Xiaofeng. After all, he was a big brother in the underworld, and he was very immune to her little tricks. But all this soon took another turn. Brother Long got promoted. He became the boss's personal assistant. That's second in command. Those big bosses who often came to the company to negotiate projects would also sigh privately when talking about Brother Long. Brother Long found everyone a way to make a living. Lu Ru's mind became active. When she learned that the main members cadres of 010 had a dinner party that day, she made up her mind. An unexpected encounter, everything went smoothly. Brother Long was tough, but easier to handle than she'd imagined. She understood men. They craved what they couldn't have, not necessarily what was best. Brother Long was a seasoned player in the underworld, accustomed to all sorts of women. So, she meticulously cultivated the image of a virtuous girl, which struck a chord with his weakness. She didn't even need to write her own script. Young and Dangerous provided a ready-made template. She was the tutor played by Yanan, and Brother Long was Brother Hoinam. Everything went smoothly, so much so that she was surprised. Not only did Brother Long quickly fall into the gentle trap she'd woven, but on that night, when she nestled against his chest and cried with feigned unease, he even bought her a house. What's too easily obtained is often considered cheap. That's true of men, and it's true of women. She suddenly felt even more confident in her own charm. And at that moment, Xiaofeng's humility made her feel even more smug. So she began to wonder, compared to Brother Long's domineering and gangster-like demeanor, wouldn't Xiaofeng's submissive nature be even easier to manipulate in the future? If it was Xiaofeng, wouldn't he listen to her every word? Playing two men in the palm of her hand, Lu Ru felt in control and exhilarated. But at this moment, Brother Long suddenly told her that the boss, who had never given her a second glance, had appointed her as the president of a new company. He hadn't ignored her. She simply hadn't noticed. Lu Ru was so excited she almost laughed out loud. This old lady still has her charm. She'd been worried that if she got involved with Xiaoang, Brother Long would cause trouble. But what if she got involved with the boss? She already understood the situation with Weiyang Entertainment and Ganlu Milk Tea. Li Weiyang and all the rest were gift from the boss. With a surge of excitement, Lu Ru met with Attorney Xiaoang at the real estate agency. Ms. Lu, right? Please sign this document first. Attorney Xiaoang greeted Lu Ru with a calm but polite demeanor. Can I take a look first? Lu Ru sat upright, her back straight. Of course. This is the letter of appointment. Attorney Xiaoang frowned slightly, wondering why the boss had chosen such a woman to manage the company. With his discerning eye, Attorney Xiaoang immediately judged that this woman did not meet the standards for entering the palace. In short, compared to the other concubines, she was several levels below. At best, she was like Xia Yuhe, whom the emperor encountered by chance on the shores of Jiangnan. If she was lucky enough to conceive, that would be one thing, but if not, she would just be a quick fling. Someone of this level wouldn't survive 3 episodes if she entered the palace. Lu Ru, however, didn't know that the experienced Attorney Xiaoang had seen through the essence of the world. She calmly took the document and began to read it carefully, word by word. This was the letter of appointment. Once she signed it, she would be President Lu. It involved a leasing company for a residential area, worth at least hundreds of millions. Pen. Lu Ru scanned it carefully and, after confirming that there were no problems, said indifferently. Attorney Zhang's lips twitched, and his eyes glanced at the pen on the table. Attorney Xiaoang sighed inwardly. Consort Shu sent me a can of Wui De Hong Pao yesterday morning. In private, she even calls me Uncle Zhang. You're just a low-ranking consort who hasn't even entered the palace yet, and you're already trying to order me around? According to rank, I, Lao Zhang, am practically the Minister of Justice, and I also handle the work of the Vice Minister of Revenue. The boss's funds all go through my hands, okay? Attorney Xiaoang didn't move, calmly sipping his tea, while the real estate agent, unaware of the situation, cleverly picked up the pen and handed it to Lu Ru with both hands. President Lu, the real estate agent said respectfully. This President Lu made Lu Ru's heart bloom, but Attorney Zhang's disregard was secretly noted by Lu Ru. This is the boss's legal counsel? Humph. You just wait. You'll have to bow your head to me someday. Lu Ru signed her name without showing any emotion, officially becoming the first CEO of Yan'an Jiyuan. Attorney Xiaoang, the agreements have all been reviewed, and there are no problems. An assistant pushed the door open and reported wearily. Purchasing the property rights of a residential area is not as simple as signing a few documents. Many of the units in this community have already been sold, requiring purchases from different real estate agencies. The various agreements filled an entire room. Attorney Xiaoang did not answer, but turned to look at the assistant next to him. The assistant understood and quickly took out the newly registered company's seal from his bag. This is the company's registration document and seal. Please keep them safe, President Lu. The specific acquisition process will be completed within 3 working days and will be handed over to President Lu. The boss did not specify the company's office location. After President Lu determines the location, you can notify my assistant. Of course, President Lu can also arrange it yourself. Attorney Xiaoang pushed the stack of documents and the small bag containing the seal to Lu Ru. But as his fingers touched the small bag, he sighed again in his heart. The registration of a company was so smooth. The boss always acted decisively. As soon as Baldy Long hung up the phone, the assistant reminded him that the funds were in place. He thought he might need to use some of his own connections to speed up the registration process. Unexpectedly, he had a green light all the way when he arrived at the relevant department. Such an abnormal situation made the cautious Attorney Xiaoang start to wonder. Then, after inquiring, he learned that this concubine Xiaoang was actually Old Ying's only daughter. Oh my God, the boss was playing so big. He dared to mess with Old Ying's daughter? And what was Olding doing? In Attorney Zhang's understanding, the green light all the way should have been Olding giving face. But wasn't Olding known for his integrity and strictness? Attorney Xiaoang didn't know that Olding had lost a few more strands of white hair because of this matter. What do you mean by this? In the secret room, Olding slammed the table forcefully. Opposite him, the middle-aged trio was still sitting. Old Duan, Chun Xiao, and the trenchcoat man. I just mentioned it casually. Didn't I ask for your opinion first? The trenchcoat man was smoking, his smoking action becoming more and more skilled. A few days ago, he specially asked the doctor what the less smoking dosage was. The doctor replied, Keep it to 1 pack a day. He was now following the doctor's advice, 1 pack a day, and he even made a detailed plan, setting the interval between each cigarette. That's a catfish. You want your Nan to go undercover. Olding was really angry. He was originally planning to leave tonight. His position was really not suitable for taking long vacations, but before leaving, Chun Xiao called him again. It's not really undercover. At most, she's just an informant. Yanan has received professional training, and she will inevitably have to be in close contact with her in the future. It's good to have her keep an eye on things. The trench coat man said calmly. Bullshit. She's a catfish. I'm telling you. If Yanan hadn't resigned, I wouldn't even frown at this. But she's not a police officer anymore. She's just an actress. Old Ying's tone was firm. Jokes aside, jealousy and love affairs were just matters of pleasure between men and women. But if other things were involved, how would Yanan leave in the future? This would cut off Yanan's retreat. That girl's character, if she really had to bear this burden, her nature beside Fu Hang would be completely changed. The man in the trench coat helplessly glanced at old Duan, but old Duan smiled. I was against coming in the first place. There's no problem ordering our own people around, but Yanan is an actress now. Old Duan objectively stated his opinion. I was just asking, the man in the trench coat shrugged, his tone equally casual. I'm reminding you, don't mention this to Yanan. Olding said with concern, staring intently at the man in the trench coat. He knew the man's personality best, having brought him up himself. For the sake of the overall situation, this guy could sacrifice anything. On the other hand, Yanan, damn it, he also brought her up. All right, even if I suggest it, the higher-ups might not agree. Her identity is too sensitive. The man in the trench coat tugged at the corner of his mouth and stubbed out his cigarette. Speaking of sensitive, what's with Yanan Jiayuan? I received 2 calls before I came. Didn't I already report it? Old Ying's expression darkened again. Out of professional caution, he had reported the possible events to the Internal Affairs Department after leaving the food stall, just in case there were any misunderstandings from above. However, unexpectedly, just now 2 old colleagues with whom he had some connection called him, hinting at things. But he clearly hadn't done anything. He suspected that the man in the trench coat was up to something again. It has nothing to do with him. It was me. Chun Xiao suddenly weakly raised his hand. What do you want to do? Olding raged. You're trying to get me removed so you can take my position, right? The Bureau's budget is tight. Chun Xiao said with a troubled expression. What does a tight budget have to do with a real estate agency? Is your branch doing real estate business? Old Ying's anger was rising. The old colleague who called him had made it clear. It was already sensitive that your daughter was acquiring some property, so don't make a big deal out of it. Quietly follow the procedures and slowly get the company set up. Don't put on a show of green lights and expedited processes. This was putting him on the hot seat. How does it not have anything to do with it? Don't you know how many people are stationed in that residential area? How many houses the Bureau is renting there? That's all cold hard cash. Chun Xiao's face was full of bitterness. Olding suddenly paused. Chun Xiao's train of thought was quite unconventional. You're planning to freeload? Olding asked uncertainly, after thinking it over. Seems like it makes sense. We're responsible for providing the people. You provide the housing. How could we? It would be a violation to really do it for free. The nature would change. It's just that the sales in that residential area suddenly went up, and the landlords, unaware of the truth, felt they could profit and started clamoring to raise the rent. Olding blinked. This can even be done like this? To avoid rent increases, have Fu Hang buy all the houses as soon as possible. I still have a little bit of a relationship with that kid. He should give me a discount on the rent. No? Weiqi. Now the house is yours. You wouldn't make money off your own people, would you? Chun Xiao said seriously. Old Duan, you sold too early. The house prices in that area have gone up now. I heard that kid doesn't even haggle. The man in the trench coat reminded him earnestly. Old Ying's eyebrows twitched. Olding also bought too early. If you rent now, even if you rent for 70 years, it won't cost that much. The man in the trench coat reminded him again calmly. Bullshit. The whole residential area is owned by my Yannan now. Old Ying suddenly slammed the table, but his tone was filled with disappointment. The atmosphere in the secret room began to develop in a strange direction. A few old soldiers who had carried mortars together to demolish houses on the border suddenly started talking about the real estate trends in Han City. And on the real estate agency side, it was equally lively, like a stock trading floor from 30 years ago. Attorney Xiaoang sat quietly in the corner, head down, wondering what he was thinking. This was the advantage of having a team. When the boss wasn't short of money, he didn't need to do many things himself. He just needed to help the boss oversee things. But the newly appointed Lu Ru was full of enthusiasm, wanting to personally review every document. But soon, Lu Ru discovered a problem. All of these busy people were from that lawyer's team? What about her people? Attorney Xiaoang, where are my company's people? Why haven't they come over? Lu Ru came to Attorney Xiaoang and looked down at him. Your company's people? You're asking me. Attorney Xiaoang raised his head suspiciously, his face full of innocence. Lu Ru was speechless. It seemed right. President Lu, regarding legal issues, we are only responsible for ensuring that all property rights are successfully transferred. If your company needs our assistance with legal work in the future, you can contact my assistant later, and we can sign a cooperation agreement. Of course, since we're all teams under the boss, we'll definitely consider the fees, Attorney Xiaoang said, seeing the other party's stunned expression, thought for a moment, and still offered friendly and constructive cooperation suggestions. Lu Ru understood what he meant. He wanted to distance himself from her. Thank you, I'll consider it later. Lu Ru straightened her back, tried her best to show the demeanor of a president. Attorney Xiaoang smiled and continued to ponder with his head down. Lu Ru rolled her eyes imperceptibly, picked up her phone, and quickly walked towards the door. Brother Long? Ah, yes, I've already contacted Attorney Xiaoang and received the appointment letter. Thank you. Lu Ru's voice was slightly affected, expressing her heartfelt gratitude in a cutesy voice. Well, do a good job. The boss won't mistreat any employee. Guang Tulong's voice also revealed joy. He had finally done something meaningful for Xiaoru. He had heard that Lu Ru's previous job was arranged by that Xiaofeng, and Xiaofeng seemed to have feelings for Lu Ru. By the way, Attorney Xiaoang said that the company's office space and employees. You don't have to worry about these things. I've already arranged for people to organize the initial framework. Someone will contact you later. You can recruit people yourself for subsequent positions. As for the office space, I've chosen 2 places for you. Both are owned by our own people. You can go take a look yourself and decide which one you like. Having been around Fu Hang for a long time, the wives of several bosses were also presidents, and Guang Tulong's way of speaking was becoming more organized. Especially the courses he had taken at the university. Although he wasn't going to school anymore, Guang Tulong was really serious about learning. In fact, he still secretly kept a backpack in the trunk of the car he was driving. When he was waiting for Fu Hang outside, he always found time to read and study. In the past, I didn't have a choice, but now, I want to be a cultured gangster. As for the staff of the housing rental company, don't be ridiculous. Guang Tulong might not be able to handle other things, but people? He now had the most connections and resources. So many big brothers from all over the country were squatting in Han City, just waiting for him to point out a clear path. Moreover, he now had university classmates. Those were top students from Han University, not to mention others. Even the F4, who hung out with him at school, were sending him greeting messages every 3 days, hoping that Brother Long could introduce them to jobs. Hanging up the phone, Lu Ru's face blossomed into a smile again. I knew it, the boss definitely had a plan. Speaking of which, when will the boss see me? She took out her phone, turned on the front-facing camera, and Lu Ru frowned slightly at her delicate face. Recently, Brother Long has been coming over frequently, which has caused my sleep time and quality to decrease, and my eye bags have become heavier. Should I go for a beauty treatment today? I'm a president now, and I finally have the courage to try that high-end beauty salon that I've always been reluctant to go to. I heard that their services are very comprehensive, and they have many treatments that other places can't do. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Ru's mouth twitched involuntarily. Brother Long is dense, but he's also really reckless. He really gets up and kicks. It's time to take good care of myself. The boss looks refined and polite, but it would be bad if he thought I was boundless and unfathomable. A sense of crisis rose inexplicably, and Lu Ru no longer hesitated. She glanced at the busy real estate agency and turned around and left. Attorney Xiaoang, watching Lu Ru leave from inside the floor-to-ceiling window, raised his eyes slightly and sighed leisurely. His assistant was arguing with someone in a game yesterday. Attorney Xiaoang doesn't understand games, but he heard one of the assistant's words very clearly. From now on, play your own account. Don't play someone else's account. You can't handle this rank. On the other side, after Baldy Long hung up the phone, his face was filled with happiness, and his mind was filled with longing for a bright future. The early spring sky was exceptionally clear, as blue as a huge sapphire, and a few wisps of thin clouds floated leisurely like shredded cotton candy. The sunlight gently sprinkled down, coating everything in the world with a layer of warm gold. Because Fu Hang was coming to talk about the philosophy of life with Xiaofeng today, he didn't let Baldy Long follow, but instead had him wait in the car. Baldy Long would never question the boss's orders. He strolled through the parking lot, and the surrounding cars gleamed in the sunlight. Those cold metal machines seemed to have a different kind of vitality in his eyes at that moment. He imagined that soon he would be driving a brand new car, the same car as the bosses, carrying his beloved through the streets and alleys of the city. They would cruise along the coastline on weekend afternoons, the early spring breeze blowing in through the car window, lifting her hair, and her laughter would echo like silver bells in the car. They would plan for the future together, perhaps buying a small villa on the edge of the city, surrounded by her favorite flowers. On every sunny day, they would work together in the garden, watching the flowers bloom and feeling the ease and tranquility of life. His heart was full of anticipation for love. This love was like the early spring sky, full of hope and infinite possibilities. And life, in his vision, gradually sketched a colorful picture, every stroke full of happiness and sweetness. He knew that no matter what he encountered in the future, as long as she was by his side, everything would become infinitely beautiful. Baldy Long stubbed out his cigarette and looked at the towering office building, his eyes filled with gratitude. That man gave him everything. In this life, he would definitely go through fire and water for him. What the boss's wife said was right. Search high and low. Baldy Long's chest surged with emotion, and he opened the trunk smartly. From an inconspicuous backpack, he pulled out a thick textbook on economic management. He had to work hard to keep up with that man's pace. He would also get Lu Ru such a backpack. She would need it soon. Inside Weiyang Entertainment, Fu Heng looked deeply at the young man he was very optimistic about. How should he start? It's never advisable to persuade someone to stop gambling, and trying to dissuade someone from whoring means you will never be friends again. Brothers advise against drugs, not women. If you advise about women, you'll be like Yin Zhang. Xiao, how have you been lately? Fu Heng chose his words carefully and spoke slowly. Xiao Feng really is a diamond in the rough. His workability is unknown, but he gets stronger when he meets stronger opposition. Originally a small milk tea shop employee, Fu Heng, on a whim, put him in the position of CEO of an entertainment company, and he actually managed it with great success. He arranged everything inside and out, in all aspects, properly, especially during this period when the crew was rushing to meet the deadline. Such a large project, the logistics support was also clear. Originally, Fu Heng had guessed that he would not be able to suppress Fong Tiandai, but unexpectedly, Fu Heng secretly probed several times, and Fong Tiandai showed unquestionable respect for CEO Xia. Such talent cannot be ruined by green tea. You're the CEO of an entertainment company. Haven't you learned any of the rottenness of the entertainment industry after so long? Isn't there any unspoken rules in the entertainment industry? Boss, is there something I'm not doing well? Xiao Feng stood respectfully to the side, a look of worry flashing in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, the boss wouldn't come to the company when the boss's wife wasn't around. It's the same in any company. Now that Manager Li hasn't returned, and Yan'an and Zhuge Jun aren't at the company, the boss's sudden visit, could it be that there was a mistake in his work? Fu Heng glanced at him speechlessly, which made it even harder to open his mouth. His gaze unconsciously began to scan the office. This office is much better than Shen Qingluan's. It has the feel of a cowshed and horse pen. You started smoking? Fu Heng noticed a clean ashtray on the table. This is prepared for you. I apologize. Xiao Feng suddenly expressed his apology weakly, and in the next second he actually took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Fu Heng raised an eyebrow. It's the brand I smoke. Snap! The flame of the lighter flickered in front of his eyes, and Fu Heng subconsciously lowered his head and lit the cigarette. Speaking of which, you didn't even know I was coming today, did you? You just happen to have my usual brand of cigarettes in your pocket. With thick smoke rising, Fu Heng's mood became more and more melancholy. This is what an assistant should be like. Baldy Long only knows how to show off now. How is your development with Lu Ru? Thinking of Baldy Long's hideous face, Fu Heng decided to cut the Gordian not quickly and not beat around the bush. Thank you for your concern, boss. It's going well. Xiao Feng suddenly became a little shy. This undisguised shyness made Fu Heng's teeth ache. Your talent points are off. I got you in a housing rental company, and I transferred Lu Ru over there. Fu Heng looked at Xiao Feng seriously, examining his reaction. A look of astonishment flashed across Xiao Feng's face. Let her be the president. Fu Heng took a puff of his cigarette and said in a flat tone, Thank you, boss. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiao Feng's face suddenly flushed, and he rubbed his pants with his hands excitedly. It's over. You're beyond saving. Marriage is the tomb of love, but you're reborn in the ancient tomb sect. Xia, that Lu Ru, slept with Brother Long. Fu Heng took another hard puff of his cigarette as if he was casually chatting. After saying this, Fu Hang stubbed out the cigarette and stared deeply at the ashtray in front of him. At this time, you must not look into the man's eyes. It's his last bit of dignity. I know, Xiaoang said extremely calmly. The nerves in the back of Fu Hang's head twitched, as if he was getting a Thai massage and someone was pulling on his scalp. He turned his head in surprise and looked at Xiaoang very seriously. Damn it, what's with this open-mindedness on your face? Where did the shyness from before go? She told me she had too much to drink that day. A shadow of melancholy flickered in Xiaofang's eyes. It was a complex sorrow, filled with heartache and regret, yet also tinged with a sense of relief that Fu Hang couldn't comprehend. No way. You can tolerate this? You're not from the Tomb sect. You're from the Backer sect, huh? I wonder how many readers will get this joke. Boss, do you like pork intestines? Xiaofang, seemingly sensing the astonished and bewildered look in Fu Hang's eyes, suddenly took a deep breath and asked a completely unrelated question. They're all right, I guess. Fu Hang didn't understand, but he still gave a considerate reply. You should like them, boss. Back when we were at the Century Plaza store, you'd sometimes eat there. Every time you ordered noodles, you'd add pork intestines. Xiaofang suddenly broke into a smile, a reminiscent look in his eyes. Back then, he was just a milk tea shop attendant, and the boss was still a delivery guy. Pork intestines contain shit, Xiaofang said, lowering his head and continuing seriously. Fu Hang's fist clenched. What do you mean by that? I came here with good intentions, trying to get you to see sense and turn back from the brink, and you're taking a jab at me? Are you reminding me I ate shit for lunch? I don't mean anything else by it. I just want to say you take a fresh piece of pork intestine, bring it to the kitchen, the chef cleans it, cooks it, plates it, and it becomes a delicacy loved by many. And then what? Fu Hang tilted his chin up, his eyes wild. He glanced, intentionally or not, at Xiaofang's calves. The bald guy's turned into a narcissist. You, with your head full of romance, better have a good explanation, or the CEO of Xiaoang Entertainment might just have to personally supervise Liang's MV shoot in the Qatar desert. On crutches, no less. A white porcelain bowl, one that once held shit, is then thoroughly cleaned and sterilized. If you then serve a fragrant bowl of rice in it, would someone who knew its history still eat from it? Xiaofang completely ignored Fu Hang's agitated gaze, asking calmly. Fu Hang was taken aback. Huh. No. Is your way of thinking always this? Peculiar now? What on earth did Lu Ru do to you? But then again, what he said didn't seem wrong. Everyone knows how pork intestines are prepared, but if it were a white porcelain bowl instead, no one would accept it. Why is that? Why? Fu Hang felt like he was being led in circles. It's just a matter of perspective, Xiaofang sighed softly. What exactly are you trying to say? Fu Hang shifted uncomfortably to the side. Pal, perspective? Your perspective is seriously messed up. How long have you been like this? Have you considered seeing a traditional Chinese doctor? People these days, if a woman they like makes one mistake, they act like it's the end of the world, can't forgive, can't accept. But when it comes to women who've been someone else's wife for years, they flock to them. A sneer flickered across Xiaofang's face, a cold detachment, as if he were the only sober one in a drunken world. Fu Hang's mouth fell slightly open as he stared blankly at Xiaofang. Did Lu Ru put a curse on you? Or did she take you to some kind of shoe glue association? Those two things you mentioned are completely different concepts, you know. They say Pan Jinlian only had 2 men in her entire life. Compared to women nowadays, she'd almost be considered a chaste martyr. But have you all forgotten, Liang? It's time for your medicine. I was reading a novel before, and one of the supporting female characters was divorced. The comment section was full of people flaming her, saying the protagonist was picking up damaged goods, driving a used car. Heh, go ask any random man on the street these days. How many of their wives were brand new? And of those who do find brand new girlfriends, how many actually take responsibility for them in the end? If you value chastity so much, then show some manly responsibility and don't touch the girl before marriage, huh? Bro, you really can't be saying stuff like this. Fu Hang inexplicably glanced around, afraid that readers might be watching, peeking. If the reader lord saw this, getting flamed would be the least of it. The stats have been really bad lately, okay? Don't drag me down with you. Disclaimer. The above statements were made by Xiaofang, Executive President of Xiaoang Entertainment. These views represent Xiaofang's personal opinions only and are not related to any other individuals. Please do not take them personally. I believe the boss can understand me. After all, President Li also. Fu Hang abruptly took another step back. I don't understand. Our situations are different. The top-ranking big sister on the charts was divorced, but our dealings are purely professional work-related interactions. Completely innocent. Okay? Inexplicably, Fu Hang suddenly burped. Damn it. A whiff of braised pork intestines. Why do I feel like I've just been fed shit? When Fu Hang left Weiyang Entertainment, the world felt very unreal, especially when he saw Baldy Long squatting by the car, engrossed in a copy of Economics and Management. That feeling intensified. Was it because he'd eaten too much braised pork intestine for lunch? Under the sun, that fierce-looking head reflected the warm spring light. But in Fu Hang's eyes, the wrinkles on the back of Baldy Long's head looked suspiciously like the texture of pork intestines. So, you're the piece of pork intestine President Xia was describing? Boss, my apologies. Baldy Long finally noticed Fu Hang standing beside him. He quickly stood up, put the book in his bag, zipped it up, and opened the trunk, a series of fluid movements so familiar they made Fu Hang's mouth twitch. Brother Long, have you ever considered a different hairstyle? Sitting in the back seat, Fu Hang couldn't stop himself from staring at the bald man's head. He felt like he'd never be able to look at that head straight again. I'm bald, Baldy Long replied, suddenly very embarrassed. Raised the partition. I'm going to rest for a bit. Just drive straight home. Fu Hang, dazed, clenched his fists and leaned back wearily against the seat. Fu Hang chose not to have a showdown with Baldy Long. Given their current relationships, Baldy Long was the main party, while Xiaoang was the simpering homewrecker, the third wheel. He was afraid Xiaoang would get beaten up if he said anything. Rodman Body Sculpting and Beauty Care Center. Lu Ru sat elegantly on the sofa, sipping expensive coffee. She was waiting in line because she didn't have an appointment. Special treatments couldn't be done by just any technician. Besides, the Lu Ru of today deserved to enjoy the very best service. You really get what you pay for. Lu Ru was very satisfied with the ambience here. This was the kind of place a female CEO should frequent. Compared to this, the beauty salons she used to go to were practically no different from those cheap street-side hair washing parlors. Fortunately, this was going to be her life from now on. As soon as she received her first month's salary as CEO, she would come here and get a membership card without delay. Breathing in the lingering scent of sandalwood and listening to the soothing music, Lu Ru felt more relaxed than ever before. Waiting in line usually wasn't pleasant, but Lu Ru was actually enjoying it at this moment. After this club was taken over by Qin Yu Chu, although there weren't many major changes to the hardware, the software had undergone significant reforms. This place had truly become a men not allowed establishment, not just for customers, but for staff as well. Now, from top to bottom, inside and out, even the flies in the restroom were female. And those shady, under-the-table businesses wouldn't even dream of setting up shop here. Are you kidding? With Brother Baldy Long's special attention, what male model would dare to take a job here? Get a little too close, and some brothers who just happen to be passing by would have a chat with you about life, ideals, their past, and your future. So, this women's beauty club truly exuded an air of being high-end, grand, and classy. It looked opulent, dignified, and serene, completely devoid of the seductive and ambiguous atmosphere often found in regular beauty salons. Footsteps echoed from the corridor of the waiting room. Lu Ru lazily adjusted her posture, exuding the aura of a successful woman. One's environment most easily influences their state of mind, which is why in more expensive establishments, people tend to speak more softly. And don't argue about nightclubs. Even there, people usually whisper to each other. However, as Lu Ru looked towards the corridor, a flash of astonishment appeared in her eyes. What a beautiful girl. That face, that figure, especially those eyes like a starry sky. Entering from outside was a girl wearing a bathrobe, but underneath, she had on a tight-fitting yoga outfit. Yes, a girl. Compared to her own age, this woman, so beautiful she stunned even Lu Ru, could indeed only be considered girl. Especially that rosy complexion from a recent workout. That tender, collagen-rich skin wasn't something that could be achieved with any skincare products or makeup. Seeing the girl, Lu Ru once again felt fortunate about her own consistent efforts. A girl like this, at such an age, already knew to come to such a place for upkeep. She herself had truly wasted too much time in the past. Shouldn't I be next? But watching the girl being respectfully led past her by two attendants, a pang of disparity stirred in Lu Ru's heart. Especially when she was intently watching the girl, and the girl walked past her without a sideways glance. I apologize, you've booked different services. You'll need to wait a little longer, one of the attendants politely turned and explained. What service is she here for? Lu Ru's tone remained unchanged, still nonchalant. Little siren, she thought. Coming to places like this at such a young age. Who is she trying to impress? Isn't it all men's money anyway? The attendant, however, fell silent and looked pleadingly at the girl. I just came to take a shower. I just finished working out. Qin Yuchu turned her head, glanced at Lu Ru, and spoke casually. Isn't there a bathroom in the yoga studio? Lu Ru stood up from the sofa, clearly skeptical. Apologies, my bathroom is over there. Qin Yuchu smiled and pointed ahead. Your bathroom? Lu Ru was speechless. That sentence carried a lot of information. A club of this caliber, with a private bathroom? This is the owner of our club. She has her own exclusive facilities. The attendant, displaying excellent professionalism, quickly added upon seeing the situation. Lu Ru's mouth fell slightly agape. The owner? How old was she? Was she even in college? Due to her attire, the ever-changing empress currently looked like a high school student. No, the man behind you must be willing to spend a fortune, right? To set you up with a beauty club like this? This thought seemed logical. No matter how wealthy a family was, parents wouldn't typically set up a daughter of this age with her own beauty salon. Qin Yuchu smiled politely, said no more, and, wrapping her bathrobe tighter, walked ahead. She had bought this club, but she actually used it entirely as a dance studio. The two dance instructors here were genuinely excellent. However, since learning that one dance routine, she had hardly ever come. The reason she came today was because a few days ago, she had watched Fu Hang play a game called Black Myth, Wukong. Fu Hang really liked the staff in the game, controlling the monkey to hang on it, showing off to her. Hanging on a staff? I think I can do that too. Qin Yuchu had a brilliant idea, so she scheduled a session with a coach to start learning a new skill. Learning never ends. Even Brother Liang was discussing academic matters with her now. My apologies for being presumptuous. My name is Lu Ru. It's my first time here today. Your club is very impressive. Lu Ru suddenly had an idea and quickly fumbled for her business card. This business card, she had a flash of inspiration when passing a print shop downstairs and had them made on the spot. This was the first business card she had ever given out. Having worked as a receptionist for a while, she deeply understood the importance of networking. And now, she desperately needed to change her social circle. Regardless of where this girl in front of her got her money, anyone who could run such a high-end women's club was certainly no ordinary person. In short, this was her target social group. People need the right circle to elevate them. Yin Garden? Lu Ru, Qin Yuchu, who had been about to leave, looked at the business card in her hand and paused, slightly stunned. The name Yin Garden was quite intriguing, and the name Lu Ru. CEO? Qin Yuchu looked up from the card and studied Lu Ru seriously again. Hello, I'm Qin Yuchu. Thank you for your patronage. Qin Yuchu politely extended her hand, and they shook. It's a pleasure to meet you. With such a beautiful proprietress, the services here must be excellent. Lu Ru beamed, inwardly applauding her decision to have those business cards made on the spur of the moment. Thank you for your support. CEO Lu's expenses today are on me. Qin Yuchu casually handed the business card to an attendant and politely excused herself. Lu Ru watched Qin Yuchu leave, feeling even more pleased with herself. This was networking. This was the influence a small business card could wield. If she weren't a CEO, would that girl have comped her bill? Meanwhile, Qin Yuchu, walking ahead, had an amused smile playing on her lips. Yan'an Garden. After a moment's thought, Qin Yuchu understood what it was about. Yan'an wasn't a common name. Is this compensation for the injury to her face? Boss, it seems you don't know what Sister Yan'an truly wants. As for Lu Ru, the famous courtesan who caused discord between the Minister of Rights and the commander of the embroidered uniform guard? Speaking of which, matters concerning the families of officials should fall under the jurisdiction of the inner palace, shouldn't they? Interesting. Qin Yuchu tightened the sash of her bathrobe, her steps becoming lighter. An attendant carrying a cardboard box approached from the opposite direction and respectfully greeted, "Hello, boss. What's this?" Qin Yuchu looked at the box in the attendant's hands. She recognized the packaging. Popping candy? These were left by the previous owner. I found them while tidying up the warehouse and was about to throw them out. They're all expired, the attendant explained earnestly. Did the previous owner like candy this much? Qin Yuchu frowned and continued walking, but a soft chuckle from a nearby attendant caught her attention. What is it? Qin Yuchu turned her head suspiciously, but both attendants lowered their heads, their faces slightly flushed, and didn't answer. It's not for eating, is it? Qin Yuchu's eyes suddenly flickered as she looked at one of the attendants. The attendant had a strange expression, but was too embarrassed to speak. Tell me clearly, what is that candy used for? Qin Yuchu's eyebrows gradually rose, and the curve of her lips widened. The sea of learning is boundless. Sitting in the car, Fu Hang changed his mind midway. He didn't go back home, but had Baldy Long turn the car around and head to Yinshuwan. Because on the way, he received a call from Fong Tiandai. Fong Tiandai had just returned to the company. The film festival was approaching, and The Crow 3 was about to be released. As the producer, she had been incredibly busy these past few days. She had rushed back immediately after hearing Fu Hang had come to the company, but she was still a step too late. After much hesitation, she called Fu Hang and sent him a file. The file contained the promotional copy for The Crow 3. Logically, she shouldn't have bothered Fu Hang with this. Matters concerning Weiyang Entertainment were rarely handled by Fu Hang, let alone Li Weiyang, the actual controlling shareholder. However, she also knew how important The Crow 3 was to Fu Hang, so a detailed promotional plan was submitted. Fu Hang was reading it very carefully. He truly valued this film. An actor's life. A mission to bring peace to the world for generations to come. Fong Tiandai was indeed a professional. This promotional plan listed almost every method Fu Hang could think of. Moreover, judging by its scale, Fong Tiandai's vision had clearly broadened. This was practically a no-expense-spared approach. Fu Hang was initially very satisfied, but when he saw the parts about hiring paid internet commentators and participating in popular variety shows, he suddenly frowned. An actor's life, star in a movie and win the Best Actor award. This was the mission requirement, so obtaining the title was key. As for the Best Actor award, there were broad and narrow interpretations. Literally, just winning an award from some film festival would suffice. But Fu Hang wasn't entirely sure, because there was a loophole here. If it was just a film festival award, it would be too easy. The system hadn't specified which film festival. With his current financial resources and capabilities, he could even create one himself, couldn't he? So, did the Best Actor award have another layer of meaning? Audience recognition? If so, then this no-holds-barred promotion might backfire. Today's netizens were fickle and already fed up with all sorts of marketing. Excessive marketing might generate buzz, but word of mouth wouldn't necessarily be good. It could even be counterproductive. For this movie, how many people watched it was secondary. The crucial thing was that those who did watch it would acknowledge it. It was even fine if they didn't acknowledge the movie itself, as long as they acknowledged the Joker's acting. Tiandai. After careful consideration, Fu Hang called Fong Tiandai. I'm here. You should be clear about my purpose for making this movie, right? Fu Hang got straight to the point. But Fong Tiandai, on the other end, was taken aback. The question was very general. She thought of many reasons, but couldn't precisely summarize them at once. I want to become Best Actor, Fu Hang reminded her again when Fong Tiandai didn't answer immediately. Holding her phone, Fong Tiandai waited quietly, wondering if there was something wrong with the promotional plan. Was her vision still not broad enough? There won't be any issues with the film festival, right? Fu Hang asked again. This time, Fong Tiandai understood. I'll make arrangements. This year's film festival jury. Fong Tiandai began hesitantly. You don't need to tell me the process. I only care about the result. Fu Hang interrupted. Whatever the definition of Best Actor was, securing the literal title first was definitely the right move. With his master-level cinematography skills, and having seen the dailies, Fu Hang was actually very confident in himself. But the entertainment industry these days was rife with behind-the-scenes manipulation. What if he got unfairly targeted? Or it even plead his case? Moreover, the entertainment circle valued seniority and connections. What if some veteran artist popped up and said a newcomer like him wasn't fit to win Best Actor? Prevention was better than cure. In short, Fu Hang was determined to win. I understand. Fong Tiandai took a deep breath, sensing the seriousness in Fu Hang's tone. Regarding the marketing, manage the scale appropriately, Fu Hang said, then hung up directly. He believed Fong Tiandai understood. She was a very astute woman and highly professional. After hanging up, Fong Tiandai pondered for a long time, then quickly summoned the main crew members for an emergency meeting. The marketing plan needs to be adjusted. In the meeting room, Fong Tiandai looked at everyone seriously. Director Liu was puzzled and looked at Fong Tiandai suspiciously. He had been involved in this plan from start to finish and felt it was already flawless. He'd never fought such a well-funded battle before, where they got up the ante even more. Cancel all unnecessary marketing. Fong Tiandai scanned the room, her words startling. What's considered unnecessary? Director Liu's brow furrowed. Anything that might affect word of mouth. Fong Tiandai glanced at Director Liu indifferently. The boss's intention? Director Liu understood instantly, because this plan had also involved a lot of Fong Tiandai's hard work. Let the word of mouth build naturally. We just need to guide it appropriately. Fong Tiandai didn't answer directly. When making major decisions, subordinates couldn't explicitly state it was the boss's idea. If something went wrong, it made it easier for the subordinate to take the blame. But if we do that, we won't get much initial attention, and the box office will be significantly affected, won't it? Director Liu's expression turned grave. This movie actually had many exploitable hot topics. Blowing up a hospital, blowing up a helicopter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the biggest production in domestic film history. The current, substantial investment amount was also a hot topic. Add to that superstar Liu's inherent popularity and the selling points of the previous, The Raven, and they could easily generate several trending topics. But the biggest trump card was still the strongest newcomer, Joker. Who was Joker? Fu Hang? No. Joker was Qinghe, the legendary lyricist and composer who dominated the pop music charts. Because Fu Hang had never shown any intention of revealing Qinghe's identity, this alias was currently very mysterious. Once this news broke, it would become a movie's biggest selling point. But after hearing Fu Hang's instructions just now, Fang Tiandai suddenly thought of this problem. With these halos, the movie's popularity would indeed increase, but the audience's expectations during viewing would also rise, especially for the lyricist-composer who had never shown his face, Qinghe. Therefore, Qinghe's alias couldn't be revealed, at least not at this stage. Does our boss care about the box office? Fang Tiandai asked indifferently upon hearing Director Liu's question. Director Liu was suddenly speechless. Right. When making the marketing plan, everyone habitually considered how to increase the movie's hot topics and boost attention to optimize box office returns. After all, they knew best how much money had been invested in this film. Director Liu, especially, was under a lot of pressure. The boss acted like money was no object, but what if the movie lost too much? What if he got disheartened and left the film industry? What happened to other projects? What about The Raven 4? What about the Young and Dangerous series? And what about Infernal Affairs, which Mr. Duan was very keen on? He knew very well who Mr. Duan was, the head of the triad in Casino City. These days, Mr. Duan had been hanging around the set like an assistant director, providing whatever manpower or locations were needed. What was he after? But after Fang Tiandai's words, he suddenly felt lost. The boss just wants to be famous. Director Liu was somewhat unsure. If he wanted fame, he could just do a live stream and reveal he's the lyricist-composer. Fang Tiandai rolled her eyes. Is he purely doing this for fun? Director Liu became agitated. You're making a movie, jumping off buildings, doing car chases, not even using a stunt double. Are you really just doing it for kicks? So, let's talk about the film festival jury. Fang Tiandai looked at Director Liu quietly for a long time, then scanned the others before speaking indifferently. Fu Hang believed in leaving professional matters to professionals, and Fang Tiandai's performance since joining had given him enough confidence. But for no reason, a trace of nervousness and anxiety still crept into his heart. The film festival was really approaching. The reward for the actor's life mission had seemed somewhat underwhelming at first glance. Those black technologies seemed a bit lacking compared to things like Grandmaster or Thanks for Your Patronage. But upon further reflection, the more Fu Hang thought about it, the more excited he became. Cultivate oneself when poor, benefit the world when prosperous. This was Fu Hang's simple understanding. If he couldn't do something for this world, he would truly just be a simp who played with women's emotions. He needed an excuse and a reason to fill the guilt in his heart. Given his mood, he chose not to return to Spring Breeze Gardens, not bringing negative emotions home. That was another of his simple principles. He wouldn't admit he was a little scared of going back to that complex now. Damn it, the second floor had a new resident, and this one was a clown too. When she went crazy, she was probably even wilder than Lana. Who knew what she might do? Storming up to the 9th floor, clutching a pillow, wasn't out of the question. Downstairs, after dismissing Baldy Long, Fu Hang's gaze slowly swept across this residential complex. Thankfully, compared to Spring Breeze Gardens, the people here weren't as over-the-top. Only a few security guards looked a bit too professional. As for whether any residents sported suspicious crew cuts, he had no idea. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Fu Hang opened the door with his palm print. Then, his brow furrowed sharply. A Grandmaster's senses told him there was someone inside. No way. With so many eyes outside, a burglar still got in? Yuchu didn't have access. He didn't know what she was so insistent about. Fu Hang had offered to register her palm print several times, but she always refused. Her reason left Fu Hang speechless. Why would I register it? If you're not here, I wouldn't come anyway. Fu Hang silently entered, gently closing the door behind him, his gaze fixed on the staircase. Just a moment ago, he'd heard a faint sound from upstairs. Upstairs was his bedroom. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his lips as he calmly walked up. Inside the apartment? Could a team of SEALs really be ambushing him upstairs? As Fu Hang went upstairs, he deliberately made his footsteps audible. He needed to make some noise to let whoever was there know he was back, so he could judge the situation by their reaction. However, even by the time he reached the top of the stairs, he heard nothing. Suspicious, Fu Hang stood at his bedroom door. But the next moment, Fu Hang's expression became quite a picture, because sprawled languidly on his 2.4-meter round bed was a seductive figure. Fishnet stockings, paired with crystal stiletto heels. Further up, it wasn't convenient to describe in detail. The alluring body writhed slowly on the fine velvet like a black-spotted python. Her dazzling golden hair fanned out on the bed, resembling a Medusa shedding its skin. "Why are you here?" Fu Hang was stunned for a full 20 seconds before he recovered from the intense visual shock. Honestly, this was far more terrifying than opening his bedroom door to find a fully equipped SEAL team. "What do you think?" Lana continued her slow writhing, the scattered, interwoven, sheer shawl moving with her body. The molting scales on her skin seemed to possess a life of their own, the black, broken pieces glinting coldly, while the tender new flesh beneath reflected nature's bounty. "No. How'd you get in?" Fu Hang swallowed hard, his mind inexplicably replaying the theme song he'd composed for the Qingqing milk tea shop. Yearning for Love, composed by James Wong. Theme song from the movie Green Snake. I opened the door and came in, of course. Lana stuck out her tongue, dabbing it lightly at the corner of her lips. Her long, seemingly boneless legs swiftly swapped positions in midair. Fu Hang's eyes widened, a fleeting, stunning glimpse. Different soils nurtured different plants. Golden coreopsis, stem erect, leaves nestled together, surface smooth or sparsely covered with short hairs. Involucral bracts form a hemispherical to oblong shape. Achene smooth and hairless, flattened yet full. Its flowers are mostly golden yellow, preferring well-ventilated, sunny environments. Highly adaptable, cold and drought-resistant. Not picky about soil, but dislikes waterlogging. The random botanical knowledge, a testament to a liberal arts student's retentive memory from high school biology extracurriculars, inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "You have access to open the door?" Fu Hang swallowed again. "Just opening a door, is it that hard?" Lana giggled, leaning back, and then, cough, cough. Then the door opened. "My path of flowers has never been swept for a guest. My humble gate opens for you for the first time today." Fu Hang felt a tightness in his chest, his breath catching, his thoughts becoming disjointed. Speaking of which, Lana's favorability rating was still at 35%, right? After that fight in the nightclub, they hadn't crossed paths again. 35%, barely better than a stranger. "Are you just using me as a stress reliever?" For no reason, Fu Hang recalled their first meeting when Lana had tossed him that bag full of cash. Truth be told, of all the clients he'd been intimate with, she was the one he felt the least guilt towards. It was debatable who was using whom. "Shouldn't we talk first?" Fu Hang forced himself to speak. He hated this feeling of being controlled. He needed to set his own pace. Damn it, they couldn't just fight every time they met, could they? It made him feel like he'd actually received some mysterious legacy from another world. "Talk. Now." Lana suddenly rolled over, lying prone on the bed. But her writhing didn't stop. Instead, she transitioned into a classic yoga pose, the cat stretch. Fu Hang's fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. From a medical perspective, these swollen blood vessels were actually a condition called varicose veins. "Are all Easter men like this?" Her face buried in the velvet blanket. Lana's voice was muffled, as if coming from far away. Fu Hang frowned slightly. Was this escalating to a racial taunt? Playing the whore while demanding a monument to your chastity. Lana suddenly whipped her head around, maintaining her prone position, and looked at Fu Hang with contempt. Fu Hang's gaze faltered, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. Lana had hit his sore spot, wanted to have his cake and eat it too. That was precisely why he'd been so conflicted lately. Shen Qingluan is enchanting. Zhu Yun is young and delectable, yet you keep them around and don't touch them. "What game are you playing?" Lana turned her head back, her legs bending slightly backward, her bright crystal heels swaying gently in the air. Fu Hang's expression suddenly turned indifferent, a hint of obsession rising in his eyes. "What game? What else could it be?" "Work." "Yes, for work. And you're also part of the job." In the spacious bedroom, a clash of spears and armored steeds, glinting blades and sword shadows, sword chi tearing through the air, saber intent reigning supreme. The Grandmaster, wielding a Vajra demon-slaying pestle, furiously slays the foreign, shape-shifting snake demon. When Shen Qingluan returned to the complex, it was already dark. She hadn't eaten out. Her timing for leaving at noon had been perfect. According to her guests, Fu Hang should have invited her for dinner. After all, he had specifically come to her company to pick her up for lunch, only to run into that noontime melodrama. But she waited in vain until nightfall, and Fu Hang's call never came. Downstairs, she tilted her head up, habitually surveying the residential building that now felt quite surreal to her. This damn place. It was truly bizarre. The lights were on in the 2nd, 8th, and 9th floors. The 6th floor was dark. It seemed Fu Hang was already home, and Lana apparently hadn't returned. Today, there was truly no one to eat with her. Guess I'll order takeout. Shen Qingluan pouted and stepped into the elevator. Back home, she lazily kicked off her high heels and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Honestly, most of the time, she didn't even know what she was chasing anymore. She could leave now. She had everything she'd ever dreamed of. She could even find a handsome young puppy a boy toy and have him do whatever she pleased, however she pleased. But for some reason, every time she thought about it, a strange panic gripped her heart. She knew she might truly be unable to leave that man. She couldn't even imagine life without him. But the women around him were so hard to deal with. Never mind that vixen Qin Yuchu. Even Ing Yanin felt like a handful now. And then there was Lana, Li Weiyang, Zhuge Yun. These were just the ones she knew about. What if there were others she didn't? Could she, Shen Qingluan, really be racking her brains, fighting other women for a man? Shen Qingluan suddenly caressed her face melancholically, her fingers then brushing over her long legs. These had once been assets she prided herself on. But now, they didn't seem to give her any advantage at all. Her breasts weren't as big as that college student's, but not as perky as that divorcee's, her legs not as long as that actress's, even her feet weren't as pretty as that singer's. And don't even get her started on that Barbie doll. He actually rejected me yesterday. I'm a girl, what more am I supposed to do? Sighing deeply again, Shen Qingluan pulled out her phone, planning to order some takeout. But as she took out her phone, she habitually opened the remote surveillance app she'd installed a long time ago. It was a camera pointed at Cloud Pavilion 1. Ever since installing it, she'd made it a habit to check it every evening after dark. Fortunately, for many days, the monitor had mostly shown darkness. She'd only seen something she didn't want to see once. That was on the first day of the Lunar New Year. When she saw the lights on in Cloud Pavilion 1, she ran outside to take a look. Sure enough, the lights on the 9th floor were out. What could she do? The other woman was the official girlfriend now. The kind parents were pushing for marriage, while she was just an ex. Qin Yuchu was probably the only woman Fu Hang had ever brought to Cloud Pavilion 1. Right? As Shen Qingluan thought this, her eyes, fixed on her phone, suddenly twitched. The lights were on? No wonder he didn't ask me to dinner. Wait. Shen Qingluan shot up. The lights on the 9th floor were on. Qin Yuchu was home? Then who was in Cloud Pavilion 1? The lights on the 2nd floor were also on in both apartments. So Zhuge Yun and Ing Yanin were there too. Had Li Weiyang returned? Shen Qingluan stared intently at the screen, her fingers trembling as she adjusted the focus. A nameless fury suddenly surged within her. Qin Yuchu fine, but you actually brought other women there? She almost had the urge to storm out to go see who it was, and to ask Fu Hang, where exactly did she fall short compared to them? When the next instant, Shen Qingluan's expression froze, because on her phone screen, she saw a figure moving by the window. No matter how good the remote camera was, it was impossible to see clearly who it was, but that head of flowing blonde hair was too distinctive. Lana. Shen Qingluan's eyes immediately dimmed. Liar. You said after a few days of fun, you'd give him back to me. At the floor-to-ceiling window of Cloud Pavilion 1, Lana, wrapped in a sheer negligee, leaned seductively against the bay window, holding an exquisite wine glass. Her breathing was still uneven, her gaze unfocused, but she forced herself to the window, languidly toying with her long hair. As her gaze swept over a distant, dark window, the corner of Lana's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible sneer. Man, animals who think with their lower bodies, after all. In a large bathtub in the bedroom, Fu Hang was also soaking, exhausted, but his expression was strange. It wasn't guilt from post-nut clarity. Okay, maybe a little, but the main reason was the daily settlement announcement echoing in his mind. Today's salary of 600,000 yuan has been credited. Current target affection levels. Shen Qingluan, 77. 21%, Liang, 96. 67%, Ing Yanan, 70. 0%, Zhuge Yun, 70. 0%, Lana Katrina, 30. 0%. Host, please continue your efforts. Li Weiyang, Ing Yanan, and Zhuge Yun's affection levels hadn't changed. Well, those three weren't exactly normal. They'd all glitched before. Fu Heng had known for a while that it was hard to raise their affection through normal means. But in today's settlement, Shen Qingluan's affection had actually dropped. Yesterday, it was 77, 31%, and today it dropped by 1%. This was the first time it had decreased since Shen Qingluan's return. Didn't she seem calm at noon today? Was it an act? Was she actually angry? Is that why she left early? She knew about Ing Yanan's existence, right? Because of that real estate leasing company? Surely not. I even gave you Hongyu Corporation. But that wasn't what surprised Fu Heng the most. The most surprising thing was Lana. They just had a bout, and her affection dropped by 5%? Weren't you usually plus 5 points per round? Did I use the wrong cannon position today? No way, right? You were drooling quite a bit earlier. To be fair, Lana's adaptability was strong, and she'd improve a lot. She must have been secretly cramming. But Fu Heng wasn't standing still either. He had a master instructor, okay? Under Grandmaster Qin's tutelage, his prowess had improved by leaps and bounds. With this rate of progress, how could he be caught up by a foreigner who was just taking online classes? Fu Heng was puzzled. Could this foreigner have glitched too? Raising his head suspiciously, Fu Heng looked at the enchanting figure leaning by the window. Maybe. One more round? Seeing Lana nearly pass out earlier, he hadn't dared to use the thank you for your patronage prompt. Now, his mind was filled with a desire for scientific exploration and verification. This isn't scientific. I'm leaving. This house is too big, too empty. It makes me uncomfortable. Lana suddenly turned. Her breathing now even. She elegantly finished her wine in one gulp and picked up her clothes from the floor. It was just a long trench coat. She casually draped it over herself, covering the tattered battle armor underneath. Fu Heng's eyes widened. Empty? Are you insinuating something about me? Who was screaming they were about to break earlier, but noticing Lana's indifferent gaze, Fu Heng suddenly lost interest, not even bothering to respond. Fine, I'll just consider this a freebie I gave away. All for the sake of promoting international friendship. This time, Fu Heng felt he'd gotten a raw deal. Work himself to death, and her affection still dropped 5 points. The sound of a door closing downstairs reached him. Fu Heng gave a wry smile and slapped the water. His feelings about Lana were actually quite complicated. Although her affection had dropped by 5 points, Fu Heng didn't really care. Lana was the only client he hadn't put any effort into. Strictly speaking, he hadn't even sucked up to her. Cough, cough. It was work, the sucking up of a simp. Damn this Chinese language. This project, he'd always taken it on passively. Going through the motions would be an overstatement. And Lana, it seemed, had become the client least like a client. It was as if Fu Heng had never really considered her a client from the bottom of his heart. So Fu Heng had never even thought of simping for her. Even if Lana was suddenly conquered today, her affection maxed out, Fu Heng wouldn't get a dime of the cashback reward beyond the fixed settlement bonus. Because Fu Heng had never invested anything in her. Was it because their relationship hadn't been normal from the start? Or perhaps she was too easy to get, so he didn't even have the desire to simp for her? Or was Lana too proactive, leaving him no room to make a move? That wasn't it either, was it? Several of his current clients were very proactive. Okay, could it be just because Lana was a foreigner? Fu Heng held his breath and submerged his head under the water. Shen Qingluan sat on the sofa, dazed. She didn't dare to keep watching the security footage. A sour feeling welled up inside her. The doorbell rang. Shen Qingluan knew her takeout had arrived. She glanced at her phone instinctively, then stood up, feeling utterly dejected. You're out there feasting on delicacies, while I'm stuck eating takeout alone at home. A woman living alone being too scared to open the door for takeout. That kind of thing would never happen in this neighborhood. Shen Qingluan was a sensitive and perceptive person. When she noticed the unusually clear gazes of the neighborhood security guards, she knew they weren't just ordinary property management staff, but security personnel specially arranged by Fu Heng. That was also why she had immediately apologized to the security guard when young Masterpan had a conflict with them at the gate the other day. Shen Qingluan opened the door and blinked in surprise. Standing outside wasn't someone in a familiar delivery uniform, but a delicate-looking young girl in homey pajamas. The pajamas were quite unisex. If not for her trendy wolf-cut hairstyle, one might mistake her for a little boy based on her clothes alone. Zhuge Yun, Hello, CEO, Shen. Zhuge Yun greeted her very politely, holding a small cake. Is there something? Shen Qingluan frowned slightly, still feeling irritated. My rival is someone who looks like she can't even tell if her clothes are on front to back. She and Zhuge Yun didn't really have any dealings, even though the other girl was a rising superstar. But knowing the inside story, Shen Qingluan actually looked down on this great sage equaling heaven a bit. However, it seems she got along well with Lana. I have something I'd like to ask your advice on. Zhuge Yun adopted a very humble posture. Please come in. One doesn't turn away someone who approaches with a smile. Seeing her demeanor, Shen Qingluan couldn't say much. Besides, the friend of a friend is a friend, and the enemy of an enemy is also a friend. She didn't yet have the strength for an all-out war. Go on, what is it? My takeout will be here soon. Even though she had invited her in, Shen Qingluan's attitude remained unchanged. Normally, Shen Qingluan wouldn't have this attitude. A green tea type, after all, doesn't just deploy her tea arts on simps. But today she was truly in a foul mood. Facing an entertainment industry celebrity she currently despised, she couldn't even be bothered to act. That's right, no one in the entertainment industry was any good, especially those from Weiyang Entertainment. The boss, the singers, the actors, all of them. I want to ask you, how can I get the boss? Get the boss to sleep with me. Zhuge Yun stood awkwardly by the door, speaking timidly. What in the world are you saying? Veins bulged on Shen Qingluan's forehead. A murderous aura burst from her, coalescing into a gleaming 3-foot blade in front of her. I like to know that myself. The boss has spent a lot of money on me. I know what the boss means. But the boss still hasn't taken me. I'm very scared, but I don't dare ask Sister Yuchu. Seeing Shen Qingluan's cold, stern glare, Zhuge Yun's heart suddenly started pounding. Such a sharp gaze. So cool. So imposing. So it's not just Sister Yanin who has this kind of aura. Shen Qingluan's breathing became ragged. Spent a lot of money on you? More than on me? He simped over me for 6 years. Did he ever simp over you? You don't dare ask Yuchu. So you come to dump this on me. Get out. Shen Qingluan suddenly said coldly, suppressing her anger as she flung the door open. Oh. Zhuge Yun gave Shen Qingluan a reluctant glance and obediently stood outside the door. Why did she suddenly get angry? Wasn't everyone happy together at the New Year's Eve dinner? I only came to you because Sister Tiandai yelled at me and scared me. Zhuge Yun was genuinely confused. She was now a well-deserved rising superstar, hugely popular online. At a certain platform's annual music awards ceremony before the new year, she had won Best New Artist, Most Popular Singer, and the Grand Slam for Best Song. But Sister Tiandai had been nagging her constantly these days, telling her she needed to have a conscience and know how to be grateful. The boss hadn't asked for anything in return because he was upright, but she couldn't just take everything for granted. She also said Zhuge Yun needed to be aware of the precariousness of her situation, that the blooming period for artists, especially female artists, was very short. That Qian was the best example. Also a rising superstar, she had vanished from the public eye overnight. Why was that? What was the reason? Couldn't she see it for herself? How did she get her opportunities in the first place? Never mind outsiders. Even within their own company, there was Ying Yanin. Because of her disfigurement, the boss had even set up a new company for her. What about herself? She just didn't know. Zhuge Yun was truly lost. She had originally thought that if she just closed her eyes, everything would pass. But it wasn't like she imagined. But there was one thing Zhuge Yun was genuinely afraid of. She was afraid the boss wouldn't let her live here anymore. Not only were Sister Lana, Sister Qingluan, and little Sister Yuchu here, but Sister Yanin had also moved in a few days ago. So, after much deliberation, she had approached Shen Qingluan, whom she considered the easiest to talk to and the gentlest person. She hadn't asked Lana, with whom she had a slightly better relationship, because she felt she could never learn Lana's methods. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Outside, Zhuge Yun trembled and lowered her head in dejection. Sigh. As expected. Did I really have to go ask those colleagues at the company? But the next moment, the door opened again. You want to sleep with Fu Hang? Shen Qingluan looked at Zhuge Yun with a solemn expression, the previous sharpness gone from her face. Zhuge Yun hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously. Come in, Shen Qingluan said indifferently, stepping aside to let her in. Zhuge Yun glanced at Shen Qingluan suspiciously, but obediently re-entered the room. Shen Qingluan stared at the other girl's delicate bare feet for a moment, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Perfect. I have many plans that I haven't dared to implement due to various concerns. Since you've come asking, I'll kindly gift you my meticulously crafted schemes. let you be the first to test them out. For the next few days, Fu Hang led a very low-key life. Apart from symbolically checking in and sending greetings to a few clients on his phone, he hardly went out. The film festival quietly arrived, while Fu Hang waited with hesitant anticipation. This year's Film Festival Awards ceremony was in Modu. On the day of the ceremony, Fu Hang arrived at the venue early. But because The Crow 3 hadn't actually been released yet, outsiders still didn't recognize this Joker without his makeup. Fu Hang's looks were decent enough. Regular features, a tall and slender build, and a well-proportioned physique. In a crowd, he could barely reach the excellent mark. But compared to a group of trending young male celebrities, he instantly faded into mediocrity. As a result, when he and director Liu walked the red carpet, hardly any cameras were pointed at him. In everyone's eyes, he was probably just a newcomer director Liu was trying to promote. This kind of gesture, bringing someone along to walk the red carpet, was actually quite common in the Hong Kong entertainment circle. It's just that you, Liu Chang, haven't produced any notable work in years. Pulling a stunt like this at the film festival. Aren't you just making a laughingstock of yourself? And a male artist at that? Due to adjustments in the promotional plan for The Crow 3, Fu Hang hadn't attended the film festival's opening ceremony or any of its preliminary events, not even making an appearance. Fong Tiandai's plan was, since they were keeping him under wraps, they might as well do it thoroughly, so that this newcomer could make a stunning debut when the time came. Walking the red carpet was a lengthy process. Since he arrived early, Fu Hang was assigned a private dressing room to wait in. Outsiders didn't know who Fu Hang was, but thanks to Fong Tiandai's arrangements, the film festival staff had some idea about his situation. And given Fong Tiandai's prudent nature, he wouldn't allow Fu Hang to be neglected backstage. In the dressing room, Fu Hang appeared a bit nervous. Even though Fong Tiandai had subtly hinted that the Best Actor award was pretty much in a bag, Fu Hang's recent experiences had taught him that life was unpredictable. Just look at Spring Breeze Garden. It used to be such a warm and harmonious community, but now, what kind of riffraff and degenerates live there? It had become comparable to hell on earth. Fu Hang's nervousness wasn't because this was his first time attending such an event, but because this award was simply too important to him. Fu Hang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, scrolled through short videos on his phone, trying to relax by watching those benevolent bodhisattvas on screen. He once felt a devout gratitude for the internet's untamed growth. Before short videos, could you see such sights for free? But as he kept scrolling, Fu Hang suddenly found it all tasteless. The bodhisattvas, of course, still possessed ample assets and alluring charm. But after experiencing the Empress's ascension and the green snake's transformation, he felt these young ladies' professional skills needed improvement. Had the bar for short videos been lowered? Fu Hang suddenly felt utterly bored. Heavenly King Liu wasn't attending the award ceremony today. He needed to return to Hong Kong Island for another engagement. Fu Hang understood the unspoken reasons behind this. In The Crow 3, Heavenly King Liu was destined to be a supporting act, even though he also delivered an outstanding performance in the film with his years of experience and superb acting skills. But today's award ceremony was destined to be the Joker's moment to shine. Even if Heavenly King Liu himself was willing, his management company wouldn't want him present. That's show business. Unable to continue scrolling through videos, Fu Hang opened his contact list. Just as he was about to flirtatiously message a client, a red suddenly appeared. His top supporter? She's contacting me? Has she come out of seclusion? Fu Hang hurriedly tapped on Li Weiyang's profile picture. Missed me? Li Weiyang asked very directly. Fu Hang's eyebrow twitched, a smirk playing on his lips. Is she really back? Fu Hang pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and sent a 60-second voice message. Longing is a mysterious thing, like a shadow, it follows. Silently, tracelessly, it appears in my heart, and in an instant, engulfs me in solitude. I'm powerless to resist, especially at night. I miss you till I can't breathe. I wish I could run to you right now and tell you loudly. Putting down his phone, a charming smile played on Fu Hang's lips, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Shen Qingluan. He had now fallen in love with this feeling of wooing girls with love songs. And the prerequisite for all this was Shen Qingluan's first stage settlement reward. The value of the otherworldly golden hits library reward was still increasing, not to mention the direct economic benefits it generated. When Fu Hang played the Joker, a large part of his genuine emotional expression in front of the camera came from this reward's passive effect. When Fu Hang obtained these golden hits, he would automatically master the corresponding singing techniques. And a crucial part of singing technique is emotional expression. This damn thing was a god-tier skill. As expected of Qingluan, comparing it, The 20% stake in Hengyu Corporation that Liang gave as her first stage settlement seemed a bit perfunctory. Right. What about that 20% stake in Hengyu? It seems I gave it to Yuchu. At the time, the plan was to use this 20% stake to crash the stock price. But then the system took over. Does that mean Yuchu still actually holds shares in Hengyu? Fu Hang's mouth twitched. It wasn't just Spring Breeze Garden that was a mess. After 5 minutes of silence, another message popped up on his phone. Tell me what? Evidently, Liang had listened to the 60-second voice message carefully, perhaps even twice. I'm willing for you. I'm willing for you. I'm willing for you to forget my own name. Even if it's just one more second in your arms, losing the world would be no pity. I'm willing for you. I'm willing for you. I'm willing for you to be exiled to the ends of the earth. As long as you're sincere and respond to me with love, I'm willing to do anything for you. Without hesitation, Fu Hang held up his phone and sent another 60-second message. He was now increasingly looking forward to his top supporter's return. The first stage settlement reward was already so heaven-defying. What about the second stage? The system had already hinted that the second stage settlement reward would be the final settlement, the ultimate completion reward. Moreover, he had a faint premonition that his top supporter's return this time might bring an unexpected, pleasant surprise. After sending the voice message, Fu Hang contentedly lit another cigarette. But the door to the dressing room was pushed open. You can sing too? A cold voice came from the doorway. Fu Hang frowned because he didn't recognize the man at the door at all. Well, not completely unrecognized. Fu Hang had probably seen him on short videos. This was likely one of those trending celebrities who had become popular in the last year or two. But for the past 3 years, Fu Hang had been completely engrossed in his work. How would he have time to pay attention to the entertainment industry, especially male celebrities? Fu Hang didn't respond, merely looked at the man with his head tilted, cigarette in his mouth. Smoke curled up from the corner of his lips, drifting between their gazes. No smoking backstage. Didn't your manager tell you? The man at the door initially wore an arrogant expression, but seeing that Fu Hang had no intention of standing up to greet him, his gaze turned even colder. Fu Hang took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. What's it to you? To be fair, this guy was actually quite handsome, comparable to that fellow he'd beaten until he drooled. But that was precisely the problem. Not only did you barge in without knocking, but you're also better looking than me? Actually, Fu Hang was quite philosophical about other men being more handsome than him. After all, he didn't rely on his looks for a living, did he? But even if you were handsome, was it necessary to wear so much makeup? He was clearly a rather delicate-featured man, yet he insisted on wearing eyeliner and an earring, as if afraid people could identify his gender at a glance. Honestly, Fu Hang hadn't felt strongly about effeminate culture before. After all, it was a free society. Even if you were a man wearing stockings and suspenders on the street, that was your own preference. But in a conversation with old Duan, he learned about the supposed origins of this sissy culture. It was supposedly a meticulously planned national demasculinization project by hostile forces. To make the men of a nation lose their virility, women lose their sense of shame, to make men not act like men, and women not act like women. This was like pulling the rug out from under the nation's feet. This plan had been executed with remarkable success in Japan and South Korea. Just look at those two countries now. If a young man dared to go out without eyeliner, he'd be considered sloppy. How did it come to this? It was a trend ignited by entertainment stars, propped up by enormous sums of money. With these widely adored celebrities setting the standard, young people's aesthetics and sensibilities were subtly warped, gradually leading them to believe that these delicate, almost effeminate men were what men should look like. They'd scramble to emulate, imitate, and even surpass them. Contrast that with America across the ocean. Do they have a single effeminate top celebrity in their entertainment industry? Since then, whenever Fu Hang encountered these men who were neither masculine nor feminine, he would feel a visceral disgust. This wasn't entertainment. These were bullets aimed at the very backbone of society. Lin Xiaoran stared coldly at Fu Hang, a wave of contempt rising in his heart. This was precisely why he disliked the domestic entertainment scene. A rookie meeting a senior, yet showing no manners whatsoever. Utterly clueless about respecting seniority and hierarchy. He himself had debuted as a trainee in South Korea and had become incredibly popular online in recent years, a true top-tier celebrity. Given his status and standing, he wouldn't normally have come over in person. But he'd heard this rookie, like him, was also nominated for Best Actor today. Coupled with the fact that the guy was from Xiaoang Entertainment, Lin Xiaoran had felt a whim to meet him when he passed by the door and saw the nameplate. Before pushing the door open, he'd actually had a somewhat favorable impression of Fu Hang. Weiyang Entertainment was one connection. This new company had recently made a huge splash in the industry, especially that legendary songwriter behind the scenes. Though Lin Xiaoran scoffed at that Xinghua person's songs, his own ignorant fans frequently spammed his comment sections, saying they looked forward to a collaboration between the two powerhouses. If there was a real opportunity, he wouldn't mind indulging his fans' requests. He was serious about doting on his fans. Of course, there was another reason he'd pushed the door open. He also had a film in this festival, The Dreamer's Journey, adapted from his own debut experiences. Though it was his first time acting in a movie, he was very satisfied with his performance. After all, he was essentially playing himself. For this film festival, his company's initial goal was to get him the Best Newcomer award. He'd acted nonchalant about it. After all, he was a singer-dancer. Acting was just for fun. But surprisingly, right after the festival's opening ceremony, he received a call from his manager. He had been nominated for Best Actor. He remained nonchalant. He figured there were two reasons. One, his superb acting had stunned the judges, and with his company pulling strings behind the scenes, the judges felt a mere Best Newcomer award wasn't enough to showcase his talent. Two, the film festival needed his popularity and buzz to maintain public interest. So, when he found out today that there were 4 nominees for Best Actor, he noticed Fu Hang's name. Besides 2 veteran actors, this Fu Hang was even newer than him, practically an unknown. Why was Fu Hang nominated? Lin Xiaoran quickly figured it out. He was, after all, a newcomer to the film industry. For him to win Best Actor, while well-deserved, would seem a bit abrupt. Therefore, Fu Hang's name, another newcomer, had been added to the list as a foil. He saw through these kinds of tactics to muddy the waters. Of course, there might also be a Weiyang Entertainment factor involved. Considering these factors, Lin Xiaoran, on a whim, pushed open the door to the lounge marked Fu Hang Crow 3. His intentions were quite simple. Give this rookie a chance to get acquainted with him, and perhaps gauge his standing within Weiyang Entertainment. If he could really get a connection to that songwriter, he might consider interacting with Fu Hang a bit at the award ceremony later to give him some exposure. After all, this might be the only time in Fu Hang's life his name would appear alongside Lin Xiaoran's. This was probably the highlight of the kid's existence. What surprised Lin Xiaoran, however, was that when he walked in, the rookie didn't even stand up. He was even looking at him with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Fu Hang's gaze made him very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. These greenhorns, they act in one movie and suddenly think they're somebody. Have you seen through the true nature of the entertainment industry? Have you endured harsh training and discipline? Do you even understand what popularity and buzz are? I wonder which rich old woman was blind enough to fancy a rookie like this. Lin Xiaoran instantly lost all interest in letting Fu Hang get to know him. He even briefly considered a few ways to teach him a lesson. But Fu Hang, still seated on the sofa, suddenly pointed to the door with the hand holding his cigarette, then waved dismissively. His posture was like someone shooing away a hotel waiter who'd just delivered food. Fu Hang really couldn't be bothered with this guy, even if the fellow had a sincere desire to learn and genuinely wanted to pursue further studies. After witnessing Guangdou Long's dedication to learning, he suddenly felt people like this Lin Xiaoran didn't deserve to go to university, at least not a domestic one. Fu Hang ignored the man standing at the door and focused on his phone. His #1 supporter had replied, "My response will be there soon. I've booked a flight for next Monday," sticking tongue out emoji. Fu Hang's lips stretched into an exaggerated grin, his eyebrows shooting up. "What time? Which airport? I'll pick you up," lecherous emoji. Seoul International Airport didn't service flights from all over the world. His which airport implied his can fly anywhere in the country status. "Not telling you," emoji. "Don't make me hire a hacker to break into international flight information," sunglasses emoji. "Aren't you at an awards ceremony?" Li Weiyang changed the subject. "Yeah, waiting for the celebrities to walk the red carpet. My bad, should have come later." After sending this, Fu Hang unconsciously licked his lips, a somewhat sleazy expression on his face. His top supporter was starting to make small talk with him. Looked like she was truly out of seclusion. He wondered what peerless technique she'd been cultivating during her disappearance. He had actually tried to get news about his top supporter during this time. Besides Xiaofeng, he had also discreetly asked that supermarket lady boss. Ahem. Yes, the one who loved eating melon seeds. Of course, she played dumb and wouldn't say a thing, but from her indifferent tone, Fu Hang gathered one piece of information. His top supporter was safe. No changes at work, no threats to her personal safety. That left only one reason for her disappearance. Matters of the heart. Was her love-addled brain overthinking things again? Fu Hang was genuinely troubled by this. Among all his clients, Li Weiyang's feelings were the most sincere, a sincerity that could even rival Ing Yanan's current devotion. In terms of her attitude towards relationships alone, she was even purer than Ing Yanan. But the purer she was, the more helpless Fu Hang felt, and the more he couldn't bear to see her hurt. This was why Fu Hang had adopted a go-with-the-flow attitude after Li Weiyang disappeared, not actively searching or investigating. But now that Li Weiyang had shown up of her own accord, it meant she had overcome whatever had been holding her back. Fu Hang stared at his phone, rubbing his chin. The moment he looked up, he froze, his gaze fixed on the open doorway. "You're still here," Fu Hang thought, a hint of mockery in his mind. Such dedication to learning? Practically kneeling at the master's gate, refusing to leave? Lin Xiaoang's expression was complicated. Fu Hang's sleazy grin had rooted him to the spot. This guy really is something else, huh? Although Lin Xiaoang didn't know what he was discussing on his phone. How could Fu Hang manage to have such clear eyes, yet tinged with a hint of confusion, while his expression was simultaneously so brazen and so sleazy? Purely out of curiosity, Lin Xiaoang suddenly felt that this Fu Hang might have some redeeming qualities after all. Indeed, you can learn something from everyone. In fact, he too occasionally had to deal with wealthy older women as clients. Xiaoang. A polite voice interrupted their second, awkward staring contest. "The awards ceremony is about to begin. Please take your seats." It was a staff member, standing at the door with a gentle reminder. Lin Xiaoang gave Fu Hang a deep look, then turned and stalked off haughtily. Fu Hang shrugged, speechless, a wave of pity washing over him for having just spared a prestigious project, 985 University's reputation from being sullied by association. Following the staff's directions, Fu Hang arrived at the grand award ceremony. He had walked the red carpet early, but was considered late for entering the venue itself. Many celebrities attending such events would kill to be in front of the camera every second. Only someone like Fu Hang, whose temperament and situation Fong Tiandai understood, had a private dressing room specially arranged. Scanning the crowd, he spotted quite a few well-known stars. They were busy exchanging pleasantries, offering friendly hugs, or holding hands while searching for camera angles. Fu Hang saw director Liu engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with a few older gentlemen and decided not to interrupt. For Fu Hang, being here was just about completing a task, a mere formality. If it weren't for the film festival's rule that award winners had to be present in person, he probably wouldn't have come at all. Guided by a staff member, Fu Hang found his seat, fourth row on the aisle. Fong Tiandai had explained the seating to him. In the entertainment industry, hierarchy and seniority were everything. For a newcomer with no works or titles to his name, getting this seat was already a huge gesture. If Fu Hang returned next year with a Best Actor award under his belt, he could move further up. But forcing a better seat for him this year would likely stir up gossip and speculation, which went against Fu Hang's guiding principle of keeping a low profile. Fu Hang lowered his head and sat quietly. Next to him sat a rather striking woman in a dress with a slit so high it seemed to almost reach her armpit. When she saw Fu Hang approach, she instinctively adjusted the angle of her legs and offered a polite, conventional smile. The gentle smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, but her fluttering false eyelashes sent a clear signal, waiting for you to make a move. Fu Hang, however, merely gave her a casual glance. She looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall her name. His gaze remained impeccably disciplined. He didn't even let his peripheral vision stray towards the smooth expanse of thigh visible beneath her armpit. Was she kidding? There were countless cameras here. He'd seen candid shots of people caught peeking while scrolling through short videos before. Although he didn't plan to stay in the entertainment industry after completing his Best Actor life mission, he still had his reputation to think about. Moreover, after entering the main hall, Fu Hang had become even more tense. The imminent announcement of the results was one thing. But on another note, he suddenly remembered the saying, "The world is full of sirens, but this place has the most captivating ones." A film festival award ceremony? This was practically a championship for top-tier, manipulative women who feigned innocence. What if, before he even completed his Best Actor life mission, the system suddenly bombarded him with new assignments? Instantly, Fu Hang's expression became grave. He grew paranoid, seeing a potential threat in every woman he laid eyes on. The woman, who had been craning her neck expecting some pleasantries from Fu Hang, felt a surge of contempt when he acted all aloof and completely ignored her. Never seen him before. Must be a newbie. Sitting in the fourth row, probably has some powerful backer. But so nervous he's just looking around, too scared to even speak. Probably some rich older woman's kept boy toy. Instantly, the woman dropped her polite facade, turned her head, and started whispering to a man on her other side. Fu Hang remained vigilant. Just because the system hadn't shown a pop-up yet didn't mean he was safe. Based on past experience, the system's triggers seemed to have certain preconditions. An interaction between the client and himself was needed to activate mission. In short, it was like an exclamation mark appearing over a character's head in a game. You had to click it. So, if he didn't interact with anyone, would that prevent it from triggering? Honestly, as a former wage slave who used to break his back for business day in and day out, he was feeling a bit burnout now. He really didn't have the heart or energy to expand his clientele anymore. He had already figured it out. Finish these current assignments, collect his commission, then retire gracefully. He would live in seclusion with Her Majesty the Empress, enjoying a life of blissful, uninhibited indulgence. He wasn't short on money anymore. Aside from his accumulated salary, the royalties from his songs were already astronomical. However, Fu Hang's aloofness wasn't unique. Quite a few people in the hall seemed to be maintaining a similar persona. For instance, Lin Xiaoran, sitting right in front of him. Fu Hang was actually quite surprised that this effeminate guy, wearing a suit jacket apparently without a shirt, was seated just ahead. His status isn't that great either, huh? No wonder he wants to go back to school. Lin Xiaoran stared straight ahead the entire time, projecting an immense aura, sitting there like a wax figure. This, at least, made the grim-faced Fu Hang, seated behind him, less conspicuous. The grand awards ceremony began, and Fu Hang's tense heart finally started to relax. The dam system, perhaps knowing today was a special occasion, had finally decided to act human for once. The award ceremony was actually quite dull. Film clips played, nominations were announced, winners were declared amidst the host's empty platitudes. Then they'd go on stage to receive their awards and deliver cliched acceptance speeches. Interspersed throughout were performances by invited artists. Fu Hang watched for a while and quickly grew bored. He unconsciously took out his phone and resumed his flirty chat with Liang. Building affection required groundwork. Although client number 3, the repeat customer, was his top-ranking patron, Fu Hang still needed to persevere to successfully win her over. Ever since her favorability had gotten stuck at 96.67%, Fu Hang knew it had reached a threshold that conventional methods couldn't breach. Otherwise, his heartfelt rendition of "Come Back Quickly" wouldn't have failed to raise it by even 0.01%. He needed a catalyst to break through this critical point. The woman next to him was shocked to see someone actually playing on their phone at such an event. Is he some clueless newbie? But soon, her eyes caught a glimpse of Fu Hang's chat screen. His number 1 patron? Heh. The woman completely lost all desire to interact with Fu Hang. Fu Hang and Liang were lost in conversation, things heating up between them as they gradually forgot the time. The anxiety from his mission had also dissipated amidst their flirty banter. Liang just had that quality. Among all the clients Fu Hang had dealt with, she was the most straightforward. She liked what she liked and disliked what she disliked. He didn't have to tread carefully trying to decipher her thoughts, unlike with Shen Qingluan. Moreover, Fu Hang gradually noticed something. Liang seemed to have genuinely changed. When she had first returned, despite having been married and recently divorced, she gave Fu Hang more of a young, girlish vibe. He couldn't sense any of that young married woman aura about her. How to describe it? Other than her thoughts being more sensitive, she seemed no different than before she got married. But today, as he engaged in this playful teasing with her, was she actually flirting back? When Fu Hang realized this, he started making more boundary-pushing, probing remarks, but Liang took them all in stride, boldly. She even turned the tables and took the lead. For instance, Fu Hang had suddenly remembered that she seemed to be the only client who hadn't moved to Spring Breeze Garden Estate. He cautiously asked if she had any plans to move, but Liang stated directly that she had bought a new apartment before going abroad. It was now renovated, and she'd moved into her new place upon her return. Then, Liang began to describe her new home. It wasn't some cliché purchase in Spring Breeze Garden Estate, but in another upscale residential complex. However, as Liang described the layout of her new apartment, Fu Hang felt his throat go dry, a sudden thirst creeping up on him. The bedroom has a king-size waterbed, and there's a large mirror on the ceiling. The living room balcony has panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, and the sofa is waterproof. The kitchen has non-slip flooring, and the countertop is a bit lower than usual. The bathroom has a huge bathtub, big enough for 3 people, and there are 2 grab bars on the wall. Fu Hang stared at her messages, a strange feeling washing over him as rather inappropriate images kept surfacing in his mind. Seriously, did you really go abroad just for further studies? When I was still an innocent girl, a familiar voice and melody suddenly rang out. Fu Heng, who had been looking down at his phone, snapped his head up, staring in surprise at the girl in the white one-piece dress on stage. Zhuge Yun? A guest performer. Fu Heng blinked. Zhuge Yun, winner of Best New Artist, Most Popular Female Singer, and Golden Melody of the Year, appearing at the Film Festival Awards ceremony, didn't seem out of place. This was the first time Fu Heng had seen Zhuge Yun perform live. And truth be told, she really did have the air of a diva. On stage, Zhuge Yun showed none of the timidity she usually displayed in front of him. Her unique aura, combined with her distinctive vocal talent, instantly drew Fu Heng's attention from his phone to the stage. Zhuge Yun's white dress wasn't a conventional gown, but a very ordinary and common puffy skirt dress. Yet, it was precisely this outfit, which didn't look like a typical performance costume, that cleverly hid what her figure might have lacked while accentuating her slender waist. And the puffy, knee-length hemline, however, highlighted her smooth calves and her delicate ankles and tender little feet. Always barefoot. Don't your feet get calloused? Fu Heng's Adam's apple bob. A grandmaster's eyesight was excellent. The moment he saw Zhuge Yun, his gaze almost instinctively fell to her feet. Sure enough, she wasn't wearing shoes. The stage lights were dazzling, and the LED screen behind showed the live broadcast. The cameraman knew how to capture an artist's special features, especially the director in the control room, who would, at some casual moment, cut to a close-up of those tender pink feet. Gone in a flash. Fu Heng keenly noticed the gazes of the men. In a fraction of a second, Fu Heng's face also revealed an expression of curious onlooker, his head slightly tilted as he focused seriously on the man seated ahead of him, Lin Xiaoran. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Xiaoran's cold and aloof face appeared on the big screen. Bro, let's just pretend this whole grad school recommendation thing never happened. Seeing his face on the big screen, Lin Xiaoran remained as calm and unbothered as ever. Facing the camera, he slightly tilted his chin, offering an elegant smile toward Zhuge Yun, who was on stage. Is that him? People around him were slightly taken aback, but soon their minds raced with all sorts of marketing strategies. Was this an attempt to stir up a scandal? To create buzz for the upcoming movie? But hadn't he already been nominated for Best Actor? What was Wei Yang Entertainment thinking? Was this just to ride the coattails of the popular young diva, Zhuge Yun? That didn't seem worth it. Does Zhuge Yun really need a scandal to boost her popularity? Could this be the price for Flower Na getting out of her contract with Qingluan? When Lin Xiaoran met Zhuge Yun's gaze, he was confused. He had no connection with her at all. And how did she know that he liked? Did someone inside the industry leak that information? He couldn't help but feel a bit smug. After all, things like this did happen. There had been late-night fans coming to find him barefoot. But in this kind of setting, it seemed like another attempt to get attention before he was crowned Best Actor. The more famous you get, the more people try to grab onto your fame. Thanks to Xiao Jun for the wonderful performance. Please, Xiao Jun, take a rest. Next, let teacher Zhang announce the nominees for Best Actor at this film festival. The host, who had been momentarily stunned, quickly snapped back to reality. This was live, after all. They couldn't be doing this kind of publicity stunt. He wished he could slap himself for interacting with her like that. However, Zhuge Yun remained composed, standing steadily on stage. With her back to the screen, she didn't see the fleeting close-up shot of Lin Xiaoran behind her. I'm on the second floor. If you want to see me, come up, Zhuge Yun said seriously, her voice shy as she spoke to Fu Heng. This time, not only Fu Heng, but the surrounding celebrities also widened their eyes. Was she serious? The second floor was, of course, the lounge for the awards ceremony. Explosive music blared in the next instant, drowning out Zhuge Yun's words. The live director backstage broke out in a cold sweat. This wasn't just a show effect. It was a live broadcast accident. It seemed like Zhuge Yun said something else, but her mic was cut off. The camera quickly shifted elsewhere. The host almost dragged her off stage, and the respected teacher Zhang rushed to the stage. Lin Xiaoran, as if by some strange force, looked at the rapidly moving feet and swallowed unconsciously. The second floor? Should he check it out after the ceremony? This Zhuge Yun, who appeared soft and delicate on the outside, was surprisingly bold. This could definitely create some buzz, the new young diva's crush on the Best Actor nominee at the film festival. But only Fu Heng knew what Zhuge Yun's word about being on the second floor really meant. Damn it. As expected, the quiet ones are the dangerous ones. He had always been quiet and well-behaved, but he never expected this. Fans had one person blocking the shots, but the real danger was coming from behind. Fu Hang felt a chill down his back, and his phone vibrated in his hand. He had no interest in checking the handsome photo of himself on the big screen. Reflexively, he opened his phone. Blacklisted? Or put on ice? The cold text from Sister Li Wei-Yang exuded a sense of danger. Other viewers saw Lin Xiaoran, but she saw Fu Hang, seated behind Lin Xiaoran. What was this little troublemaker trying to do? Announcing something at the film festival? And saying she was waiting on the second floor? Was she trying to rally fans and force a move? Fu Hang sighed deeply, choosing not to reply. Zhuge Jun, you're so devious, but let your boss deal with you. Sure enough, his phone vibrated again. You said that if I wanted to sing, you'd write me a song, right? The message was from Ying Yanan. Fu Hang's forehead twitched. This was very like Yanan. She was planning her career around Crow's 4 to win Best Actress. Would she take a cue from this? Was she planning to do the same thing? I'm on the second floor, waiting for you. Just as Fu Hang's thoughts went astray, his phone vibrated again. Wow, sleeping on the second floor tonight? Want to join me? The message was from Lana. Of course, the reason Fu Hang switched to a different screen was that his phone vibrated again. Xiao Jun, so brave, with a sad emoji. This message was from Shen Qingluan. Shen Qingluan's message was late by a few seconds because she was truly shocked. Yes, this idea, or rather this approach, was actually suggested by Shen Qingluan. But Shen Qingluan had only hinted. You need to be proactive, direct, and irresistible. She wanted to see Fu Hang's reaction when faced with such boldness from a girl. Shen Qingluan had considered it, but didn't dare act on it. She had a green tea personality, but still maintained her dignity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single until now. But she never expected Zhuge Jun to be so bold. Doing this live at the film festival? While Shen Qingluan was shocked, she was also increasingly curious about Fu Hang's response. But if Zhuge Jun actually succeeded, she wouldn't be willing to accept it. Thus, her message was simple, so brave. Fu Hang naturally understood Shen Qingluan's meaning, but he didn't reply. Instead, he switched the screen, staring hesitantly at the pinned profile picture. No response? The long-legged girl beside him looked increasingly puzzled. When Fu Hang's photo appeared on the big screen, she gasped in shock. This unremarkable man was a nominee for Best Actor? What kind of background did he have? A newcomer being nominated? Looking at the other 3 nominees, even the newbie seated in front of him had an insane level of popularity. You could tell from Zhuge Jun's performance. Even the little diva was trying to get close to him. However, when she tried to get closer to him, she found Fu Hang was totally uninterested in the scene on stage. He was still seriously chatting with the girl beside him. Fu Hang switched screens quickly, and though she didn't catch the conversation, the frequent switching of profiles left her looking more and more intrigued. So many different profiles? As expected, a man who could become Best Actor wasn't a simple man. It seemed her awareness wasn't enough yet. The road to a brilliant career was long and full of obstacles. Mr. Wang, Mr. Li, Mr. G. The girl's eyes suddenly shone with a renewed sense of vitality and ambition. Fu Hang looked down at his phone, a complicated expression on his face. He was afraid of that profile picture popping up with a red dot, yet he was also afraid it wouldn't. Even Lana, a casual gaming buddy he duo-queued with, had messaged, "Aren't you going to say anything?" He didn't believe Yu Chu wasn't watching the live stream. Everyone around him knew how much the Crow 3 meant to him. Lost in thought, Fu Hang felt a poke on his arm. He turned, suspicious, only to meet the strange gaze of the girl next to him. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, looking at her warily. "Don't mess with me. I'm busy right now. No time to drum up new business." However, when the girl met Fu Hang's eyes, she gestured towards the stage with her chin. Fu Hang followed her gaze and then realized that the big screen on stage was showing a close-up of his wary face, and all the celebrities and artists around were looking at him. They announced it? Fu Hang snapped back to reality, looking at the host who was grinning from ear to ear. "MHM." The girl nodded slightly. "Me? Congratulations." The girl forced a smile. "Seriously, you gigolo, are you even here for the awards ceremony? You win Best Actor, and this is your attitude? What exactly did you do behind the scenes to get this?" Fu Hang smiled awkwardly at those around him, straightened his wrinkled suit, and slowly rose from his seat. "Congratulations." Lin Xiaoran in the front row, equally refined, stood up, a heartfelt blessing on his face. When he heard the presenter announce Fu Hang's name, a storm of disbelief raged in his heart. He even suspected the list was wrong. But his 9 years of training as an idol trainee reminded him this was a live broadcast. At a time like this, He needed to appear calm and collected, unfazed by honor or disgrace. So, against his true feelings, he stood up, politely extended his right hand, and offered sincere congratulations to the rival who had, by a fluke, beaten him. But in his mind, he had already drafted tomorrow's headline. Biggest scandal in film festival history. As soon as this was over, he'd immediately arrange for an online water army and have people stir things up in the fan groups. However, just as Fu Hang stood up, the phone in his hand vibrated. He almost instinctively looked down. This Lin Xiaoran wants to apply for grad school too. Seeing this message, a slight smile touched Fu Hang's lips. As long as she replied, "Him? Is he even worthy? Our university has standards, you know." Fu Hang quickly typed a reply, his head down. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became eerily quiet. "Dude, are you serious? It's the Best Actor Awards ceremony. Dozens of cameras are on you, and you choose to reply to a message first?" Lin Xiaoran, standing in front of him, almost lost control of his expression. His outstretched hand hung in midair. He had been ignored. By a newcomer. By a newcomer who had stolen his Best Actor title through despicable means. In front of everyone. In front of the entire online audience. And the host on stage also felt the situation was somewhat surreal. What on earth was going on with this film festival? Was it held at an inauspicious time? Or was there something wrong with the theater's feng shui? First, Zhuge Yun's over-the-top public confession. And now, this best actor choosing to reply to a message while on camera? What message could possibly be so important? The host couldn't help but glance worriedly at the award presenter, Teacher Li, who was standing on stage. This Teacher Li was the head of this year's film festival jury, a highly respected senior in the industry, known for both his integrity and artistic excellence. But Teacher Li was an upright man with a straightforward temper. Faced with such a scene, when Fu Hang went on stage, would Teacher Li launch into another tirade against the best actor? However, to the host's surprise, Teacher Li, standing on stage, was all smiles, his expression full of anticipation and admiration for the younger generation. Indeed, Teacher Li's eyes were currently fixed on Fu Hang. He liked this young man a lot. Actually, when he was first approached by Weiyang Entertainment's PR, he had refused. What kind of nonsense is this? Is this still a film festival? Since you've already decided it internally, what's the point of us, the jury? A newcomer, in his first on-screen role, is going to win Best Actor? Is there any point in continuing this film festival? It's utterly absurd. That Lin Xiaoran fellow had already disgusted him enough. Look at his so-called acting. Is that even acting? A deadpan face throughout, couldn't even deliver his lines clearly. But at least he was only asking for a Best Newcomer nomination. But you, Weiyang Entertainment, you come right out and demand Best Actor? But Teacher Li, having spent a lifetime in the entertainment industry, understood. This was just how showbiz worked. However, after Teacher Li watched the review copy of The Crow 3, he couldn't remain calm. You call this a newcomer? From Fu Hang's 17-second-long take, just walking, Teacher Li sensed something extraordinary. This young man has incredible physical control. Even though it was just a few steps, his entire being exuded drama. When Teacher Li saw Fu Hang applying clown makeup to himself in front of a mirror, Teacher Li fell silent. It was a performance without dialogue, just applying makeup, but with every stroke of paint, there was a subtle shift in the young man's emotions. Especially his eyes, transforming from those of a refined university professor to those of a chilling, demonic clown. Such precise expression of emotional progression. Never mind the young actors of today, how many veteran actors of the older generation could achieve that? And after that, he was completely captivated by the clown's madness. Especially the hospital explosion scene. That transcendent abandon, that indifference to life, expressed not just through his eyes, but also in his dance amidst the fiery ruins. A genius. This is a genius of performance. It's just that Teacher Li still couldn't understand how, at the end of the explosion, that flying boulder was filmed. With his experienced eye, he could tell at a glance that the boulder grazing Fu Hang's forehead wasn't CGI. Not only that, but in many dangerous scenes, he saw no sign of a stunt double. Best Actor. Truly well-deserved. In this dual lead film, Heavenly King Lu was actually outshone. Compared to Heavenly King Lu's recent films, his performance in The Crow 3 was commendable, a small breakthrough even. But even so, he was still outshone by this newcomer. To witness such a young talent in his lifetime, Teacher Li felt that the domestic film industry had a worthy successor. But he was, after all, a newcomer, and the movie hadn't been released yet. Thus, under Teacher Li's insistence, the entire jury reached a consensus. Didn't Lin Xiaoran want a Best Newcomer nomination? Forget Best Newcomer. We'll give you a Best Actor nomination directly. Qin Yuchu lay barefoot on the sofa, her socks discarded moments ago. Watching the live broadcast on TV, Qin Yuchu was shaking with laughter, the inexplicable trace of sourness she'd felt earlier vanishing completely. With dozens of cameras pointed at him, Fu Heng finally remembered what he was there for. Clutching his phone, he gave an awkward smile to the host, and then jogged past Lin Xiaoran without a single glance in his direction. Lin Xiaoran still had a smile on his face, but he had no idea how twisted it looked. He looks even younger in person than on screen. Teacher Li's face lit up when he saw Fu Heng walk onto the stage, his wrinkles crinkling like a blooming flower. Fu Heng, unsure how to respond, just smiled awkwardly as his mind replayed the acceptance speech Fang Tiandai had prepared for him. To be honest, this was his first time facing such a scene. Although he'd faced cameras while filming, knowing this was a live broadcast made his mood subtly different. Besides, after seeing Yochu's message, his attention snapped back to the award ceremony. The Best Actor life. This old man won't waste words. Everyone will know why Fu Heng deserved Best Actor when The Crow 3 is released. Teacher Li chuckled heartily, handing the small golden statuette, the symbol of Best Actor, to Fu Heng. Teacher Li had a perfect sense of occasion. After handing over the statuette, he decisively stepped down from the stage. This stage was destined for this young man. As Fu Heng took the golden statuette, his eyes flickered, the corners crinkling upwards slightly. Congratulations, host, on completing the Best Actor Life side quest. Rewards are being distributed. Please check for them. Just like that, Fu Heng's heart suddenly pounded. He felt like he was one step closer to the Forbidden City. The host made several attempts to speak, but hesitated each time. The earlier interaction with Zhuge Yun had left a deep scar. Maybe it's better not to interact. This Fu Heng doesn't seem quite normal either. Anyway, the acceptance speech was a standard part of the ceremony. If Weiyang Entertainment hadn't prepared one, the film crew probably had. Fu Heng stood in the middle of the stage, holding the golden statuette. After the mechanical notification in his mind ended, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Since the reward was already his, what happened next didn't seem to concern him anymore. It wouldn't even matter if the movie wasn't released. The acceptance speech Fang Tiandai had prepared was long and rather awkward. Truth be told, Fu Heng had only memorized the gist of it. Just say thank you and leave. Fu Heng leaned towards the microphone, but before he could speak, the phone in his pocket vibrated again. Fu Heng almost reflexively pulled out his phone again. I want to hear you sing. It feels like you've never sung, just for me. The message was indeed from Qin Yuchu. Did Fu Heng forget his speech? He could have printed it out, you know. The host was really losing his cool. This is live. Man, are you playing on your phone on the award stage? In the future, I must remind the organizers, please turn off and hand in your mobile phones during the event. Just replying to a message, Fu Heng blurted out. The host was exasperated. I already gave you an out. You, how am I supposed to smooth this over? I noticed Fu Heng checking a message earlier. Was he sharing the good news with a friend? The host braced himself and continued his rescue attempt. Yes, someone very important, Fu Heng said seriously, putting down his phone and looking at the camera. So, is there anything you'd like to say to everyone now? The host asked eagerly. Just read your speech quickly and get off the stage. My career is already on the line. Is there a guitar? Fu Heng suddenly turned his head and looked at the host. The host really wanted to say no. What are you trying to pull now? This is live. Live. Can't you just stick to the script? Aren't you an actor? Where's your professionalism? But Fu Heng was already at the front of the stage, and it wasn't a good time to shoo him off. A staff member quickly brought up a guitar. Fu Heng slung it over his shoulder, and the aura about him instantly changed. Just a moment ago, Fu Heng had looked like some oblivious bystander who'd picked up a cheap 15 yuan imitation golden statuette from a street stall, packaging and all. But now his gaze suddenly deepened. Thinking about it seriously, I really do owe you a song. Fu Heng lowered his head slightly. His resonant, deep voice, supported from his diaphragm, spoke again. The host raised an eyebrow. This vocal technique is something else, huh? Many of the artists in the audience were also slightly taken aback. Experts could tell there was something special about the placement of his voice in that single sentence. When Fu Heng saw Qin Yuchu's message, he had a sudden realization. He had sung for Shen Qingluan, and for Li Weiyang too. As for Zhuge Yun, even though he hadn't sung for her, the song he wrote for her had made her a young pop queen. But Yuchu, the only song meant for her, had been sung by that fool Lei Lu. How remiss of me. A wave of guilt and self-reproach washed over him. Fu Heng strummed the guitar strings, and a melodious, flowing intro began. Don't ask me how many I've loved in my life. You don't understand how deep my scars run. It's always cruel to tear open old wounds. I urge you, don't be a fool for love. Keep some affection in reserve for now. When Fu Hang asked for a guitar, the celebrities in the audience had probably already guessed what he was going to do. At an event like this, any artist would seize the opportunity to showcase themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much news about celebrities vying for attention on the red carpet. But the moment Fu Hang started singing, the artists below were stunned. Best actor or not, his singing skills are incredible. And this song, right, from Xiaoang Entertainment. Damn it, this is cheating. So you do have backers. Teacher Li, in the judges' seats, widened his eyes. This Fu Hang could sing too, a true all-rounder. I dislike solitude, yet I fear intimacy with another. This is clearly a kind of torment. Most silent when in a crowd, my smile laced with loneliness. In this vast, tumultuous world, I'm just seeking someone to love me. When I shied away from your tenderness, tears began to fall. Far across the ocean, Li Weiyang lay in a hospital bed. She had just finished her morning checkup. The doctor told her she was recovering very well and could theoretically be discharged, but full recovery, without any lingering issues, would take about another week. She naturally knew Fu Hang was attending the film festival today. After all, she was the boss of Xiaoang Entertainment. Xiaoang would send her copies of all important company projects and agendas. Watching the live broadcast, Li Weiyang's eyes slowly grew moist. Keep some affection in reserve for now. I understand you, I really do. I once was too. And the same scene was playing out on the 2nd, 6th, and 9th floors of Building 12, Spring Wind Garden. In a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Ng Yanan lay alone on her bed, the surrounding silence seeming to envelop her tightly. Her right hand gently held her phone, its screen emitting a soft glow, while her left hand supported a tablet. That small screen, at this moment, held all her thoughts. Most silent when in a crowd, my smile laced with loneliness. In this vast, tumultuous world, I'm just seeking someone to love me. The melodious tune, like a gentle yet powerful breeze, swept through every inch of the bedroom air, piercing straight into Ng Yanan's heart. In an instant, her eyes quietly reddened, warm tears welling up. As these heartfelt lyrics drifted into her ears, Ng Yanan was certain in her heart. Fu Hang was undoubtedly singing this song for her. In the past, Fu Hang's tenderness and thoughtfulness always emerged subtly, in ways others might not notice. He was like someone who could read every corner of her heart, and she, in turn, deeply understood his joys and sorrows. Their unspoken understanding was like stars in the night sky, reflecting each other's light, able to feel each other's brilliance and warmth without words. They were both clowns. In the 6th-floor bathroom, the small space was filled with steam. Shen Qingluan was curled up in a corner of the shower stall, the warm water from the shower head above cascading down like a fine curtain, enveloping her completely. The bathroom light, refracted by the steam, became hazy and dim, much like her currently muddled state of mind. Earlier, seeing Zhuge Yun's unabashed, almost shameless confession, and the thought that Fu Hang and Zhuge Yun might take things further tonight, made Shen Qingluan feel as if a million ants were crawling all over her, her heart filled with an unspeakable restlessness and resentment. She desperately needed this hot shower, trying to cool her seething emotions. However, fate always seemed to enjoy playing tricks. Amidst the rushing sound of the water, Fu Hang's familiar voice pierced through the barriers and drifted into the bathroom. I owe you a song. In an instant, Shen Qingluan's body stiffened. Her fingers, which had been idly moving in the water, froze. Don't ask me how many people I've loved in my life. I don't like being alone, yet I'm afraid of being with someone else. This is clearly a kind of pain. His heartfelt singing echoed continuously in the enclosed bathroom, each note striking heavily against her heart. Shen Qingluan's eyes widened slightly, a flash of disbelief in them, quickly replaced by a myriad of complex emotions. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't utter a sound, merely squatting there silently, like a frozen statue. In that moment, she thought of all her past actions. You played me for a whole 6 years? But hadn't she also treated Fu Hang as a backup for 6 years? Fu Hang had never mentioned this to her, making her feel, even now, that his past efforts were something to be taken for granted. Even after knowing the truth, she had instead begun to question Fu Hang's motives. But what if she had accepted Fu Hang's pursuit back then? She wasn't crying. The water trickled down her cheeks and neck, but she knew there were no tears mixed in. Yet, at this moment, her vision began to blur, not because of the steam, but from the overwhelming emotions that threatened to drown her. Her expression grew increasingly solemn, as if she were undergoing a spiritual baptism in this small shower stall. Every little detail of her past with Fu Hang, memories she had buried deep in her heart, now surged forth like a bursting dam. Her past disdain, her past aloofness, his past unwavering devotion, all intertwined at this moment, making her heart feel as if it were being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, the pain spreading throughout her body. She bit her lower lip hard, trying to suppress the emotions about to spiral out of control, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. I dare not. I wish not. I should not. Thank you again for your love. I have to exist like a speck of dust, yet I will still bring you harm. I dare not. I wish not. I should not. Thank you again for your love. I have to exist. In your future, my biggest fear is that this will bring you eternal harm. On stage, Fu Hang's voice grew louder, his sincere emotions transforming into a tangible wave that seemed to fill the entire venue. Many actors in the audience were also part-time singers. In this era, unless one truly lacked singing talent, any somewhat famous actor would try to release a few songs to capitalize on their fan base. However, Fu Hang's song genuinely stunned many people present. Damn, is this a singing king here to steal the show? Xiaoang Entertainment is truly formidable, as expected. They just launched a new diva. Are they planning to launch a king now too? In a lounge on the second floor of the venue, Zhuge Yun was also watching the live broadcast from downstairs. She was still wearing that fluffy dress, but was carefully cleaning her feet with a damp towel. You should have discussed this with me beforehand. Opposite her was Fang Tiandai, with a complicated expression. Fang Tiandai felt like she had just survived a life-and-death crisis. If it weren't for that pretentious Lin Xiaoang coincidentally sitting in front of the boss, and the boss's strong crisis management and risk aversion, she'd probably be looking for a housekeeping agency by now. Not to hire a nanny, but to find a job herself. But this is the most I could do. Zhuge Yun put down the damn towel and picked up a bottle of essence. Meticulously caring for her feet was a strict order from Fang Tiandai. Every day, no matter how busy, included a 30-minute warm water soak, a 30-minute hot towel compress, and no shortage of moisturizers, care lotions, and essences. Zhuge Yun felt like she was being marinated. Beside her feet was a brand new pair of pure cotton socks. Except for special occasions, she now had to wear these custom-made socks 24/7, and her shoes were also custom-made. But when Fang Tiandai heard Zhuge Yun's reply, her expression stiffened. This is the most you could do? Sister, what more did you want? I almost had a heart attack, just now. I even got the defibrillator ready. Did I push you too hard? But aren't you gay? I was afraid you'd provoke the boss's wife. But what you just did seems to have completely prevented anything terrible from happening, because you've thoroughly offended the boss's wife. Inside apartment 909, building 12 of Chunfeng Gardens, Yochu's expression was surprisingly calm. So calm it was without a ripple. She listened quietly, a faint smile on her face, but it lacked the usual relaxedness she had when watching variety shows. I dare not. I wish not. I should not. My biggest fear is that this will bring you eternal harm. But why exactly? Yochu frowned, murmuring to herself, just as Fu Hang sang the last line and pressed his hand on the guitar to silence the string's vibrations. Qin Yuchu picked up the phone she had been holding. Brother Bing, bring the car around. I'm going out. Qin Yuchu glanced at the thunderous applause in the venue on TV, her voice cold as she spoke. Downstairs in 10 minutes. Where are we going? Nian Bing asked subconsciously. The new driver had reminded him that when the boss went out, it was best to ask the destination in advance so they could prepare. After all, you couldn't find wild rebar everywhere. Modu, Qin Yuchu glanced at the TV again and strode into the bedroom. She missed him. Missed him a whole lot. On stage, as Fu Hang finished his song, he didn't hesitate for a moment. After handing his guitar to a staff member, he simply said, "Thank you," and walked down from the stage. He had no desire whatsoever to give the planned acceptance speech. This level? I've cleared it. I think I might know who Fu Hang sent that text to, the host said, watching Fu Hang's cold exit, another bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Dude, are you working from a different script than us? You're the best actor. Where's your acceptance speech? You just put on such a huge show. Aren't you going to say something? If you're not going to thank the party and the people, couldn't you at least thank CCTV? Your director is sitting right down there. Xiaoang Entertainment has backed you so much. Aren't you going to thank your sponsor? I think I've guessed it too, said Teacher Lee from the judges panel, stepping in as a temporary comedic foil. Actually, I was just thinking it's a pity that Lu Tianwang, the other star of The Crow 3, couldn't be here in person. But with Fu Hang dedicating a new song to Lu Tianwang, it's almost as if he were here himself. Teacher Li's smile was remarkably benevolent. Hearing this, the crowd had a collective epiphany. While listening to the song, they'd had the strange feeling that Fu Hang's singing style was very similar to Lu Tianwang's, as if he were deliberately imitating him. Given Fu Hang's demonstrated vocal prowess, there was absolutely no need for that. But after the hosts and Teacher Li's prompts, it all clicked. This Fu Hang has some serious emotional intelligence, huh? Was this song dedication arranged by his agency? Fang Tiandai really is meticulous. Someone very important. The unspoken words hung in the air. This was a junior showing respect to a senior. This young man was truly something else. Lin Xiaoran also understood the profound implications. Watching Fu Hang walk towards him, he took a deep breath and recomposed his smile. His agent had just discreetly reminded him that the moment Fu Hang ignored him had been caught on camera, and his subsequent expression had been less than ideal. So at this moment, he absolutely had to display his magnanimity. That way, when the clips circulated online, he could be on the offensive or the defensive as needed. "Congratulations, your singing was fantastic too," Lin Xiaoran said, confidently striking his most elegant pose as he rose from his seat again. But Fu Hang, walking back with a small golden statuette, abruptly stopped again and silently pulled out his phone. It had vibrated once more. Watching Fu Hang, who was now so close, Lin Xiaoran felt as if he were channeling all his life's acting skills into this single moment. Turns out, smiling is this hard. Fu Hang read the new text message with extreme concentration. Lin Xiaoran's outstretched hand froze in midair again, caught in an awkward limbo of whether to retract it or not. Then, as Fu Hang finished reading the message, a flicker of pleasant surprise lit up his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards in an unnatural, almost exaggerated grin. And then, Fu Hang, clutching the golden statuette in one hand and his phone in the other, simply walked away. He bypassed Lin Xiaoran, didn't even return to his seat, and headed straight for the emergency exit at the back of the venue. Lin Xiaoran's smile trembled on his cheeks, a subtle but pervasive tremor. It was like he was holding something incredibly heavy with both hands when a large, green-headed, patternback fly suddenly landed on his face. Every little rub of the fly's legs seemed to pull at his facial nerves. But with his hands full, he couldn't swat it away. All he could do was twitch his cheeks, hoping this feeble movement might scare off the tiny tormentor on his face. Lin Xiaoran sat down coldly. He noticed that no cameras were pointed in his direction, but the amused, knowing expressions of the actors and celebrities around him were perfectly clear. He finally understood. This wasn't Fu Hang ignoring him. This was humiliation. "So you really don't understand the rules, huh? You snatched my Best Actor award, and now you dare to humiliate me in public." Lowering his head, Lin Xiaoran silently took out his own phone. He couldn't wait another second. He was going to make Fu Hang's reputation hit rock bottom. "You're the best actor, are you? Believe it or not, the Crow 3 might never see the light of day because of you." The host on stage saw Fu Hang bypass his seat and leave directly, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. "I really did my best. There's no smoothing this over." Fortunately, in the control room backstage, the live director, with a sense of foresight, had already instructed all cameramen to focus elsewhere the moment Fu Hang stepped off stage. This young man, he's really let success go to his head. Why was Fu Hang so utterly devoid of etiquette? And who sent that last message? You might not believe this, but it wasn't Qin Yu Chu. It was a text message from a delivery company. "Your package addressed to Tianqing International Hotel is currently out for delivery. Please ensure your phone line is open. Delivery personnel." Fu Hang had only arrived in Modu, Shanghai, that day and checked into the hotel in the afternoon. How could he possibly have an online order addressed here? So who sent this package? Was the system being unusually efficient today? Fu Hang didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew what this package contained? The last system reward had been sent directly to the milk tea shop, arriving with damaged packaging, and Li Weiyang had ended up taking it. Damn it, he still hadn't even seen that proposal. He definitely didn't want his bring peace to all generations plan to encounter another mishap like that. Anyway, his business at the awards was concluded, and there was no need to linger and feel miserable. Fu Hang rushed back to the hotel in a hurry. Upon arrival, Fu Hang eagerly inquired at the front desk. When informed that the package hadn't arrived yet, he let out a long sigh of relief. He instructed Baldy Long to take 2 men and guard the hotel entrance, then went back to his room. He still wasn't used to wearing formal suits. They made him feel awkward all over. However, the wait stretched on for 3 hours. Fu Hang was starting to get hungry. During this time, he called the delivery person twice. The first time, the delivery person said the package was still being sorted. Afraid of causing complications, Fu Hang didn't press further. Nearly 2 hours later, Fu Hang called again. This time, the delivery person said their e-bike had run out of battery and they were queuing at a service station for replacement. Fu Hang was starting to lose his composure. System, with our kind of resources, can't we spring for a dedicated courier? For something this important, if you're not going to arrange an armored convoy, at least get a rush delivery service. It wasn't until 4.5 hours later, long after the film festival award ceremony had concluded, that the delivery person finally and tardily arrived. When they met, Fu Hang was fuming but couldn't bring himself to vent his anger. Because the delivery person was injured. Apparently, they had taken a fall on the way. Fu Hang signed for the package speechlessly, only to discover with astonishment that it was cash on delivery. System, have we been spending a bit too extravagantly lately? Making movies, buying a whole residential complex. Are you a little short on cash? You could have given me a heads up. I could have been more frugal. Focusing intently on whether the packaging was intact, Fu Hang quickly returned to his room. First, he checked the tracking number on the delivery slip, and sure enough, there was only recipient information, no sender details. He thought, can this kind of slip pass security checks? Fu Hang smirked and carefully opened the package. A hard drive? Inside was a hard drive with no brand logo, clearly showing signs of DIY assembly. Fu Hang eagerly pulled out his laptop, a high-performance gaming model he always carried with him. Still, he was cautious. Before plugging in the hard drive, he turned off the internet. But when the hard drive opened, Fu Hang was stunned. There were countless folders, all filled with things he couldn't understand. He randomly opened a few files, and they contained complex blueprints and formulas. What the heck? This looks serious. After a flurry of searching, Fu Hang finally found the directory. Space Junk Cleanup and Recycling. To ensure the smooth operation of current space activities and promote the long-term development of future space exploration, a space junk cleanup and recycling project will be initiated. This project aims to clean up space debris in Earth's orbit through innovative technology and scientific planning, realizing the recycling of space resources and creating a safe, sustainable environment for human space activities. Sure enough, Fu Hang's heart skipped a beat. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Fu Hang shuddered for no apparent reason. The key thing was he was so tense. This was nothing like the milk tea shop business plan. This could be more important than the thing he bought back from Jinshan Corner. Fu Hang decisively unplugged the hard drive and shut down the computer. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Fu Hang frowned and glanced at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. Who would come at this hour? Director Liu? Earlier, Director Liu had called after the award ceremony to ask about the celebration dinner, but Fu Hang had declined, telling them to go enjoy themselves. For some reason, as Fu Hang stared at the hard drive in his hand, his expression suddenly grew strange. This plot seemed familiar. Wasn't there a scene like this in a soft meal novel about a man who traveled to the entertainment industry? But his situation was nothing like that, right? Fu Hang slipped the hard drive into his pocket, thought for a moment, and pulled out his regular portable hard drive, casually placing it on the side of his laptop bag. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. Fu Hang stood up to open the door. No way. Fu Hang opened the door and instinctively took a step back. His expression grew even more strange. The scent of perfume hit him, and the woman's long, wavy hair almost brushed his face. Looking for someone? Fu Hang licked his lips and took another step back. She wore a long black trench coat, the collar low, giving off an intense, oppressive feeling. Beneath the trench coat, her legs were encased in shiny black stockings, reflecting a dazzling light. The girl's features were delicate, but with clear signs of cosmetic work. Fu Hang thought to himself, this wasn't even a pop-up from the system. The girl didn't speak. She simply smiled at him seductively, then stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. Fu Hang gave a meaningful look at her, and she stood by the door, slowly undoing her belt. The trench coat seemed to have a life of its own, as it fell like petals once the belt was undone. Underneath, she wore an extremely short skirt, and her top was an innovative design. Fu Hang stared for a while, but couldn't figure out how the straps worked. The girl still didn't speak. After removing her outerwear, she leaned casually against the door and turned her head slightly to look at Fu Hang. Her gaze held curiosity, but there was also a hint of pity. Fu Hang, with his high emotional intelligence, understood exactly what she was implying. Was this really happening? Fu Hang thought, feeling slightly absurd. This kind of plot didn't fit him at all. The story progression felt awkward. He didn't speak, but stepped back slowly and sat down on the sofa. Seeing Fu Hang's reaction, the girl's face showed a flicker of surprise. Interesting reaction, she thought. At least she wouldn't be harassed. It was said that Fu Hang was an award-winning actor, and he wasn't bad-looking, but too bad. He had offended the wrong person. They silently stared at each other, time ticking by. Knock, knock, knock. The loud knocking echoed. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. No creativity at all? This scene was so overused. The girl, however, glanced at Fu Hang one last time before unzipping her skirt and pulling the straps on her shoulders, cautiously opening the door. Her movement was deliberate. She positioned herself behind the door, only letting her head poke through. But the door was quickly shoved open, and the girl stumbled back, landing on the thick carpet. Her fall was provocative, and Fu Hang silently gave her a thumbs up. Fu Hang, we received a report for the public. You're suspected of engaging in prostitution. It seemed the evidence was conclusive. 3 uniformed officers entered the room, each wearing a body camera on their shoulders. The leader of the group surveyed the girl lying on the floor and turned his cold gaze on Fu Hang. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He wasn't surprised. Behind the 3 officers were several journalists, all carrying cameras with name tags. Fu Hang felt the scene was eerily familiar. This wasn't just inspired by other stories. It felt like a complete ripoff. Please cooperate with the investigation, the lead officer said, stepping aside so the camera crew could capture the scene clearly. The girl, still on the floor, remained in her disheveled state, even giving the camera an exaggerated wiggle. Fu Hang took a long drag from a cigarette, his gaze instinctively shifting to the laptop bag and hard drive. The lead officer, sharp-eyed, noticed Fu Hang's look, casually walked over and picked up the hard drive. Oh, an unexpected find. Fu Hang smiled and motioned for the 2 officers with handcuffs to approach, pointing toward the door. The officers hesitated for a moment before glancing back at Fu Hang, whose calm demeanor caught them off guard. As they turned, Fu Hang noticed that the door to the guest room opposite his had opened. 2 dark-faced men stood in the doorway. The lead officer saw them and sneered. These celebrities thought a few bodyguards made them untouchable. Today's operation was perfectly legal. They had received a report, led the raid, and caught the criminal red-handed. If the bodyguards tried to intervene, Fu Hang would only get deeper into trouble. After all, actors were just actors. Don't obstruct official business, or we'll take you all in. The lead officer shot a fierce glare at the 2 men by the door, pulled out an evidence bag, and placed the hard drive inside. The complexions of the 2 men standing outside the door turned uglier, especially after meeting Fu Hang's teasing gaze. They were thoroughly embarrassed. They had seen the girl as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, but a woman looking for Fu Hang in the middle of the night was hardly anything new. They were just lamenting that the station would probably need to send more backup. So when the girl entered the room, they weren't alarmed at all. But the sudden appearance of 3 colleagues left them stunned. Which department were they from? Before they could react, the 3 colleagues burst through the door. Seeing the reporters trailing behind, they understood. Good heavens! Who did these guys think they were, some high and mighty officials? Was public order in Magic City so good that they were bored stiff? Did they even know who they were trying to mess with, barging in so brazenly? The 2 men stood by the door with grim faces, but the current situation was very disadvantageous for them. In front of the reporters, what could they say? You can't touch this man, or you can't use dirty tricks on him. They couldn't figure out which fool had cooked up such a clumsy scheme to target Fu Hang. What if he used this against them later? Then things would truly become problematic. Seeing that the captain had intimidated the bodyguards at the door, the 2 officers no longer hesitated, pulling out handcuffs and approaching Fu Hang again. Is it inconvenient for you? Should I do it myself? Fu Hang, however, waved his hand again and said to the 2 men at the door. The 2 men looked even more awkward, the predicament on their faces impossible to hide. Fu Hang glanced at the reporters outside, who were constantly snapping pictures, and seemed to understand. Can I make a call? Fu Hang asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as he turned to look at the lead officer. The captain frowned slightly, but Fu Hang clearly had no intention of waiting for his permission and had already dialed a number. Where the hell are you? People are already at my door, Fu Hang said, just that one sentence. The lead captain's eyes twitched, a flicker of pleasant surprise in his heart. Did this mean things were about to escalate? Suddenly, he wasn't in a hurry anymore. The 2 officers also seemed to understand the captain's cue. One went over and picked up Fu Hang's computer, while the other carefully helped the girl up from the floor, cuffing her and thoughtfully picking up the trench coat from the ground to drape over her. They'd already gotten all the shots they needed. Though the scenery was nice, he was, after all, in uniform, It wouldn't do for his image. The captain sized up Fu Hang unscrupulously, wondering what gave this young hothead the confidence to remain so calm in such a situation. But soon, he felt an unreal tremor, as if the building was shaking. Then, he heard a flurry of footsteps. He looked suspiciously towards the door. One of the two bodyguards was on the phone, while the other gave him a pitying glance. Several entertainment reporters were looking terrified towards the staircase, instinctively backing away until they were out of his sight. Just as he hesitated, swoosh, 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 3 dark figures flashed past the doorway, followed by the terrified shouts and curses of the reporters. The captain was furious. Were they trying to turn the world upside down? But before he could shout to stop them, a massive bald head appeared at the doorway. The back of his deeply wrinkled head gleamed coldly, his ferocious features radiating a bloodthirsty savagery. However, when Baldy Long saw the scene inside, he paused slightly, especially when he clearly saw the 3 uniforms. He turned his head suspiciously to look at the 2 men by the door. The 2 men awkwardly averted their gazes. Baldy Long's eyes widened abruptly, a fire igniting within them. How the tables turn. Don't look down on a young man's hardship. You chased me all over town back then, and now you've fallen right in my hands, haven't you? What do you want? The captain was terrified by Baldy Long's bloodthirsty demeanor. They had come to arrest a celebrity for soliciting prostitution. Their police equipment was limited, their most potent weapon being pepper spray. But pepper spray didn't seem to have much deterrent effect on this bald newcomer. Baldy Long didn't make any rash moves. He swept his gaze over the people in the room and stood before Fu Hang, awaiting instructions. He was a college student now, after all, and believed in civilized enforcement. Don't be rash. Their chief is on his way. The bodyguard at the door who was on the phone suddenly shouted. Fu Hang shrugged, glancing at the hard drive in the captain's hand. Trying to frame me? I'll make sure you pay dearly for this. The captain was stunned by this. How did arresting someone for soliciting prostitutes involve the chief? What are you doing? We're reporters. We have the right to report, the right to know, and the right to public oversight. The shouts of several reporters came from outside. Fu Hang glanced sideways at Baldy Long. Baldy Long frowned slightly, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. This comfortable life has made these brothers' skills rusty. Baldy Long walked to the door and saw several reporters cornered against the wall by his men. We have the right to public oversight. I'll expose you, one reporter roared, blustering while clutching his camera tightly. Reporters? How do you prove it? Baldy Long asked coldly. This is my press pass, the reporter said, proudly holding up the badge on his chest. Baldy Long squinted, looking down at the ID badge he was holding, then glanced sideways at the others. We all have credentials. The other reporters hurriedly produced their IDs. But Baldy Long abruptly yanked the pass from the man's neck and snatched all the press passes. What are you doing? One of the reporters yelled angrily. Baldy Long didn't even glance at him. Instead, he took out his phone, photographed all the press passes, and sent the pictures to a group chat. The reporters looked at each other, utterly confused about what he was doing. They watched as Baldy Long, after sending the photos, pressed and held the voice message button. By 10 a.m. tomorrow, I want to know their birth dates and times, zodiac signs, horoscopes, blood types, and even which direction their bathroom doors open. Baldy Long stared coldly at one of them, his icy words terrifying. You're breaking the law. The reporter he was staring at stammered in terror. He, of course, understood the meaning behind Baldy Long's words. Can I break the law? Baldy Long feigned a slight pause, as if seriously considering it, then asked with mock sincerity. The reporters immediately fell silent. These guys, they really didn't look like law-abiding citizens. You have your ways of working, and we have ours, Baldy Long said, twirling the press passes in his hand and flashing a humble smile. But in the eyes of the reporters, that smile was utterly repulsive. His men nearby understood the cue and reached for the cameras in the reporters' hands. The boss had repeatedly told them they were civilized people now and had to act with civilized enforcement, which was why they hadn't used brute force earlier. This time, the reporters didn't resist. Baldy Long's earlier threat had been far too intimidating. Don't bring trouble upon our families. Several burly men grabbed cameras and started searching them. This truly showcased the core team's professionalism and accumulated experience. The search was incredibly thorough. They didn't just find a metal buckle on a belt. They even pulled out a stash of hidden cash one of them had tucked into his shoe sole. Hands on your head, squat against the wall. Baldy Long roared fiercely. He then calmly strolled back into the room, clutching a handful of press passes. However, the moment he stepped inside, his expression turned exceptionally grave. As the team grew larger by the day, it became imperative to enhance their professionalism and boost their core competitiveness. The immediate priority was to focus on building professional capabilities. Through systematic theoretical training, diverse practical exercises, and other methods, they needed to comprehensively elevate the team's operational proficiency, accelerate the creation of a high-caliber, exceptionally skilled talent pool, and drive an increase in the team's overall effectiveness. Only then could they meet the boss's ever-increasing business demands. Baldy Long suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. Meanwhile, as this farce played out in the hotel, 2 luxury cars pulled into the hotel's parking lot. The vehicles parked steadily in their spots, but no one got out. Inside one of the cars, Yu-Chu, her face cold, was scrolling through her phone. With things like this happening, I guess I really don't need to bother with grad school exams. Yu-Chu's expression was grim, a hint of anger flickering in her eyes. The page on her phone displayed a news piece just published by an independent media outlet. The film festival was a hot topic, and countless independent media outlets would use it to drive traffic, but the content of this post was very pointed. This year's film festival was rigged. That Fu Hang, who just won Best Actor, got there entirely through connections and unspoken rules. The entire post lacked any substantive content, consisting wholly of speculation and conjecture. But the more it was like that, the more the gossip-loving netizens lapped it up. In the short time since the post was published, the number of shares had already reached an astonishing figure. But Shen Yu-Chu could tell at a glance that someone was deliberately orchestrating this, because she had already scrolled past several similar posts in the brief period since the film festival award ceremony ended. Had someone hired paid commenters to intentionally slander Fu Hang? The methods weren't even sophisticated. Was Lin Xiaoang short on funds? It was obvious these paid commenters were pushing a narrative that simultaneously disparaged one and praised another, claiming Lin Xiaoang had been robbed of the Best Actor award due to behind-the-scenes manipulation, and they were fighting for justice on his behalf. Using such tactics to smear Fu Hang? After a brief flash of anger, Shen Yu-Chu pouted bored. These paid trolls are in for a rough time. A new internet cleanup campaign might even be launched because of this. The internet isn't a lawless place, you know. Retweeting something like that over 500 times can land you in serious trouble. Others might not know, but the president of Yuanwood Trading, who had been given VIP treatment every step of the way, had truly experienced firsthand how important Fu Hang was in the eyes of certain influential people. Knocking on the raised partition of the SUV, Shen Yu-Chu pushed open the door and got out. 6 burly men immediately exited the 2 SUVs. Have everyone go check in. We're staying here tonight. You got his room number, right? Shen Yu-Chu said, swinging her hands as she walked ahead. Brother Long messaged back. Room 2208. It's a suite, Nian Bing replied, fawningly trailing behind Shen Yu-Chu, his eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. There aren't any other women in there, are there? Shen Yu-Chu suddenly stopped, her voice laced with suspicion. Brother Long said the boss is alone, Nian Bing answered flawlessly. He was actually quite nervous about Big Sister-in-law conducting a surprise inspection on the boss. What if they actually caught Big Brother with someone? Whose side would he take? So, when he asked Brother Long, he had subtly hinted that he and Big Sister-in-law were on their way. Fortunately, Brother Long's reply had been direct, sending the room number straight away. The minute was safe. Shen Yu-Chu raised an eyebrow smugly. Just as she was about to continue forward, her vision blurred. The newly assigned driver had stepped in front of her. We've got a situation. The driver's sharp gaze shot towards a corner of the parking lot, his right hand slipping into his left sleeve. Huh. Nian Bing, startled, also darted in front of Shen Yu-Chu. What's going on? Shen Yu-Chu asked weakly, taken aback by their sudden, alarmed reactions. But Yu-Chu was sensible enough to quickly hide behind Nian Bing's massive frame. After all, by her count, Yu-Chu herself had been kidnapped several times already. Someone's watching us, the driver said gravely. Yu-Chu glanced skeptically in that direction and indeed saw 2 furtive figures crouching there, cameras in hand. Isn't it normal for someone to be watching? Nian Bing rolled his eyes, his muscles relaxing. Over this period, he had long since realized that besides the overt bodyguards like them, the boss also had hidden guards. Not our guys. They're not this amateurish. The driver's hand remained in his sleeve. Probably paparazzi, Shen Yu-Chu suggested timidly, her gaze also drifting to the driver's sleeve. He's not going to pull a gun out of there, is he? Aren't guns usually hidden under the armpit? Seriously, where does Baldy find these people? Paparazzi? Should we deal with them? Nian Bing, as if suddenly remembering something, tensed up again, warily eyeing the driver. His big toe, however, wiggled inside his leather shoe. Don't you dare try to snatch this one from me. You've already got 4. No need. Let's go inside. They're not here for me, Qin Yuchu said with a slight pout, having a good idea who those reporters were staking out. Qin Yuchu paid them no more mind and walked ahead, but both the driver and Yin Bing seemed reluctant to let the matter drop. By the way, what's your name? Qin Yuchu asked, looking curiously at the new driver. My name is Lu Bo. Lu Bo. Qin Yuchu paused. With your looks, the name doesn't quite fit, does it? Lu Bo looked like the archetypal man of few words but ruthless action. His features were square and regular, not as ferocious-looking as Baldy Long, but the menacing aura that occasionally emanated from his eyes made unfamiliar people hesitant to meet his gaze directly. Baldy Long really went to great lengths to protect big sister-in-law. Qin Yuchu's keep strangers away aura intensified by +1. Lu Bo. Without the sound, Lu Bo explained seriously. Though his eyes occasionally flashed with a dangerous glint, his entire being exuded an air of righteousness. Years ago, young and reckless, he'd gotten into a drunken brawl and had been a bit too heavy-handed, earning himself a criminal record. This got him eliminated in the first round of selections for Unit 010. But just a few days ago, for assisting local authorities in capturing 2 foreign criminals, he had performed a meritorious service. His record was expunged. He even received a 50,000 yuan reward. Things could actually work out this way. Both times involved breaking legs. The first time he ended up in handcuffs. This time he received a commendation. Lu Bo pondered this deeply and finally understood the importance of being part of an organization. Why did Brother Long transfer you here? Qin Yuchu asked as she walked slowly, curiously sizing up Lu Bo. I broke 4 legs. Lu Bo suddenly perked up, his chin jutting out proudly. Kick them. Qin Yuchu stopped again, eyeing his shiny leather shoes skeptically. She knew Yin Bing had unique skill, the devastating cripple kick. Are you guys actually from the same school of martial arts? Kick him. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Bo's face. His right hand snaked into his left sleeve again. This time, he pulled out a length of gleaming metal. With a firm grip, he flicked his wrist downwards. Clack! It was a retractable, collapsible baton. Those 2 just now? Sis-in-law, just say the word, and I'll take them down in 1 clean strike each. If it takes more than 1 move, I've trained this universe sleeve blade of mine for nothing. Lu Bo puffed out his chest proudly, twirling the metal baton in his hand with a stylish flourish. Qin Yuchu pressed her lips together, struggling hard to hold back her laughter. It would be rude to laugh right now, wouldn't it? Relying on external objects. Yin Bing curled his lip disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt as he looked at the metal baton. Do you know the fundamental difference between humans and animals? Lu Bo shot Yin Bing a cold look. Yin Bing rolled his eyes and arrogantly tilted his head up to gaze at the night sky. He didn't know. Brother Long's training materials hadn't covered this philosophical topic. The fundamental difference between humans and animals is that humans are adept at using tools. That's why, throughout the long development of human civilization, we've been able to contend with the heavens, the earth, nature, and ferocious beasts. Speaking of which, is it okay for you to carry that around? Yuchu couldn't help but interrupt. If Lu Bo kept talking, she was really going to burst out laughing. The standards for thugs these days were so high. It's a reading pen. What would be wrong with it? Lu Bo, however, was taken aback. A reading pen? Qin Yuchu was truly stunned this time. The thing in his hand, gleaming coldly, shining brilliantly, exuding killing intent under the moonlight, and hinting at bloodshed in the sunset glow. It had to be a controlled weapon, right? It is a reading pen. I just modified it a bit, added a protective casing, Lu Bo said, pressing some unseen button on it. He tapped the metal rod against his own leather shoe. Leather shoes. Dress shoes. A surprisingly gentle mechanical voice incongruously sounded from the metal rod. Qin Yuchu's mouth fell open. She was utterly astounded. Lu Bo twirled the baton again, the sound of it cutting through the air particularly desolate in the night. Then he pressed another unseen button, and the metal rod retracted sharply, returning to the short form he had first drawn. He tucked it back into his sleeve. Qin Yuchu looked at Lu Bo seriously and nodded with great approval. With these 2 hidden dragon and young phoenix types by her side, her sense of security was maxed out, wasn't it? Seeing Qin Yuchu's expression, Yin Bing suddenly looked down at his own leather shoes. Dress shoes? Did his shoes need some modifications too? Otherwise, how could he flex to the max? Add wheels to them. The invincible wind-fire wheels of the explosive heaven-crippling kick? Yin Bing sank into deep thought. Meanwhile, on the hotel's upper floor, when Baldy Long returned to the room, the 3 uniformed officers had already sensed that something fishy was going on with today's incident. This Fu Hang was too audacious. How dare he treat reporters like that right in front of them? Didn't he want to make it in the entertainment industry anymore? Moreover, he was far too calm. The bodyguard at the door had even said their chief was on his way. Could it be that his backers truly had connections that reached the heavens? Wasn't he just a newcomer? The two junior officers looked somewhat uneasy, but after a brief moment of thought, their captain glanced at the scantily clad girl sitting on the bed and visibly relaxed. So what if he had powerful connections? He had only been involved in half of this setup. His presence here today was entirely reasonable, compliant, and legal. His body cam had been recording the whole time. Could Fu Hang possibly turn the tables and accuse him? When the chief arrived, he would most likely just mediate. Fu Hang would still have to ask him for leniency, wouldn't he? Baldy Long stood before Fu Hang again, holding a stack of press passes, his cold gaze fixed on the delicate girl sitting on the bed. The girl trembled under Baldy Long's stare. She wasn't like these police officers. Her presence here from any angle was unreasonable, non-compliant, and illegal. Without prompting, the girl slid from the bed to the floor, kneeling upright, her head tilted back as she looked at Fu Hang with a pitiful expression. Her expressive eyes conveyed a multitude of messages. Damn it, Fu Hang actually understood them again. I was forced. Don't make things difficult for me. I could do many things. Fu Hang's lips twitched, but his gaze inevitably fell to what was visible beneath the girl's open trench coat. To be honest, she was more pitiable than those online influencers who posted risque content. Especially this kneeling posture. She had truly mastered the art of being suggestive. What kind of drama is this now? A suspicious voice suddenly came from the doorway. Fu Hang, who had been critically examining social trends with an artistic eye, shivered violently. Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang looked up in shock and indeed saw a beautiful figure with a high ponytail standing gracefully at the entrance of the hotel room. Yuchu was dressed very casually today. Her high ponytail revealed her delicate, fair neck. She wasn't wearing glasses, and the color of her irises seemed a shade darker than usual. Contact lenses? Colored ones? Fu Hang licked his lips, his gaze shifting downwards. Skinny jeans were paired with floral flat shoes, and her upper body was clad in a black knit pullover with a high collar and wide sleeves. A strong, student-like aura emanated from her. If it weren't for those two hidden dragon and young phoenix characters standing behind her. What are you doing here? Fu Hang stood up awkwardly. Regardless of whether today's scene was deliberately set up by someone, being caught by his girlfriend made Fu Hang, who had little experience with such situations, feel strange. This didn't seem to be the first time either. What's the situation? Yuchu, however, didn't answer Fu Hang's question. She scanned the room carefully before speaking again. A prostitution bust. Lu Bo, ever the man of the world, saw through the essence of the situation at a glance. A row of men, hands holding up their trousers, were squatting neatly against the wall by the door. The girl in the room was scantily clad, and there were uniformed officers on site. He was all too familiar with this scene, wasn't he? He'd been caught in a raid twice himself. It looked like they had just raided the boss's room. Sigh, the boss was too careless. With his capabilities, a little heads up beforehand should have been enough. This hotel was no good either, and it called itself 5-star. Didn't they make any prior arrangements? Prostitution? Qin Yuchu's eyes widened. She looked at the three police officers, then down at the girl kneeling on the floor, her chest partially exposed. Fu Hang's face darkened. This must be the guy who was so cool with that rebar-like baton, right? You sure have a lot of real-world experience, huh? He thought. Someone set up a trap to frame the boss. Baldy Long hurriedly interjected, glaring at Lu Bo with deep resentment. Life is hard enough. Don't rub it in. You think you're the only smart one here? What are you showing off for? A setup. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, looking playfully at Fu Hang. There are always villains trying to harm the emperor, Fu Hang said, stepping forward and taking Yuchu's hands, his eyes filled with helplessness. Damn it. This explanation sounded really weak. It was a setup, true, but the girl on the floor was very professional and committed. Her hip-hugging skirt was still bunched up on her thighs. True, someone like her wouldn't even get hired as a technician at my place, Yuchu said, tilting her head and scrutinizing the girl on the floor again. The girl, however, looked up sharply. What did she mean? You can insult my character, but you can't disparage my professional skills and market positioning, okay? This affects my rates. I'm a high-class escort, you know. But when her eyes met Yuchu's, a sudden sense of defeat washed over her. This woman, who looked just like a student, why did she have such a powerful aura? The way she looked down at her was like an empress, ruler of all she surveyed, gazing down upon her subjects, while she herself felt like a lowly palace maid who had committed a capital crime. Fu Hang, I'd advise you to cooperate. If this blows up, it won't do you any good. The captain leading the team finally burst out. I'm in the middle of a prostitution bust here. We got them red-handed. The evidence is solid. Can't you take this seriously? Even if there's some misunderstanding, if this leaks online, your PR will be a nightmare, right? Shouldn't you be sucking up to me right now? And then try to negotiate. The captain had figured out. This was two entertainment companies going at each other. Although he'd taken a little something on the side, he was indeed following procedure. It wouldn't implicate him. Who knows? He might even be able to squeeze a little more out of Fu Hang's side. As for what happened next, they could sort it out themselves. I don't know if Mr. Fu wants to blow this up, but your situation is pretty serious. The security guard who had been on the phone at the door walked in coolly. Liang had the reporters under control, and he'd just received instructions on the phone. It was his turn to step in and negotiate. The captain's face darkened. Who did these celebrity bodyguards think they were? But before he could speak, the bodyguard suddenly pulled out an ID and flashed it in front of him. Internal affairs. The captain's eyes shot wide. He wasn't a bodyguard. Surprised? The one at the door is from disciplinary inspection. Your director Wang is downstairs. Come with us. The internal affairs bodyguard gave the captain a pitying glance and sighed. They've been seriously short-staffed lately, pulling in personnel from all over the country. Detectives, beat cops, internal affairs, disciplinary inspection, even rookie traffic cops. It's like they're trying to collect a full set of job types. The captain was completely bewildered. So this honey trap was actually sprung on him. A few uniformed officers and the terrified young woman were taken away. The bodyguards in black, once again fostering an excellent atmosphere of police-civilian cooperation, acted as temporary escorts. Boss, this equipment. Liang glanced at the group of reporters at the end of the line, holding up the confiscated cameras, voice recorders, and other devices. They are reporters, after all. Directly confiscating their things isn't quite right. It could be seen as misappropriation of property. Qin Yuchu drawled. Then, Liang hesitated. He thought that too. Even though they'd already removed the memory cards with modern digital devices, who knew if there was some way to retain a backup? Since they're damaged, let's just compensate them with new ones, Qin Yuchu said, blinking innocently. It was like a light bulb went on over Liang's head. Even the deep furrows on his brow seemed to smooth out. That's our sis-in-law for you. All right, everyone go get some sleep. They'll handle it. Fu Hang waved his hand, exasperated. He'd originally planned to make a grand display today, but once Yuchu arrived, he lost all enthusiasm. As the noisy crowd gradually dispersed, Fu Hang pulled Yuchu into his arms. What are you doing here? Fu Hang's voice was laced with tenderness and pleasant surprise. Missed you. Yuchu suddenly tilted her head up, her lips finding his. They embraced tightly, but Yuchu soon pushed him away, her gaze drifting suspiciously towards his groin. Something was pressing uncomfortably against her, but it felt different somehow, square-shaped. Fu Hang, noticing Qin Yuchu's gaze, suddenly remembered the portable hard drive in his pocket. Hold on. Fu Hang pulled out the hard drive, a glint in his eyes. What's this? Qin Yuchu knew Fu Hang well. For him to still have a hard drive in his pocket after they were in the hotel room, it clearly had to be something important. A ticket to the Forbidden City. Fu Hang's eyes suddenly twinkled as a mischievous grin spread across his face. Qin Yuchu blinked, her long lashes fluttering. However, Fu Hang froze the next moment. True, if he handed this thing over, he could probably shamelessly ask for a ticket and get it. But how to hand it over? This wasn't like the business plan for the milk tea shop. Its origins were hard to explain. He could claim the huge sum of money was something he'd picked up in the overseas financial markets. But this thing, you couldn't just find something like this lying around. He couldn't very well say he'd whipped it up at home in his spare time. Could he? A Chinese literature major who understood finance was already unbelievable enough. What if they then asked him to join the project? Not hand it over? Start his own research lab? Develop it himself? Was he kidding himself? Fu Hang was caught in a dilemma. How had he ended up back in that walking in finery at night situation, having treasure he dared not reveal? What's wrong? Qin Yuchu noticed the change in Fu Hang's expression and pulled him down to sit on the sofa. This thing, it might really get us that ticket. Fu Hang looked into Qin Yuchu's eyes. But its origins are hard to explain. He hesitated for a moment, then chose not to hide it. What's on it? Qin Yuchu's expression also turned serious. High-tech stuff, Fu Hang replied. Qin Yuchu looked at him intently, sinking into thought. Give it to old Duan. After a long silence, Qin Yuchu tentatively suggested. Fu Hang's eyes shot wide. He looked at Qin Yuchu in astonishment. He had never told anyone about old Duan's true identity. I'm not stupid, you know. Qin Yuchu wrinkled her nose, practically begging for praise. The first time I met him, he had police officers with him, and his current driver, and those guys who follow me around. Well, let's just say the way they look at each other is very strange. Oof. I'm very clever, you know. I even know things you don't. It would blow your mind if I told you. Fu Heng fell silent. Indeed, giving it to old Duan wasn't a bad option. The item he'd acquired from the Golden Triangle last time had also gone through old Duan, and giving this to old Duan, it might genuinely allow him to retire early. The image of old Duan shooting himself in the thigh back then still often flashed through Fu Heng's mind. Old Duan, is he reliable? Fu Heng looked up again. This was too important. If old Duan proved unreliable, he'd be in serious trouble. He won't harm you, no matter what, Qin Yuchu replied with sudden, unwavering certainty. Gazing into Qin Yuchu's eyes, Fu Heng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Yuchu was truly intelligent, especially with her keen insight into people. Fu Heng knew this from experience. Her accurately deducing old Duan's identity just now was clear proof, and he himself had a faint feeling that old Duan wouldn't harm him. Without further hesitation, Fu Heng picked up his phone. Since this thing had to be handed over, the sooner the better. Keeping it on him was a constant liability. When the police had burst in earlier, he'd even wondered if they were after the hard drive, which was why he had hidden the real one on his person and left the decoy out. I've got a life-changing opportunity for you. How soon can you get a Modu? As soon as the call connected, Fu Heng suddenly felt a surge of irritation. As the thought old Duan wouldn't harm me replayed in his mind, Fu Heng suddenly, as if guided by an unseen hand, landed on a reason. Fu Wanqing. Damn it. He cursed internally. Every time I catch a break, my first thought is of you, Wanqing. But this bastard old Duan is always trying to act like my damn father. I am in Modu, you know. Old Duan's voice came through, practically grinding his teeth. This damn brat, calling the middle of the night with that kind of tone? You're in Modu? Fu Heng asked, incredulous. Is that so strange? But why are you here? What a coincidence. My movie is in the film festival, so why wouldn't I be here? Old Duan was clearly irritated now. Do you think my days are easy? Your movie? I'm the producer of Crow 3. Old Duan's voice was practically seething. Producer? Fu Heng fell silent. Is there even a producer on my crew? I think I see him on set sometimes. Where are you? Downstairs. What the hell do you want? Don't tell me you got busted soliciting prostitutes again. Get lost. No, get up here right now. Actually, never mind. Give me your room number. I'll come down. Fu Heng glanced at Yuchu. Some things were best kept from her, to not get her too involved. Hanging up, Fu Heng pecked Qin Yuchu on her small lips. I'll be right back. I'll be all fresh and clean waiting for you. Qin Yuchu blew Fu Heng a kiss. Fu Heng's expression darkened further when he saw Lao Duan. In the elevator, he'd been reminded of that unlucky kid currently staying at his place. Was this really a case of, you can't catch a wolf unless you're willing to bait it with a child? Utterly shameless. To actually use a child. So what's up? Lao Duan looked tired. The room reeked of smoke. Can we talk here? Fu Heng cautiously scanned the room before sitting on the sofa opposite Lao Duan. All sweets, huh? Is this on the cruise tab? Or the company's? No wonder Brother Tongzi's been tight on cash lately. Even a mountain of gold couldn't withstand you guys squandering it like this. Relax. Lao Duan shot Fu Heng a sideways glance, then pulled out a cigarette and offered it. But Fu Heng waved it away. He wasn't used to foreign cigarettes. Lao Duan, having spent years abroad, smoked blended ones. That thing I spent $1 billion to get from the Golden Triangle last time. What exactly was it? Fu Heng took out his own cigarette and, while lighting it, asked with feigned casualness. Lao Duan's eyes narrowed, his expression turning solemn. Can't tell me. Fu Heng raised an eyebrow. Knowing wouldn't do you any good. Lao Duan's voice was low and deep. Forget it. I don't want to know anyway. Fu Heng smirked and pulled the hard drive from his pocket. Lao Duan's eyes flickered. He looked at Fu Heng suspiciously. Connecting the dots. Fu Heng mentioning the Golden Triangle and now producing this thing. He couldn't help but read into it. I don't know what you brought back from the Golden Triangle, but I guarantee this is way more potent. Fu Heng gently placed the hard drive on the table. Lao Duan's pupils dilated. He stared at Fu Heng in disbelief. But in an instant, Lao Duan jumped up and grabbed a black box from a cabinet. Before Fu Heng could ask, Lao Duan skillfully opened the black box and activated a device inside. Seeing the red and green blinking indicator lights, Fu Heng glanced at his phone. Sure enough, no signal. Professional. Where did you get it? Lao Duan didn't ask what it was, but looked at Fu Hang seriously. Fu Hang didn't answer, just lowered his head and took a drag from his cigarette. Can't say, or inconvenient to say. Lao Duan's voice dropped even lower. Fu Hang still said nothing, merely observing the signal jammer with interest. Lao Duan nodded slightly. He understood. What is it? Lao Duan rubbed his hands together and sat back down opposite Fu Hang. Hard to say. Take it back and let your experts figure it out. I don't understand it either. Fu Hang casually flicked his cigarette ash. Lao Duan let out a long breath and reached for the hard drive. However, just as his hand was about to touch it, Fu Hang suddenly pressed his own hand down on the drive. Lao Duan paused, then silently withdrew his hand. Conditions? A grin spread across Fu Hang's lips, and he nodded seriously. Name them. With all you've contributed before, I believe as long as it doesn't go against core principles, they'll meet your demands. A hint of relief flickered across Lao Duan's face, and his gaze towards Fu Hang softened. Ask for a lot, damn it. My Duan family can't just keep giving and sacrificing, can we? Even a donkey turning a millstone gets some beans. Stay away from my mother. Fu Hang's face suddenly darkened, and he bit out each word through clenched teeth. Lao Duan's benevolent smile froze, stuck beneath his skin. The upturned corners of his mouth were merely a suggestion, twitching inexplicably in the dim room, looking exceptionally unsettling. That's my only condition. You, Duan Chongfeng, stay away from my mother. Fu Hang stared intently at the other man's astonished eyes. Damn it! In that astonishment, there was shock, confusion, guilt, and most importantly, damn shame and embarrassment. Lao Duan, you really are a scoundrel. Cough, cough. Lao Duan suddenly coughed violently, as if choked by smoke. I grew up without a father. My old lady raised me all by herself, enduring countless scornful looks. She's finally found some peace and stability now. She doesn't need any sunset romances. Lao Wang might seem a bit dull, but he genuinely cares for my mom. I don't want her at her age to star in some melodramatic soap opera like The Mafia Boss Fell for Me or My Secret Boyfriend is a Spy. Fu Hang's voice was icy, and the cold glint in his eyes warned Lao Duan that he wasn't kidding. Is it your only demand? Lao Duan suddenly pressed his lips together, looking seriously at Fu Hang. Just this one? Fu Hang leaned forward, his presence imposing. The spotlight overhead cast his face in shadow, making his jawline look villainous. Rest assured, starting today, she won't see me again. I'll have Jinjin picked up tomorrow, and she won't appear in your life anymore either. Lao Duan suddenly broke into a smile, one that showed a mature man's magnanimity. You'd better. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past connection. Fu Hang's tone didn't change a bit. He kept staring intently into the other man's eyes. But for some reason, that smile on Lao Duan's face made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if something had pricked him. Damn it, my Dao heart must really be messed up, getting flustered by an old man. Fu Hang said no more, leaned back, and removed his hand from the hard drive. Slowly rising, Fu Hang gave Lao Duan one last deep look, then turned and left directly. Oh, by the way, the guy who came to bust the Johns today, he grabbed my hard drive the moment he entered. Just before leaving, Fu Hang added this meaningful reminder. That was all. He trusted Lao Duan would know what to do. As for an entrance fee, are you kidding? Is this the time to make such demands? How foolish. The free stuff is always the most expensive. Just like last time at the Golden Triangle, he spent $1 billion and didn't say a word about conditions. Later, Yu Chu calculated it for him. The support he received was worth well over $2 billion. Watching Fu Hang leave, Lao Duan silently picked up the hard drive. As he gently rubbed it in his palm, the smile returned to his face. Good. This is good. This is how it should have been. It was this comfortable life that gave me some unrealistic fantasies. My Dao heart is unstable. With a smile of relief, Lao Duan took a satellite-encrypted phone from the black box. Come over. I have something good for you, Lao Duan said calmly, then hung up. When Fu Hang returned to his floor, he felt inexplicably agitated. The issue with Lao Duan and his mother had to be resolved. Setting Lao Wang aside, Lao Duan's current situation alone meant he was definitely not a man his mother could spend her golden years with peacefully. Parents don't ask their children for immense wealth or status. Children similarly only wish for their parents' peace and safety. Fu Hang stood at the door for a while, composing himself before opening it with a smile. However, after pushing the door open, Fu Hang was slightly taken aback. Again, Technician 88, at your service. A sweet voice echoed in the room. Fu Hang's lip twitched, his sharp jawline catching the dim, amber light. Inside the room, Qin Yuchu had changed her clothes. This outfit, how to describe it? A standard uniform, indeed. It was a long, one-piece dress with a single slit, but the fabric was soft and very elastic. It clung tightly to Yuchu's curvaceous figure. The slit on the right side of the skirt was particularly artful in its curve and angle, offering tantalizing glimpses of her straight legs. This dress actually had a widely known, special name, the innocent yet seductive stepmom dress. Fu Hang couldn't suppress a smirk, but he feigned composure, checked if the door was locked, and calmly entered the room. He felt like Yuchu had been easily wrapping him around her finger lately, and that wasn't right. A man needed to take the lead, especially at times like this. You haven't had dinner? Fu Hang noticed an insulated food container on the bedside table, bearing the hotel's logo. I ate. That's ice cream. Yuchu smiled sweetly, her hands clasped naturally in front of her. Her standard posture really did make her look like a technician waiting for a shift to start. Ice cream. Fu Hang was taken aback, his gaze involuntarily falling on a thermos flask beside the container. Would the boss like to take a bath first? Qin Yuchu glanced at the thermos too, then with a nimble flick of her fingers, produced a small packet of colorful candy. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed. Popping candy. Fu Hang seemed to realize something. He whipped his head back to look at the food container, then stared intently at the thermos. Then, to his horror, Fu Hang spotted a bag of loose milk jellies in the corner of the bedside table. Could this be the legendary roar of the fire god, plus sigh of the ice goddess, plus subspace sandstorm barrier, plus temporal distortion crystal storm? Earth, water, fire, wind. Had she already mastered the ultimate secrets of the four elements? The Empress had actually mastered such world-shaking, peerless techniques. Fu Hang's varicose veins flared up again. Ahem. I'll take a shower first. Damn this manly pride. Come on, just kill me now. I'll prove my devotion with my body. Actually, you could shower a little later. Yuchu's lips parted slightly, her nimble tongue pressing against her front teeth, slowly moving side to side rhythmically. How is a peerless, wondrous weapon forged? 1,000 hammerings and refinements are essential, of course, but the most crucial step is quenching, smelting at high temperatures, extracting in a cold pool. Unfortunately, the Empress's weapon forging failed this time. The divine weapon was not completed. When taken from the furnace, it was soft and limp. It lacked any semblance of a peerless divine weapon's grandeur. Fu Hang stared up at the ceiling, yet he was still full of vigor. He suddenly felt that the true path of life was one of constant change, that time flowed onward through highs and lows, and that the vast ocean's waves held an endless, profound expanse. Even if a meteorite from beyond the heavens were to fall right now, pierce the Earth's crust, cause the sky and earth to change color and the mountains and rivers to overturn, ending this bizarre and motley world at this very moment, he would die without regret. To look down upon the 9 heavens with pride. Where on earth did you learn all this? Fu Hang exclaimed sincerely. Did you really think I bought a clubhouse just to learn dancing? A head peeked out from the bathroom, toothpaste foam still at the corner of her mouth. Fu Hang understood. Martial arts masters hidden among the common folk. Everyone has their strengths. Learning is endless. Suddenly, his cultivation anxiety flared up again. When someone more talented than you also works harder, what are you supposed to do? Should he also visit famous mountains and seek out enlightened masters? The world is full of hidden talents. Baldilong's connections seemed pretty good, didn't they? The secrets of Qingluan art wasn't enough anymore. Boss, were you satisfied with today's service? Yuchu returned to the room and knelt obediently before Fu Hang. Fu Hang didn't speak, just looked at her quietly. In a daze, Fu Hang seemed to see again that girl in an old-school uniform, with only a simple vegetable dish and free seaweed soup before her. Such a simple, unadorned girl, yet she could change so much for him. Today's service will cost extra, you know? Yuchu seemed to sense the emotion in his gentle gaze, batting her long eyelashes and pouting her lips. Consider it 100 million today. Fu Hang stared at her lips, speaking softly. Yuchu threw her head back and laughed, her body shaking like a flower in the wind. Fu Hang reached out to embrace her, but Yuchu unexpectedly flipped over and straddled him. Say, thank you for your patronage. Little Hang's. Yuchu's voice held an imposing, world-despising authority as she looked down at Fu Hang with a sidelong glance. There! While the Empress was disciplining treacherous officials upstairs, down in the suite, the man in the trench coat stared blankly at Duan Chongfeng. I was genuinely terrified. The trench coat man rubbed his hands vigorously. If you looked closely, you could see fine beads of sweat on his nose. Lao Duan's expression was also grave, a far cry from the composed ease he'd shown when Fu Hang left. This was always on the hard drive. Where do you think he got it? The trenchcoat man couldn't help but take out another cigarette. He was over his limit today. This was already his second pack. Lao Duan, however, didn't answer, instead looking at the trenchcoat man with profound meaning. The two locked eyes for a long moment before the trenchcoat man's eyes suddenly widened. Catfish. Lao Duan still said nothing, but his eyebrow twitched unnaturally. That was the answer he had also arrived at, the only one he could think of. They had thoroughly investigated Fu Hang's background. It was impossible for him to have come into contact with this kind of thing on his own. Originally, Lao Duan had thought that if Fu Hang found it inconvenient to explain, he would just take it and say, at worst, that it came from the Golden Triangle. But after opening the hard drive, Lao Duan knew he couldn't hide the truth. This thing, something the Golden Triangle could get their hands on? Don't be ridiculous. If news of this truly leaked from the Golden Triangle, it would definitely trigger a small-scale war for it. No wonder. He wanted to keep Catfish by his side. The trenchcoat man let out a long breath, his gaze growing even graver. It's a good thing Apocalypse was completely destroyed. So they weren't just researching genetic technology, they made breakthroughs in outer space to this extent. It seems we need to reevaluate Catfish 4's value. The trenchcoat man gave Duan Changfeng a cold glance and said quietly, if Catfish 4 could produce one of these, were there other undisclosed black technologies? Moreover, Catfish 4 giving this to them through Fu Hang was a pledge of allegiance. That's your business. Fu Hang doesn't want to be involved in this. You know his personality, Lao Duan reminded him calmly. Any other requests? The trenchcoat man nodded. Given Fu Hang's contributions so far, it was even worth him bending his principles for some things. Lao Duan's expression suddenly became awkward. He remembered Fu Hang's request. Take good care of his family, Lao Duan replied, gritting his teeth. The man in the trench coat, however, didn't notice anything amiss with old Duan and nodded seriously again. I'll dispatch 2 more teams separately. Old Duan was taken aback. The dispatch the trench coat man mentioned was a different concept entirely from Chen Xiao's. Chen Xiao constantly complained about staff shortages and tight budgets. That was because Chen Xiao was only responsible for regular security. Those so-called shadow guards were actually unfamiliar faces pulled from various departments. The men who truly belonged to the man in the trench coat numbered only 4. One was a security guard in the residential complex, another was one of Qin Yochu's 6 Vajras, and the other 2 had been secretly tailing Fu Hang, never showing themselves. Oh, right, I need to head back to the Golden Triangle. Arrange for someone to take over here. Old Duan felt a little more at ease. With these 2 teams, Fu Hang's safety would be truly guaranteed. Even Wan Qing. The trench coat man's direct subordinates weren't like Ji Feng, the pretender of a soldier king. You can't leave, the man in the trench coat said suddenly. Why not? I don't have anything to do here. These Hanqing bosses are more obedient than street vendors these days. Even if you put a knife to their throats to force them back into their old business, they'd fight you to the death rather than comply. You're his family too, the man in the trench coat said with utmost seriousness, his eyes fixed on old Duan. Old Duan was speechless, his eyes uncontrollably turning red. From now on, go dark. You're no longer responsible for any matters in the Golden Triangle. At the same time, I've arranged for people to gradually take over the 3-legged gang in Casino City. You just stay put in Hachong, be their master Duan, and focus on making your movies. The man in the trench coat raised his thermos and took an elegant sip. You damn bastard. This is classic burn the bridge after crossing. Kill the donkey when the grinding's done. Old Duan was instantly indignant, his fierce bluster barely concealing his apprehension. This is an order. The man in the trench coat looked up from his thermos, an unquestionable chill in his eyes. Old Duan's eyes trembled, growing even redder. I'm worried about one thing, though. The man in the trench coat put down his thermos, his tone suddenly softening. Old Duan raised an eyebrow, looking at him quizzically. You said Catfish now? For already gave him that thing. What are his plans for the future? Is he really going to marry her? If he ends up playing her, and Catfish raises hell, it won't be a laughing matter. The man in the trench coat reached for a cigarette, then paused mid-air and silently drew his hand back. Over the limit, over the limit. Strictly follow doctor's orders. Old Duan's expression suddenly turned peculiar, and the touch of emotion welling in his eyes vanished completely. You little brat. They should have let those vice cops lock you up today to teach you that lust is a bone-scraping knife. Right, that guy from the vice raid today. He messed with the hard drive. Old Duan recalled Fu Hang's final reminder. The trench coat man's expression froze, a glint of iciness flashing in his eyes. Who was behind it? Old Duan understood his look. Lin Xiaoran. That pretty boy who came back from Korea. The man in the trench coat pursed his lips. That Fu Hang. He really is meticulous, isn't he? He even handed me the knife. Oh, back from Korea, you say? This is going to be good. Old Duan chuckled with schadenfreude. As dawn approached, Fu Hang stood refreshed before the suite's floor-to-ceiling window, his mind clear and enlightened, awaiting the auspicious purple chi from the east. A blade tempered by fire truly was different. This battle, had he actually won? He could sense that Her Majesty the Empress hadn't gone easy on him. He had genuinely achieved a comeback victory against all odds. In this round, he'd tanked the damage, applied control, and even dealt massive DPS. For a moment, he felt that invincible aura again, as if he were unbeatable in his own domain. He glanced back tenderly at Qin Yuchu, who was fast asleep, a slight smile playing on her lips. Then he saw a group of men in long trench coats exiting from the hotel's side door. The one in the very center was carrying a gleaming silver briefcase. Fu Hang focused his gaze and even saw handcuffs on the briefcase, connecting it to that man's wrist. Professional. As a mere simp, this is the most I can do. The sun rose, bathing the city in light, and sharp-eyed netizens noticed a problem. The film festival, which had been all the buzz yesterday, had vanished from the internet today. Not even a trending topic? Had the film festival become so obscure? Was no one paying attention anymore? Netizens were puzzled, but industry insiders grew wary. This wasn't normal. Not normal at all. Had some powerful figure restricted the information flow? Consequently, some celebrities who had planned to post promotional content this morning quickly canceled their arrangements, opting to wait and see. But some of the celebrities who had stayed up late last night felt a chill run down their spines. Many of them had been at the scene yesterday and had witnessed Weiyang Entertainment's new best actor humiliate the top star Lin Xiaoran. And Lin Xiaoran, true to form, had started mobilizing his paid commenters to stir up trouble online shortly after the award ceremony ended. They were still wondering how far this online feud would escalate and how their respective backers, Han Entertainment and Weiyang Entertainment, would get involved. But unexpectedly, when they woke up today, they saw no counterattack from Weiyang Entertainment. Instead, all those posts stirring up trouble had vanished overnight. Not only that, but a lot of the traffic related to the film festival had been restricted. Holy crap, Weiyang Entertainment was this terrifying? Wasn't Li Weiyang, the boss of Weiyang Entertainment, just a milk tea seller? And wasn't Fu Hang said to be just a pretty boy, a kept man? Who exactly was a sugar daddy? The name Fu Hang instantly became a taboo topic within the industry. Just then, another piece of news broke. Lin Xiaoran's upcoming movie, Path to Dreams, had been pulled from release. Had someone dealt a fatal blow? Many people rushed to look up Lin Xiaoran's information, trying to find out why his movie was canceled. However, something even more terrifying happened. Lin Xiaoran could no longer be found online. Blacklisted? Not only that, but even his fan groups, like the one called Xiaoran for Life, had been disbanded. A few were on good terms with him, audaciously tried to call Lin Xiaoran, only to find that his phone was unreachable. A strange atmosphere began to spread throughout the entertainment circle. Later that afternoon, another bombshell dropped. Hana Entertainment had been summoned for a talk. The CEO had been invited for tea in the morning and hadn't returned. Afterward, the fire department, tax bureau, cultural affairs department, and other agencies successively conducted surprise inspections at Hana Entertainment. Even the neighborhood administration office for the street where Hana Entertainment's headquarters was located paid a visit. All projects were urgently halted, and all celebrity activities were temporarily suspended. The tides had turned. What entertainment company could withstand such scrutiny? Hana's stock price took a nosedive, and many skittish shareholders dumped their stocks, cutting their losses and bailing out. Fu Hang only learned about this 3 days later. After hanging up Fong Tiandai's call, he suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a bit much. It's not like we had any deep-seated hatred or grudges. I don't even know how I offended you. What's wrong? Qin Yuchu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of braised squid soup. That guy who tried to screw me over the other day? It's become a huge mess for him. Fu Hang shrugged unfazed. Whether it was a big deal or not, he genuinely didn't care, but it was quite satisfying. Old Duan's friends are reliable. They really step up when something happens. Lin Xiaoran. Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow. You heard about it too? Weren't they saying you couldn't find anything about him online anymore? I guess it was in the moment I saw those posts slandering you that night. The top student wiped her hands on her apron. Fu Hang was speechless. He hadn't noticed at all, had he? What do you mean, a huge mess? Wasn't he canceled? Qin Yuchu untied her apron and casually hung on a chair. Huana's stock price has plummeted, Fu Hang said, rolling his eyes dramatically. Huana's stock price plummeted? Qin Yuchu's eyes widened. She quickly went back into her room and opened her laptop. What's wrong? Fu Hang, confused, followed her into the study. Don't tell me you have shares in Huana, do you? You eat first. Qin Yuchu, however, had no time for him, waving her hand dismissively before staring intently at the computer. You didn't actually buy Huana stock, did you? Did you lose money? Fu Hang's mouth twitched. Was this a case of her shooting herself in the foot? Almost there, Qin Yuchu murmured, her eyes glued to the screen as she scrolled rapidly. Fu Hang leaned back slightly, a look of horror on his face. What do you mean, almost there? Are you serious with that excited expression? 909 inches his room. Fu Hang had no appetite, quietly watching Qin Yuchu study the stock market. 609 inches her study. Shen Qingluan also had no appetite, staring at the custom-ordered specialty dishes before her without any desire to eat. Zhuge Yun's plan had failed. After her bold confession, Fu Hang hadn't graced concubine Ping with his presence. Instead, Maitre Tiandai had her performance bonus docked for 3 months. Shen Qingluan breathed a sigh of relief. Yet at the same time, she felt a gnawing anxiety, a fear of loss. She suddenly became certain of one thing. That man, seemingly amorous, was actually deeply devoted at heart. Her, Ying Yanin, Zhuge Yun, these women he had invested heavily in, yet he only looked and didn't touch. Was this what they called being affectionate but not promiscuous? Charming but not lewd? Then why did you spend so much money? Were you after? As Shen Qingluan grew suspicious, her anticipation towards Fu Hang intensified, and this anticipation was stirring her long-dormant possessiveness. A man like this, if I could completely conquer him. Shen Qingluan took a deep breath, peeled off her leave-on face mask, and fanned her cheeks lightly with her hand, her gaze fixed meaningfully on Lana, who was gorging herself opposite her. You ordered all this, and now you're not eating a bite? Lana looked up from the food container, eyeing Shen Qingluan suspiciously. I've been dieting lately. I think I'm getting a bit of a tummy. Shen Qingluan looked down, subconsciously touching her flat, toned abdomen. Lana stopped chewing, looked at Shen Qingluan quietly for a moment, then silently spat out the crystal crab dumpling in her mouth. If you're not eating, why did you call me? I don't even like Cantonese food that much. I was planning to eat something spicy today. Lana made a face and rinsed her mouth vigorously with water. Should I order something else for you then? Shen Qingluan picked up the makeup primer from the table and dotted it evenly on her face. Something's on your mind, isn't it? Lana's gaze sharpened. She looked at Shen Qingluan intently and silently put down her cup. Shen Qingluan paused in the middle of applying her primer, guiltily turning her head away. She did have something on her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Zhuge Yun's actions that day, knocking on the door, were quite baffling, but it had quite an impact on Shen Qingluan. She wasn't afraid to lower herself to ask, "So what about me?" According to Shen Qingluan's rough estimate, it seemed that apart from Qin Yuchu, this foreigner in front of her was the only woman who had ever climbed into Fu Hang's bed. Why? Just because she was so forward? Shen Qingluan had thought about it long and hard. Each of the women around Fu Hang had their own unique appeal, be it looks, features, personality, or charm. But this Lana before her, her greatest trait was her boldness, unapologetically bold, almost magically so. Was being bold all it took? By the way, do you have any spare cash? Lana asked, feeling a little uneasy as Shen Qingluan stared at her intently. You haven't caught something from Zhuge Yun, have you? That kind of act is fine for teasing a young girl, but it's no fun if you're serious. What money would I have? My current expenses are covered because you helped me sell some stocks. Shen Qingluan pouted and picked up a bottle of eye cream. Interested in collaborating on something big? Lana, however, seemed not to have heard Shen Qingluan's explanation. She stared at the exquisite food containers on the table for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks again. Her dislike for Cantonese food was relative. Compared to the nutrient solution back in the Tianqi laboratory, the 8 great cuisines of the Celestial Empire were practically a cheat code. If her genes hadn't been enhanced, she figured her recent binge eating would have pushed her weight over 220 pounds. Something big. Shen Qingluan was slightly taken aback. Interested in starting an entertainment company? But I don't have any money. You can use your Hengyu shares. Trade them for what? Don't you always complain about Weiyang Entertainment this and that? Lana looked up at Shen Qingluan and pointed to the corner of her own eye. Trade for shares in Weiyang Entertainment? Shen Qingluan subconsciously touched the corner of her eye, where the eye cream wasn't evenly applied. For Huana's. Huana Entertainment? Li Weiyang has Weiyang Entertainment. Don't you have any ambitions of your own? Lana raised an eyebrow provocatively. Shen Qingluan fell silent. She couldn't best Qin Yuchu right now. Lana was sort of on her side. Zhuge Yun and Ying Yanin didn't seem like much of a threat, just a couple of minor celebrities. But Li Weiyang, this divorced woman who had once slapped her, she still held a grudge. Doesn't Fu Hang have a feud with Huana? Trading Hung Yu for Huana? Shen Qingluan's tone was hesitant. That's not how finance works. I'll handle the specifics. Just tell me if you're in or out. Shen Qingluan pouted, her brow deeply furrowed. Fu Hang had officially debuted now. If she really got involved with an entertainment company's shares, wouldn't her connection with him deepen? All right. Shen Qingluan nodded seriously. It wasn't like those shares were doing her any good anyway. People are like that. When they had no money, they desperately craved it. Now that she wasn't short of it, money suddenly seemed almost dispensable. You still haven't made your move? Lana put down her chopsticks again and let out a very unladylike burp. Shen Qingluan's previously tense shoulders slumped, and she looked at Lana with a resentful expression. Not enough charm, huh? Lana lazily stretched, flaunting her perfect curves. The movement made Shen Qingluan raise an eyebrow. How did you do it back then? Shen Qingluan finally couldn't hold back and asked. Just a flick of the finger like this? Lana said, flipping her hand and giving Shen Qingluan a seductive beckon with her finger. He lunged at me like a wild stallion in heat. She then slowly rose, swaying her ample hips as she walked towards the door. So incredibly brazen, Shen Qingluan thought. Shen Qingluan bit her lip, her face filled with envy as she watched that graceful retreating figure. Those few steps. Forget men. Even she found herself breathless watching. Moreover, Shen Qingluan had noticed that even though Lana was barefoot, she had walked on tiptoe just now, as if wearing a pair of invisible high heels. This truly was a woman who exuded charm at every moment. The sound of the door closing echoed, but Shen Qingluan continued to gaze in that direction, lost in thought. Should she really go and learn to improve herself? Back when she was at the company, she often heard colleagues talk about high-end women's beauty salons that offered courses on how to unleash feminine charm. In the past, she had scoffed at these courses, feeling they were like success courses offered by underachievers who couldn't even afford a meal, a total ripoff, an IQ tax. But now that she thought about it, perhaps appropriately learning from other strengths could make up for her own shortcomings? Shen Qingluan's eyes sparkled, her thoughts drifting far, far away. The door to room 610 slowly closed. Lana, who had just arrived home, clutched her stomach, her brow furrowed slightly. She wasn't full. Rather, she suddenly felt nauseous. The term feeling unwell was common for ordinary people, especially nausea, which could be caused by many things. Overeating, catching a cold, staying up late, fatigue, heat stroke, motion sickness, a weakened immune system, and so on, all can make one feel nauseous. But for it to happen to Lana, it was highly unusual. Her genetic makeup shouldn't allow for such symptoms. Yet, strangely for the past few days, for some unknown reason, she had been experiencing frequent bouts of nausea. Across the ocean, Li Weiyang had just woken up. She had already been discharged from the hospital, her body perfectly recovered. She had just secretly examined herself again, and the sight had stirred her own desires. Before the surgery, she had researched a lot of information. Damn mosaics. This time, she was fully prepared, having read extensively. The Weiyang blade, truly a renowned weapon of the world. Oof. When we meet again, I will definitely cut you down with my blade. Li Weiyang, full of ambition and high spirits, was suddenly startled and flustered by a ringing phone. Dad! Li Weiyang answered the phone, feeling guilty. The images in her mind just now had been too lewd, and her father's call made her feel as if she'd been caught red-handed doing something wrong. Weiyang, how's the project over there? Li Bingyao's voice sounded very casual. It's almost done. I'll be back in the country in a few days. Li Weiyang composed herself and spoke calmly. For this trip abroad, she had lied to her father, claiming that Fu Hang had assigned her an international project. Yes, Fu Hang's project. That's good. Here's the thing. I'm planning to invest in Huana Entertainment. Li Weiyang was clearly stunned, feeling like she had misheard. Huana's stock price has been very volatile these past few days. I feel it's a good time to get in. Dad! Li Weiyang was utterly bewildered, unable to understand what her father was up to. Listen to my analysis. Although you already have Weiyang Entertainment, since you're developing an entertainment industry, expanding your territory is definitely the right move, especially by taking control of a rival company. Besides, Fu Hang has already won Best Actor. Who knows what other ideas he might have in the future? Strengthening our control over the entertainment industry isn't a bad thing. Li Bingyao carefully explained his thoughts. Dad, Li Weiyang's voice rose a few decibels. Although she felt her father made sense, she knew his situation very well. He had once sworn never to touch stocks. Had Fu Hang gotten him into it once, reigniting his desire? Well, it's just that I had dinner with Professor Li today. Li Bingyao's voice suddenly became softer. Professor Li's idea? Li Weiyang was stunned again. They happened to have a research project. Li Weiyang fell silent. She understood what her father meant. In industry terms, this was insider information. How much are you planning to invest? Li Weiyang was still a little worried. All in, Li Bingyao's voice carried an unfamiliar vitality that surprised Li Weiyang. Dad, Li Weiyang called out worriedly again. Don't worry. This time, I'll let Professor Li and his team handle the operations. And I'll buy the shares in your name. This money was originally the dowry gift from my son-in-law. It was going to be your dowry anyway. All of Li Weiyang's words were stuck in her throat, and her ears inexplicably turned red. All right, take care of yourself while you're abroad. I'm just letting you know. You don't need to tell Fu Hang. Just let me know in advance when you're coming back, and I'll pick you up. After hanging up, Li Weiyang's face was still flushed. She didn't know why, even though she was already married. As the day of her return to the country approached, she felt like a bride-to-be, filled with anticipation and an inexplicable nervousness. 2 more days, pouting emoji. After spacing out for a while, thinking that Fu Hang should still be awake given the current time in China, she secretly sent another message. However, after waiting for a long time, Fu Hang didn't reply. Li Weiyang pouted, suddenly feeling that the weather today wasn't so great anymore. Why hadn't Fu Hang replied? Because Fu Hang was currently consumed by murderous intent, yet felt lost and bewildered, like someone who had drawn their sword but didn't know where to strike. Just 10 minutes ago, Qin Yuchu had completed her preliminary market research and analysis, returning to the dinner table in high spirits. Tomorrow, I can stir things up big time again. Are you really planning to acquire Huana? Is there a problem? Qin Yuchu looked at Fu Hang seriously. Fu Hang was momentarily speechless. Why did this girl, who was clearly only a sophomore in college, talk about stock trading in the same tone as buying milk tea? Besides, Huana was actually quite pitiful, kicking them when they were down like this. It wasn't very decent. Because of Weiyang Entertainment? Seeing Fu Hang's strange expression, Qin Yuchu frowned slightly. Hurry up and eat. The food's getting cold. Fu Hang suddenly shut up. Why ask so many questions? Her Majesty the Empress is rich. Can't she buy this plaything if she wants? Speaking of which, just how rich was Yuchu now? Ding dong. The doorbell rang at that very moment. Fu Hang, feeling as if he'd received a pardon, rushed to open the door. However, after opening it, Fu Hang felt he had been too hasty. It might have been better to continue talking about Weiyang Entertainment with Her Majesty the Empress, because standing at the door was Weiyang Entertainment's current top actress. Yanin, what are you doing here? Fu Hang struggled to adjust his micro-expressions into a suitable smile. This smile was somewhere between polite and friendly, with a hint of surprise mixed with astonishment, but Fu Hang's calf muscles tensed unnaturally. Time to move. Seriously, he really couldn't live in this cursed place anymore. I came to ask, are you sleeping in my place tonight? Ing Yanin stood at the door, glanced sideways at Qin Yuchu sitting inside, then lowered her head and asked timidly. Fu Hang's pupils instantly formed the shape of a hexagram. A direct confrontation? Again? I have something on tonight. I need to go out in a bit. Fu Hang struggled to keep his tone even, devoid of any emotion. It was all too sudden, such an abrupt turn of events, leaving Fu Hang unsure what tone to adopt. His eyes, full of sincerity, gazed at Ing Yanin outside the door, a hint of regret in them, but all his Grandmaster-level senses were focused on the kitchen inside. Good, he was handling it well. No chill emanated from behind him, nor did a murderous aura erupt. Qin Yuchu kept her head down, quietly taking small bites of her food, her gaze never shifting. Then, what about tomorrow? Ing Yanin didn't give up, her hands clasped behind her back, neck craned as she stared intently at Fu Hang. Aren't you filming tomorrow? Fu Hang's gaze lingered on the crimson scar, still visible on Ing Yanin's cheek. It was actually healing quite well, not raised like typical scars. It seemed that medical team really knew their stuff. Oh, I forgot. Ing Yanin stuck out her tongue playfully and ducked her head a little towards Fu Hang. Well, I'll head back then. Let me know in advance if you want to come over. I have a lot of night shoots recently, so I'm often not home. Take care of yourself during filming, and try not to get hurt again. Fu Hang controlled his breathing, maintaining a calm tone. I will. Yanan nodded seriously, then suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pecked Fu Hang on the cheek. The best actor's skills faced their greatest test at this moment. It was as if the world itself was challenging his title. Yanan's movement wasn't fast. He had 100 ways to avoid those approaching red lips. However, Fu Hang tilted his head slightly, a gentle look in his eyes as he offered his cheek. This subtle shift perfectly used his back to block the view from inside the room. If Director Liu had been in the room at that moment, he would have undoubtedly raved about this back view, for it too was brimming with drama. In contrast to the tenderness and affection on Fu Hang's face, his back was slightly rigid, his tense muscles giving his body an air of resistance and evasion. And his right hand, unconsciously held behind his back, also conveyed this physical resistance and detachment. His palm was slightly curled, the middle and ring fingers bent significantly, but not fully clenched into his palm, a subtle outward manifestation of his subconscious turmoil. The warm, moist lips left his cheek, and from behind him came the sound of chairs scraping against the floor. Qin Yuchu had stood up. Fu Hang gazed affectionately at Yanan, his back instantly ramrod straight. From the front, Fu Hang looked like a deeply loving, warm man, but from behind, he looked entirely like an overbearing CEO receiving a subordinate. Two different scripts for his front and back. Who else deserved the best actor title but him? Yanan, have you eaten? If not, you can join us for a bit. Qin Yuchu's voice came from behind. Fu Hang cooperatively stepped aside from between them, turning with a smile to glance at Qin Yuchu. Once the two women started interacting, if he continued to stand between them, it would only make his attempts to hide things more obvious. That glance as he turned was open and honest, frank and magnanimous. I've eaten, so I won't disturb you. Yanan glanced at Qin Yuchu, who was clearing the dishes, replied flatly, and silently turned to leave. Fu Hang's gaze also fell on Qin Yuchu's hands as she put away the chopsticks and picked up a cloth. Yuchu was still Yuchu, clearing the table while inviting someone to eat. This wasn't an invitation. This was shooing someone away with leftovers. Fu Hang closed the door, glanced at the dining table again, and silently sat down on the sofa. I haven't eaten yet. But Fu Hang didn't dare to remind her. Silently, he lit a cigarette, relaxing his weary muscles. Those few seconds just now felt like he'd charged in and out of an enemy encampment 7 times. The smoke filled his lungs, yet Fu Hang felt unusually melancholic. They always say overpowered male protagonists are above worldly desires. So why was it that for him? He could only use smoke to fill his stomach. He had only taken a drag when he noticed Qin Yuchu standing quietly in front of him, holding his jacket. Didn't you say you were going out? Qin Yuchu held out the jacket, looking as if she was about to help Fu Hang put it on. All right. Fu Hang stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and obediently put on the jacket. Will you be back tonight? Qin Yuchu moved in front of Fu Hang and, looking down, zipped up his jacket. But I might be a bit late. Fu Hang gazed in her eyes, trying his best to sound normal. I really do have something to do. Yes, really? I'll go to bed first then. Qin Yuchu raised her right hand and gently wiped his cheek with her thumb. 407. Yanan doesn't really suit this shade. Qin Yuchu rubbed her fingers together thoughtfully, a faint smile playing on her lips. Fu Hang's scalp tingled, his toes curled. A foolproof plan, yet such an oversight. He hadn't even considered there might be a lipstick mark on his face. Fu Hang went downstairs. Qin Yuchu quietly cleaned the kitchen. In the empty apartment 909, Qin Yuchu's face showed no trace of emotion. Only after everything was tidy did Qin Yuchu sit alone on the sofa where Fu Hang had just been. Her gaze was unfocused, scattered, and vacant. Almost unconsciously, Qin Yuchu's hand reached for her cigarette box. Only 2 packs left. She'd have to remember to buy more tomorrow. Her gaze then shifted to the ashtray, where Fu Hang's barely smoked cigarette lay. Silently, she picked up the cigarette and placed it between her lips. A flame flickered, and Qin Yuchu took a light drag, then slowly exhaled. She didn't inhale this puff into her lungs, merely holding the smoke in her mouth for a moment. However, after exhaling, she took a sharp breath, drawing the second-hand smoke back into her body. Human desire truly does grow with what one possesses. I'm starting to feel jealous. Boss. Qin Yuchu held the cigarette between her fingers, her gaze turning deep and profound as she looked out the window. The cigarette between her fingers burned down slowly. Qin Yuchu remained in that position, as still and silent as a statue. Only when the cigarette had burned to its end did she stub it out, slowly rise, glance at the wall clock, and go into the room to grab her coat from the standing rack. She didn't even change out of her cotton pajamas, merely throwing the coat on haphazardly before dialing Yan Bing's number. "I'm going out to buy some milk tea. Send a car to pick me up. Just one will do." When Fu Hang went downstairs, he chose not to notify Guantou Long. He walked out of the residential complex. Did he have something on tonight? Like hell he did. He walked for a long time, through streets and alleys, until he reached a noodle shop he used to like. "Still haven't eaten?" He ordered a bowl of beef noodles. Fu Hang sat quietly in the bustling noodle shop, snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks, and carefully scraped them back and forth. These kinds of disposable chopsticks often have splinters. If not scraped clean, they could easily prick your mouth. His practiced movements didn't attract the attention of the surrounding diners, but Fu Hang's hand, chopsticks scraping his bowl, slowly stilled. He stared blankly at his chopsticks, lost in thought. This kind of life. It felt so distant now. He suddenly realized why he'd been feeling so out of his depth lately. A simp. He used to be a professional at it. Whether it was a workplace elite, the girl next door, or a domineering female CEO, he could always set up his persona and act according to the script he designed. But now, he felt like his professional skills had declined. It wasn't a degradation of ability, but a change in persona. Before, with Shen Qingluan, he was a game booster. With Liang, he was an incompetent investor. But now, in front of all his clients, he had only one persona. The domineering CEO. Damn it, was this the problem? Using one persona for all clients. How could things not go wrong? And it was the most difficult persona in the simp world. Tall, rich, and handsome. Not particularly tall, a little handsome, but very, very rich. Speaking of which, why had things become like this? Fu Hang couldn't help but recall the scene at the Wunbiyun 5-star hotel that day. "I'm done pretending. What the hell?" As expected, no good ever came from showing off. The beef noodles arrived. Fu Hang picked at his food, his mind gradually calming. Persona. Simp. Favorability. Rewards. He still needed to be meticulous. Careful planning, comprehensive coordination, rational layout, orderly progress. A stretched executive van pulled up outside Century Square. Qin Yuchu, wrapped in a coat, ducked her head as she got out, with Nian Bing and Lu Bo following obsequiously behind. "One mango pomelo sago." Qin Yuchu didn't speak, but Nian Bing bellowed the order as soon as they entered. Qin Yuchu rolled her eyes, speechless, and quietly sat down at the table with the caution, "Wet floor" sign. The milk tea shop staff showed no surprise. Only the manager quickly came over with 3 glasses of water. "CEO Qin, please have some water first. Your milk tea will be ready shortly." The manager's attitude was exceptionally respectful. Qin Yuchu still came often to buy milk tea and always sat in this spot. As the new manager of this milk tea shop, she naturally already knew that this unbelievably beautiful woman was one of the major shareholders of Ganlu Milk Tea. Qin Yuchu remained silent, appearing colder and more aloof than usual. Lu Bo, however, was quite polite to the manager, courteously taking the glasses of water from her. Lu Bo had a deep attachment to Ganlu Milk Tea. This was the birthplace of 010, and he had almost died of bitterness back then because of his criminal record. Upstairs in the streaming room, Xiaoqi had just finished her broadcast and was about to pack up and leave when she saw Qin Yuchu, dressed in pajamas. She sat back down. She was genuinely afraid of this big boss. And now, the madam part of Boss Madam was gone. Rumor had it she had joined forces, bringing 158 national stores with her. Qin Yuchu's identity as the eldest young miss of the Qin family had long since spread within Ganlu Milk Tea. This had once made many inside Ganlu Milk Tea feel deeply uneasy. Was their own CEO Li out of the picture? It was rumored he'd gone abroad. He wasn't even managing Weiyang Entertainment anymore. Xiaoqi didn't dare to leave, and her stream was already over. She wondered if she should do something to show she was working diligently and had no ulterior motives. She reopened her digital piano and began practicing a new song she was due to release in a few days. Lately, Xiaoqi had actually been very content. From a minor online singer, she had been forcibly promoted by the boss with theme songs into a sought-after professional singer. Her songs now frequently appeared on the new song charts. Don't get any improper ideas. This was Xiaoqi's phone wallpaper. That Liu, it was said, after finishing recording Desert Camel in the Qatar desert, had been sent to Siberia to record a spray of plum blossoms. He was clearly more talented than her. Xiaoqi earnestly composed herself and began to practice diligently. But she had only sung a few lines when she suddenly realized someone was standing right in front of her, looking striking. "Continue," Qin Yuchu said coldly when she saw Xiaoqi stop. Xiaoqi felt her soul almost leave her body. She hurriedly bowed her head and continued to sing, but because she was too nervous, she messed up the lyrics and the piano. Is this a new song? Qin Yuchu frowned. Yes, a new store is opening in Shanghai next month. This is the theme song, Xiao Qi answered honestly. I want this song, Qin Yuchu stated flatly after hearing Xiao Qi's explanation. Xiao Qi was stunned. But before Xiao Qi could react, Qin Yuchu directly made a call. Xiao Xia, I want Xiao Qi's new song. Yes, this one. Lawyer Zhang will contact you about the specific copyright agreement. Just follow the market price for the procedure. A full buyout of the rights. Qin Yuchu looked at Xiao Qi, her voice growing even more level. You can't sing this song anymore in the future, understand? Qin Yuchu hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Qi quietly. Understood. Xiao Qi suddenly remembered she was still sitting and quickly stood up straight. Only after standing did Xiao Qi realize she was dressed a bit too frivolously today. The V-neck sweater was very deep, and the hem of her pleated skirt was very short and flirty. She had thought she looked quite sexy, but standing before Qin Yuchu, who was in pajamas and barefaced, she suddenly felt very improper. What the hell? She was fully dressed up with full makeup, while Qin Yuchu was not only barefaced, but also wearing pajamas out on the street. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, are you free? Qin Yuchu suddenly turned back to look at Xiao Qi before heading downstairs. Yes. Xiao Qi's response was decisive. Even if she had a concert, she would cancel it at this moment. Then meet me at Luoman Women's Wellness Club tomorrow at 3 p.m. to teach me how to sing. Qin Yuchu stopped and looked at Xiao Qi seriously. Wellness Club? Do they have a singing practice room there? Xiao Qi vaguely guessed something, and her professional instincts made her ask the practical question. Is it troublesome to set up a practice room? Qin Yuchu frowned upon hearing this. Wellness clubs had body sculpting rooms, gyms, yoga studios, dance studios. But what legitimate wellness club would have a singing practice room? So, that club really didn't have one. If the equipment needs to meet professional standards, it's a bit complicated. But I have a dedicated practice room at the company. If CEO Qin doesn't mind. Xiao Qi's eyes shone. She was a woman who knew how to seize an opportunity. Sucking up to the powerful, it wasn't just men whose coattails you could ride. The Empress herself. If she could latch onto this powerful figure, wouldn't it be better than fighting for favor in the imperial court? Qin Yuchu's eyes narrowed slightly as she carefully observed Xiao Qi. All right, Weiyang Entertainment, right? Tomorrow at 3 p.m., I'll come find you. A smile blossomed on Qin Yuchu's face. Sensible girl, I'll forgive you for putting your foot on my man's thigh. Watching Qin Yuchu leave with her milk tea, flanked by 2 large men, Xiao Qi's fists clenched tightly. An imperial concubine? Heh. I'm going to be like Shangwan Waner to Her Majesty, the female emperor. I'm going to soar. Zhang Chao. Hung Lin. He walked for a long time, through streets and alleys, until he reached a noodle shop he used to like. Still haven't eaten. Fu Hang slept in late the next day. By the time he got up, Qin Yuchu had already left for work. He'd been out wandering until late the previous night. With nowhere else to go, he'd even killed some time playing games at an internet cafe. When he finally got home, Qin Yuchu was, as expected, sound asleep. Fu Hang didn't disturb her, taking a shower in the spare bathroom. While showering, though, he couldn't help but recall how this very bathroom seemed to have been the stage for a full-on pixelated scene after Shen Qingluan was drugged. The shower water suddenly felt very hot. But upon returning to the master bedroom and seeing her peacefully sleeping form, the turmoil in Fu Hang's heart instantly calmed. Work hard. Complete the mission. And it all. Weighed down by his thoughts, Fu Hang drifted off to sleep. That night, Fu Hang had a dream. In his dream, he'd bought a Sihiyuan, a traditional courtyard house, right next to the Forbidden City. His first wife, second wife, third wife, each lived in a separate courtyard. Fu Hang was ecstatic, even laughing out loud in his sleep. But then, the plot took a sharp turn that caught Fu Hang completely off guard. The anticipated R-rated spectacle never materialized. Instead, it became a level 80 palace drama worthy of Grand Mansion Gate. Fu Hang woke up in a cold sweat. After another quick shower, Fu Hang sat on the living room sofa. The ashtray on the coffee table caught his eye, picking up a burnt-out cigarette, but Fu Hang tried to recall. Hadn't he only taken a single drag yesterday? He examined the butt closely and noticed teeth marks on it. He never bit his cigarette butts. Yuchu? Fu Hang brought the butt to his nose and sniffed. Only the stale smell of nicotine remained, making him feel nauseous. Had Yuchu started smoking? After the last misunderstanding, Fu Hang wouldn't suspect Yuchu again, especially not in this neighborhood. No matter how naive Yuchu might be, she wouldn't bring someone else into their home. But why would Yuchu suddenly start smoking out of the blue? Wasn't she trying to conceive? Wait a minute. Trying to conceive? People trying to conceive shouldn't be exposed to secondhand smoke either, right? The realization dawned on Fu Hang belatedly. He made a mental note to smoke less around Yu-Chu in the future. After cleaning the ashtray, Fu Hang also mopped the floor. Finding that the clothes he'd changed out of had already been washed, he found himself at a loose end again. What to do today? Yanan had really put him in his place yesterday, and Fu Hang was a little wary of her now. Otherwise, he might have visited her on set. Shen Qingluan had sent a text this morning, but he'd been asleep. Reply now seemed a bit too late, like missing the boat. A domineering CEO has to maintain his domineering CEO persona. Having learned his lesson, Fu Hang set about formulating a new work plan for himself. This included Liang. He'd flirted with her enough over the phone already. He needed to give her the cold shoulder for a few days before she returned to the country. You have to sharpen the axe before you chop wood. Even digging a well requires finesse. 9 shallow thrusts for every deep one, right? It was written in the esoteric manual of heaven and earth. After all, constant fawning would only make them numb. If Fu Hang's only goal was to bed these clients, he wouldn't need to be so meticulous. But Fu Hang wanted their favorability, their affection, and that required careful strategizing. So, Fu Hang thought of those crystal-clear little feet, and a sudden glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Damn you. You tried to screw me over in front of the whole internet a few days ago, didn't you? My best actor persona was almost ruined because of you. Although he later learned that CEO Liang had already warned Fong Tiandai on his behalf remotely, Fu Hang felt he needed to give her another reminder himself. Day in and day out. Did she think she was some kind of clown too? Having one Yanan was enough of a headache. If this great sage equaling heaven also started acting up intermittently, how was he supposed to live? What happened that day had put Fu Hang on alert. Zhuge Jun wasn't like his other clients. She was a rising pop princess now, with millions of fans. If she caused a scene, she had the power to completely wreck things. Thinking of this, Fu Hang made a call. I'm here. The call connected. Before Fu Hang could speak, Fong Tiandai's robotic voice came through. This very AI-like greeting almost threw Fu Hang off his game. Speaking of which, Fong Tiandai really was becoming more and more like an AI in front of him. Often, when talking to Fong Tiandai, Fu Hang had the illusion he was conversing with the system. Hey system, can't you learn a thing or two from Sister Tiandai? With your arrogant attitude, you don't act like a system at all. Fu Hang grumbled this inwardly, but the system paid him no mind. Does Zhuge Jun have anything scheduled today? Fu Hang's voice was cold and emotionless. She has an engagement this morning, probably finishing around 2 in the afternoon. Fong Tiandai replied briskly, though her grip on her phone couldn't help but tighten. Then have her wait for me at the company at 3 p.m. Fu Hang left this cold instruction and hung up directly. A domineering CEO, just that domineering. On the other end, however, when Fong Tiandai heard the dial tone, her eyes lit up completely. Is it time? I knew it. The 3 months allowance was just for show for the other consorts. My young lady, you must seize this chance. Fong Tiandai rushed to the event venue almost without stopping. Zhuge Jun's engagement today was as a guest on an entertainment program, located at Hanshang TV station. Something urgent has come up at the company. Xiao Jun must finish her morning shoot before 11. Finding the production team, Fong Tiandai spoke without hesitation. Weren't we scheduled until 2? The program director looked troubled, but facing Fong Tiandai, he maintained his composure. Weiyang Entertainment had been the subject of wild rumors in the industry these past few days, and the situation with Hua Na was still unresolved. He couldn't afford not to be cautious. I apologize. I know this is difficult, but it's an emergency. As compensation, tomorrow. No, starting the day after tomorrow, Xiao Jun's entire subsequent schedule can be dedicated to your program until you're satisfied. Fong Tiandai hesitated for a moment, ensuring Consort Ping would have enough recovery time. Then Xiao Jun can leave now. The program director was an understanding man. For them to offer such terms could only mean that today's matter was truly important. Thank you. We'll have tea later. Fong Tiandai smiled and walked toward the set. Pack your things, then find a place to shower and change. Fong Tiandai pulled Zhuge Jun, who was in the middle of filming, to one side. What's going on? Zhuge Jun was confused. The boss wants to see you, Fong Tiandai whispered, her gaze toward Zhuge Jun filled with deep meaning. At 2:40 p.m., Fu Hang arrived at Weiyang Entertainment, exuding a powerful aura that warned strangers to keep their distance, swaggering as if he owned the place, flanked by a group of burly men, every bit the arrogant and domineering figure. CEO Xia personally welcomed him and led Fu Hang to his own president's office. "All right, has Zhuge arrived? Have her come see me." Fu Hang sat down in the boss's chair, still maintaining his powerful aura. Today was about establishing his persona. He needed to keep his emotions running high. "I'll get her over here right away." Xiaofeng didn't hesitate in the slightest. Without even pouring a glass of water, he directly exited the office. Fu Hang was very satisfied. His aura today was enough to intimidate everyone. Just now, when he came in, not a single company employee dared to look him directly in the eye. Fu Hang let out a long breath and subconsciously reached for a cigarette, only to pause. If they were trying to conceive, wouldn't his smoking be bad for the baby too? But then, Fu Hang nonchalantly stuck a cigarette in his mouth. With his damn body, he didn't even know if the nicotine could reach his lungs. Just like with drinking, he was now smoking purely for the sensation. Smoking is harmful to your health. To hell with that. Lighting the cigarette, Fu Hang's gaze idly swept across the office, but soon his brows furrowed. Why did it feel different from when he was here before? Last time, this place looked like a stable, not even a single painting on the walls. Now, there were even plants? Had the sofa been changed too? This new sofa, multifunctional, could it be laid flat like a bed? Was Xiaofeng planning to live at the company? Had his inner workhorse fully awakened? Fu Hang's expression turned strange, and he began to carefully survey his surroundings. Something was off. If he planned to live here, shouldn't a stable be even messy, eh? But why couldn't he see any of Xiaofeng's personal belongings? This office was so tidy, it didn't even look like someone worked here. Instead, Fu Hang twitched the corner of his mouth. Why did it have the strong vibe of a themed room in a love hotel? Little Xia, had he seen the light? Had he started using the casting couch on his female artists? Fu Hang couldn't help but quickly stand up and walk towards the office's en-suite washroom. Sure enough, its cleanliness and tidiness rivaled that of a five-star hotel suite. Sniffing carefully, Fu Hang even caught the lingering scent of air freshener. His gaze fell on a metal rack in the washroom, and Fu Hang's expression twisted slightly. Bathrobes? Brand new ones? What kind of respectable person kept bathrobes in an office washroom? And there were 2 damn sets. Little Xia was really something, huh? Fu Hang felt the contrast was so stark, it almost felt unreal. Just a few days ago, he was acting like a total simp. Had he learned his lesson the hard way? The entertainment industry truly tempered people. Fu Hang exited the washroom, walked over to the new sofa, and carefully ran his hand along its edge. His expression became even more contorted. Waterproof? Now, Fu Hang didn't even dare to sit on this sofa. Who knew what it had been through? With his preconceived notion, Fu Hang found he could no longer look directly at the desks, chairs, cabinets, or windows in the office. Especially that bookshelf. Fu Hang kept feeling that the spacing between economics and management and fundamentals of company operations was too ingenious. Their position and height were perfect for handholds. For a moment, Fu Hang stood in the middle of the office, feeling like there was nowhere to stand. Everywhere he looked, it was a scene of utter depravity, a landscape of moral decay. Phew, finally made it. In a company meeting room, Fang Tiandai wearily wiped her face. "Take this. You've all worked hard." Crumpling the tissue in her hand, Fang Tiandai took out a thick wad of cash from her bag. "This is what we're supposed to do." Director Fang. A group of cleaning staff stood neatly in front of Fang Tiandai. "This is overtime pay. It was only right, calling you all in on short notice. It's just that, about today's matter." "What matter today? Didn't we just give Director Xia's office a thorough cleaning?" The auntie at the front turned sharply, her gaze sweeping over her colleagues' faces one by one. Yes, that's right. We just thoroughly cleaned Director Xia's office. Oh my, it was our oversight before. Director Xia's office had so many neglected corners. Go and rest. You can leave early today." Fang Tiandai was very satisfied and placed a thick wad of cash into the foreman's hand. The group exited the meeting room, ecstatic, but the smiles on their faces were replaced by deep exhaustion the moment they stepped out. The cleaning staff at a film and television company also had acting skills. "Little one, it's all up to you now." Fang Tiandai sat down wearily in the meeting room, deftly twirling a pen from the conference room table. She had already given instructions. For the next 3 hours, unless someone came out of that office, no living soul would be allowed within a 50-meter radius. Just as Fu Hang was feeling completely out of place, his limbs awkward, there was a knock on the office door. This caused a momentary lapse in his train of thought. What was I here for again? "Boss." Seeing Fu Hang hadn't responded for a while, Zhuge Yun outside asked timidly. Fu Hang came to his senses, finally remembering his purpose for the day. Damn, that's Xiaoang. Fu Hang looked around, wanting to sit back down in the boss's chair, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the chair exuded an eerie and suggestive aura. Daddy's daddy is called Grandpa. The intrusive thought, like a cursed chant, echoed in his ears, and strange images flashed through Fu Hang's mind. Fu Hang forcefully shook his head and positioned himself in front of the large desk, choosing what he considered a safe angle to stand. There was a money tree here, about half a person tall. Little Xia wouldn't be perverted enough to make a girl climb a tree, would he? He'd been rash. Wouldn't it have been better to go to Li Weiyang's office? This filthy world. Come in. Fu Hang took a while to gather himself and rediscover his earlier mood. The door was slowly pushed open. Fu Hang turned at a 45-degree angle, contemplated an impressionist oil painting on the wall, a faint expression of worldly compassion on his face. When it came to projecting an aura, the best actor knew how to handle it. He hadn't looked closely earlier, but now, staring at the intermingling red and yellow colors in the painting, it just didn't seem right. This oil painting wasn't proper. Fu Hang almost broke character, but the figure at the door made him forcibly take a breath and maintain the persona he had carefully constructed. Zhuge Yun kept her head down, not even glancing at the pose Fu Hang had struck. She slipped through the door, moved with extreme speed behind it, and quickly shut it. You know why I called you here today, don't you? Fu Hang lowered his voice, but not too low. He still spoke from his throat, but the vibration of his vocal cords made his voice sound hoarse, like metal scraping. This was a voice he had discovered while filming Joker. This vocal technique could make one's blood run cold. This was gaining the upper hand with an opening gambit. Having spent some time on film sets, Fu Hang had perfectly mastered the flexible integration and application of optics, acoustics, and stylistics. He needed to win this battle in one fell swoop, to make Zhuge Yun thoroughly understand what she could and couldn't do. Achieve a once-and-for-all solution, eliminate future troubles, and completely suppress this unstable element. I know. Zhuge Yun still kept her head down, her face flushed red. Today, she was wearing a pair of crystal flip-flops. The black straps were adorned with gold trim. Though they were flip-flops, they had a delicate little high heel at the back. Sister Tiandai had specially prepared them for her. They were originally for a performance on a variety show in a few days. She really liked these shoes. The interwoven black and gold straps passed between her toes, making them look even fairer and more delicate.